that better? And thanks for letting me know, because just playing around with the voice changer thingy. Awesome. Yeah, I was messing with voice.ai to see how that would work for some, like, test voices, just to act as placeholders until I could afford voice actors, or better yet, until I knew what I wanted the voice actors to say. And I changed the microphone setting over to that and forgot to change it back. So, thanks again. I would not have noticed. I can't hear myself. It would be awkward if I could. Also, I'll make this a little louder here because the other thing was incredibly... Like, it made all the voices really loud. Hey, 2D Bard. You're just in time to, show up at the stream where there was absolutely no problems with the stream at all. Worked right first time. 100%. Pro streamer here. Yep, absolutely flawless. Complete perfection. Other streamers should look upon what I had done in the stream and learn from it. Actually, that's probably true. They probably should have learned from it. Not in a good way, but you know. Just say it. Just say it. If I don't H-load this, what happens? That's a good question. Does it only load it when it's visible? Guess I could test it. There's a lot of crap out here, though. What I really don't need to H-load is probably, it probably should just be the handful of buildings around this should actually be the stuff that's, not H-loaded, and then everything else around it should just be H-loaded. Because you're never really going to see, I don't know, it doesn't matter that much. That's not what I'm trying to do right now. Focus. Do what you're supposed to do. I want the game completable from start to finish. That's the goal. Even if it's not perfect from start to finish, I want it completable from start to finish. Oh, apparently they fixed, they put out 5.51, which apparently fixes a lot of bugs. So we're going to test a very important bug right now, just for my sanity. To work. Oh, look, it works in that direction just fine. Keep spinning, keep spinning, keep spinning. Does it mess up? Does it mess up? I mean, it switches from -0 to -0. I mean, that's fine. I don't care about that, but... Okay. Now how about this way? This one okay too? No. Nice bug, guys. Look at how beautiful that is. Yes. So that one actually went backwards 700. Oh, so it went 180. Oh, it went down by 180. I don't know what they fixed, but they didn't fix the rotation bug. Just weird. Like, maybe I need to report it. I didn't think about reporting. I figured it would be so obvious that it'd get reported a million times. Because, I assume people would rotate things in their blueprint. I know, it's weird. Yeah, like 5.51 was supposed to fix something. It was 3.1 gigs or something like that of fixes, so I'm assuming it fixed something. Maybe it fixed my splines. We'll find out. Okay, what was the bug here? Let's see, you could click a spline length here. Anyway, so one of these things here. Oh, well, it's hard to click around those giant particle things. Click a spline spot here. And click another spline, and it's still not fixed. So this is still bugged. Although I've clicked this other spline, it is still selected a spline point here. In order to stop that, you have to click off of a non-spline. So that bug's still around. That's two of the obnoxious bugs that have been plaguing me. I wonder how many other broken spline things are. Maybe I'm waiting for 5.52. Maybe I should make a crappy little project, make a quick little short thing, Epic fix this. This is so dumb for the rotation bug. Like, it's such an easily replicable bug. The spline one at least takes a couple of spines set up, but this one, you just have to rotate something along the y-axis in the blueprints. Anything. It doesn't matter which blueprint I do it in. Anyway. So we're not fixing those. I have no idea if they fixed. Maybe they fixed one of their new features and ignored all their old features, assuming they worked. Fair. Well, last I left off, I made some breakable clown statues. So I might want to limit how many breakable things are there. I made these things here. And the reason I might want to limit how many different breakable things there are is it might actually just turn out to be people will eventually think everything is breakable and then wonder why something isn't. So I do need to be careful about that. Like, it needs to look breakable. These are more like bowling pins. This is not falling through the world. Anyone know why the game user settings on 17 sessions? Like, well, your settings in your project files or your settings that you've set up in the game? Because if you change anything in the game, you have to save it somewhere. It doesn't work. Hopefully 5.52 is, well, of course it's next year sometime, and that's where at the end of this year. Yeah, what kind of things are you trying to save, as far as that goes? Because unless you change something directly in the settings up here, these would be different, but if you don't save it to a file. Oh. These should change. I mean, I change mine all the time, just leave them. I don't think I've ever had a bug on it. Interesting. I change them all the time because, you know, I never play with Epic settings while streaming. The game should look better than this, by the way. It looks very ugly in comparison to what it could look like. Actually, the settings that I left on basically don't make a difference. Quite exploding clown statues around here. Already had them here. Ooh. That is strange. I'm not really certain why it would do that, to be honest. I mean, unless you have some sort of like settings that are constantly being loaded or something. I don't even know if that's a thing. Well, you can actually load settings. That's true. You can load project file settings. Huh. Where are you changing those at? I mean, are you just changing them in the UI up here? Or are you doing something weird with it? Because I mean, if you're just going up to settings and, you know, engine scalability and changing here, that would be surprising if it didn't do that. Oh. Well, that's, it's a GUI for the settings menu. Yeah, if you change it here, okay, so like in your game, you're changing it? You're changing the settings for these things here? On your project or something? Oh, well then that's only for when the game is running. Like the engine doesn't check that at all. The only thing the engine checks is right here. If you change it in your game, that's just for the game instance itself. Well, you may have to run your thing as an actual, you do it as a new, like a Pi, right? Like standalone thingy, or actually a standalone game, probably. What you have to do, right? Because you can't change the engine. You can't change the engine settings from within your game. That doesn't work. You can only change settings for how your game is running. Because your game doesn't have access to the engine. This is supposed to go into Carnival Room. I got sidetracked. Then I can just copy paste it places and have breakable clown statues. Which seems so much more fitting. Oh wait. What I'm also gonna do, I'm just gonna set them as a correct H load, so next time I H load, I'll be good. There's a lot of stuff that only works once you've actually packaged your game too, but you'd have to literally check in the axial and the would just be in the game, so you wouldn't even notice a change in the engine. I still got to set up a menu system for this as far as, well, actually I have a main menu, but it doesn't have any of the options crap yet. I ain't doing that yet. I don't wanna. I want to have little safe zones in places. Do I do that? Just put, because I established them in that one room. And I haven't established them anywhere else. Well, it's only part of the game in there, but if that's the case, I'm not sure I want to use these anywhere else if that's how it is. Then the player will jump in here and go, hey, wait a minute. But why? But only after having gone to that other area where they have the safe ones. But I've established they're not safe over here. That might need to be changed, thinking about it. I worry about confusing the player to the point where they're just like, but it should work this way. I'm like, well, it doesn't. I definitely had a lot of very dumb testers where they cannot solve the simplest of things. But in their defense, in some cases, you know, if I've established a set of rules and then I break those rules, then, you know, it's entirely justified to be annoyed at me for it. We'll call it the magic principle, where, you know, you can do whatever you want with magic as long as it fits the rules of your world, and as soon as you don't follow those, then people will be annoyed at you. Breakable clown statue right here. Oh, I should write down that thing. You make a an achievement called "No Clowning Around," and you break all the clown statues. I'm not sure if I do that though. If I do that, then I'd want to put individual ones that are unique in places and have a different destroyable, as opposed to using these as basically a barrel. Barrel. Ooh. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having different barrels, but I could put mini barrels everywhere because everyone knows barrels are breakable. That's just a given, right? I never have to tell a player a barrel is breakable. We can all just assume they understand this. And if they don't, they need to take some Diablo classes. Learn the truth of the barrel and why it is breakable. I could reverse direction on that. Whatever. Pretty much freeze. The barrels know what they did. Not taking any crap from a barrel. Right. I don't like the polka dot boxes like I once did. I guess they're okay in this room. They're not very nice in the other rooms. put clown statues in here. Oh. Organize the first one, so when you copy paste the crap out of it, it will end up, you know, all in the right room. Put some in the middle of nowhere so they have a reason to go break crap. Of course, now I can't make giant ones, because if I make giant ones, the destroyable for them I think won't look right. No, actually I can, thinking about it. But then the player will be able to destroy them, and it'll lead to this bizarre question of why can they destroy these huge things but not others? Do I even want destroyables in this room? I guess I'll put a few in here just for funsies around the sides. Yeah. Making friends. Having fun with the engine, I see. There, Martha. He said, yeah. I think when it'll come to doing all the options, I'll probably look at someone else's code on how they did options, and then I'll just add it to what I'm doing. I can't use exactly what they're doing because I'm using the UI nav thingy. And that's going to be problematic, I think is the term we're looking for. Yeah, fair. The real question is, have you got it to work with a controller yet? Because the UI system with controllers for this engine is awful. It's just unimaginably awful. Like, what in the world? I had no idea. None. That's right. Holy crap. I started cutting menus from my game because of how awful controller support is for this engine. In the UI. It's great outside of the UI, that's true. Probably too many of these clown things, but you know what? I'd rather have too many breakables than not enough, right? That's actually probably not true, because you know, if there's just like wall-to-wall breakables and you couldn't get through anywhere, they're pretty bad. They can take out their rage on clown statues. I need to decide if you have the full abilities of the Empress or what for the fight against Patrick. It's possible I just give you all the abilities unlocked. There's not going to be a lot of time before Patrick, so I either need to institute a bunch of heals somewhere in there, or some way to heal that's limited, or just give him the full Empress. But no, back to the UI thing, that's why I was using that UI navigation thing, because then it does all that work for you for controller support. But you're going to have to change some things around for it. Because you reparent all their all your various widgets to their widgets. And then they use some different commands. So instead of remove from parent, it's like return. And there's just a bunch of weird things. I remember setting it up so that I could have controller support there. And then I got done with that, or I had like a rudimentary thing set up and I was good. And I forgot what all the things were. And I need to go back and watch the tutorial again to remind myself on all this stuff. The controller does work. So, that's true. But after that, I mean, it was so difficult. They also have a thing where you can just, you know, use the controller to move the mouse cursor and click things. I was half tempted just to use that. I admit in testing, this engine plays, this game plays better with the keyboard and mouse than it does with the controller. That might seem kind of weird, but um, camera control. You have better camera control with the keyboard and mouse than you do with the controller, because the controller you have to use the second stick, but you're busy jumping, so like it's like once again the third finger scenario. It's really weird. I don't like it as much. That's fair. I mean, if you're ditching controller support, then obviously it's worse for me than for you. That's true. You are correct. Yeah, the UI nav thing helps a lot. It solves a lot of my problems with that. It won't make the game more play out better with a controller though. I probably need to have some kind of auto lock-on crap or something, so that people playing with a controller can have a chance. But it doesn't solve the big problem I have, which is when playing the game, moving the camera around. Yeah, the UI takes a long time. That's actually why I don't have a legitimate shop. I went with a Zelda-style shop where you click the item and ask if you want to buy it, using the dialogue system to basically cheat. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about the aim assist thing. As a Metroidvania thing, I have to have controller support because people will demand it, even if the game runs like significantly worse with a controller. So I almost, if they're using a controller, I almost have to lock the camera to move towards the direction that they're facing, and then they can adjust the view with the other controller for like up and down. Because otherwise, it's weird, because you're gonna need to look down a lot to land on things. At least I look down a lot when trying to land on stuff. So it's like, especially because this game is weirdly more vertical than you think it is. You're trying to jump and land on chairs and things like that and fall off of things. You know, it matters. And Poppet has to land on small spots, so it's I don't know. It's not quite what you'd think it would be. No. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do on that. It will make a difference because almost everyone and their grandmother launches one of these games with a controller. I might have to put a message somewhere saying plays better with keyboard and mouse. You've been warned. Like, well, I hate to break it to you people, but this game plays like 1,000 times better without that. Well, I kind of want to put something here to break. That's true. These are big though. They won't really fit that well here. Oh yeah, also these carpets need to be fixed too. Yeah, when I get to using that UI nav, you'll see how much easier it is to do the things, because the way it works is it will find, well, you can give it specialized rules if you want, but its default rules are it will find the next UI nav widget in the direction that you click the button. So it, instead of having to have specialized coding for each and every one of these dumb things, you don't have to code anything. You just simply reparent them as that. And then it'll automatically select that widget and check when the button's clicked. So it'll act like a mouse click for your button, so you don't have to do anything. After having tried to set up the manual way, I ain't doing that. This is way better. I was just like, damn, man. Why is this not standard? Just standard in the engine. Just golden, you know? Maybe I ditched this one. I don't really want him jumping on it. It's also stuck in the wall anyway. It has no bottom to it. Pretty much. Epic's real big on doing this whole new stuff all the time, but not really making their old stuff work very well. So there's definitely a lot of things where I think they're super fast to go for upgrades, and they forgot that there was supposed to be some other fixes along the way. Well, this looks less good than I want it to. I didn't really look that closely at it, but in hindsight, it looks not very great. Sure might need a rework. There's some things that just look really bad, like this stuff here. And most of it's not really built in. It just, well, I mean, it looks, this looks nice. Well, that part looks okay. But these things here, I wanted you to jump on them. You might need to go. I might just have to have these as how you jump on things. That's true. And then these corner ones are fine sometimes. Also, this thing has nothing to jump on either. But it looks like a convenient place to hide something. And since I haven't hid anything there, I feel like I've been remiss here, you know? Like I need to hide stuff in places. I'm gonna delete these ones. I don't like those ones. Isn't this the same thing? Oh yeah, I figured I could just put something on the bottom of them. Not ideal. I probably need to blueprint them to avoid the under problem. Yeah, because right here it's the same issue. You can just see underneath them. Huh. This room's gonna need a little bit of work. Also, these carpets, sometimes, as weird as this sounds, they're slightly too tall, and Poppet can't walk over them. It's like, they don't seem that tall. Sometimes. If you're standing right next to it, you can't get over that. See where she just runs against it? It doesn't look that tall. It's not that tall everywhere. It's just these little lips here are too tall for her. But not if she has a running start. If she's just running, she'll just run right over it. Which is bizarre. It only happens in real specific spots too. It's really annoying, but I guess it doesn't matter that much. But you also see that the carpets aren't really touching the ground all that well either, so... Welcome to the world of making a game with tiny dolls. Okay, I don't know where... Usually, shift end is supposed to cause it to, you know, be along the ground, but... I could probably push it down a slight amount, and that might help. Maybe. I might also just remove the carpet, too. It'd also be slightly too high. I think that fixed it right there, just by making it that tiny amount lower. She can run over those. They're not even that nice of carpets, to be honest. This one here is going to be too tall. I'm standing by it, I imagine. Yeah. I think I just need to lower them a little bit. That's all. Just by the extra 4 or something should be enough to cause her not to have too many issues. We'll see. I guess I need to blueprint this. I don't hate how this room looks, is the thing. I do need a place to land up here, because that's where the puzzle ends. So I don't want that. These pillars kind of suck. Stuff doesn't fit them very well, because now it just looks kind of, I mean, looks weird kind of going into it. Like, it doesn't look right. I can go farther forward, but if I do that... Close this door so I could see. We don't live in a barn here. You know, I have to push it farther back or push this one farther forward, I guess. While still letting them do that. I gotta be careful. I don't want them to be able to get behind this, because they can get trapped. That's a big problem also for Poppet. He gets trapped in places. So I've been making a point of being really careful about that sort of thing so you can't get trapped places. Even that's got some visual bugs. Where you can just see inside the thing. We should try to avoid that too. I might need to replace these pillars. These pillars don't have gameplay mechanics attached to them, so let me see what I got for pillars. Besides the fact they look kind of like crap. There's that. Oh yeah, I was testing out voice thingies that just don't sound right anyway, but playing with the AI voice changer thingy to see if it could do a good job to act as a placeholder thing. And man, it is hard to get it to understand you. It really is. Let alone when you're adding inflections to your voice, it does not translate very well. I was like, In reality, I should probably record myself doing like a perfect whatever in my normal voice and then play the recordings for it, so and keep trying to tweak settings to get it to work. It's like, but you know, that's a different day. What is this collections crap? What dis? Local collection. I'm gonna click the button. What do? Can I add this to a collection? I don't get it. Eh? No? What do? Eh. Is this like some collection thingy in here? Because that'd just be pointless and stupid for there to be an additional collection thingy. We already have folders. I don't know. I don't like it. Well, sir, I don't like it. Go away, collections window. It needs to be immediately apparent what it does, or I'm probably just gonna ignore it and move on. That's kind of how it works. I think there was like a second cathedral thing. That's this one here. There's giant arches. What do? Honestly, these might work better. Maybe. There's no ending arch on these. That's the problem. Like, they connect together all nice and neat, but without an ending arch, it's like weird. I don't know if I like that. How big is this one? Those are some weird numbers there, buddy. One 1.3. Remember that? 1.3. 3. 2. Just 2, not 12. Do small ones. Then she could try to jump on them. I made it thicker, she could. That might be fun to do. Only problem is I don't want him to be able to jump on this and then jump over here to cheat. That's not what I want. That's actually why I restructured the puzzle, because you could do that. With a little leap of faith jump, just right on over, and it's like, I see. Not good. 2.5 it is. What I could do is... Oh, that's interesting. Could do this. It would stick out, though, a bit. Let's say I did that. Okay, well, that does not look right. Yet. This doesn't look right either. Did I just get rid of these? Also want these to be thicker if I do that. Just grab something and randomly moved it. That's okay. I'm just going to go ahead and undo wherever it went. Oh, never mind. It's because I deleted that. That's right. Fair enough. This also blocks the board, but I can move the board slightly. I'm not too worried about that. Just clean this room up a little bit so it looks less like crap. It's not a bad arch. I get behind it. At that point, you just move a little farther back, I guess? Maybe. As a room, this should have been bigger. I'm just gonna say it. The whole concept of the chapel thing should have been a bigger room. Like I probably should bulldoze this wall and make the chapel bigger. But there are these stairs, you see, and the stairs ruin the whole plan. Unless I want to push this wall way over here, which I can do. It's not attached to anything, so I can just move this wall over. So let's hypothetical this. Let's save before I get too crazy. Like I could push this wall way over to here, and then just have a staircase up, move Poppet's box over a little bit. Or I can have the stairway right here. There is a door going right into there, so I could actually move it all the way over to here. If I want another stairway down, I can just put it down here, but I don't think I'm gonna have another stairway. The stairway is just to the final area. I don't know if I hate this. I have to fix the floor, obviously, because there's a hole in the floor here. Well, I have a ghetto block for it. But I could do that and just migrate everything back. Expand this room a bit. Do I want to do that? This room is already pretty set up. Oh, add? Fair enough. Actually, I'll be right back then. So, I think I improved the size of this room. I think that just needs to happen. Because it's just kind of a cool extra thing here. A whole room that's got a unique theme to it, and it made it tiny, thinking I was going to have a billion rooms, but the stairway is a boring room. It doesn't do anything interesting. It's literally a stairway. Why does it need more space? I mean, originally it was going to be like, you know, lots of stairs, but I could also technically have, you know, stacked stairs too if I wanted. And it would be fine. So I don't really want to devote much to this room. I think I probably want to do that, and then you just go up towards, you know, the final area. So you won't even need this. I just need a way to get up to the thing. Maybe I do that. Maybe I start, you know, tweaking this room a little bit. Let the man cook. The funny part is I didn't hate this room. I actually kind of like this room, but we're cooking. Can I not click that? Okay, good. I just have this sneaking suspicion that the Hierophant altar needs to go back here, and it should be better looking, you know? Like, we can make this... Well, first of all, don't grab the thingy. I hate when I grab the little orb. It kind of bothered me that this wasn't central to the room in the first place. Because it should be. The other thing that bothers me is I haven't made a customized statue for, like, you know, gods of my world and everything, because, you know, the other things are boring. We don't like boring. I will have to change this Hierophant puzzle some, but that's okay. Water on my keyboard. Well, my fingers were a little damp. Did not like. Nope. I guess I'm just going to move all this back real fast. And then build off of that. Even though I don't like that particular arch. These should be blueprinted anyway. Yeah, let's move this whole wall back. We're cooking. So we'll migrate this way back to here. Get it back to the wall. Like a soul. I'm going to migrate these pillars to other locations, but... Okay, well, I hate this particular setup, so we're getting rid of it, but... I guess I'll let the key floating right here. Let's move this key over here so I notice it's on top of something. Even in the fictional world, I forget my keys. Damn. And these windows kind of suck by comparison. I guess they're okay, but... I think I'm going to put one over here. And I think I'm just going to duplicate this whole setup here, but I kind of want to replace these with blueprints because you can see below them and that's terrible. I probably just need to make a blueprint that's literally got a bottom created for these, and then... Is this the same one? No. Okay. I should make use of the same one everywhere. I guess I could have like some death thingies at the top or something, but... That's why I wish I could have like symbols of my own world instead of the symbols of that world. That'd be cooler. Actually, I'm going to use a second browser so I can keep that one available. We'll just make like a church environment, or like the chapel environment. Because I don't have many religious ones there, so this is called it's like SM column wall. Okay. Sure. And then let's need some wood along the bottom. I'll probably just add what amounts to like, maybe a cube at the bottom or something. I don't use planes a lot. They just don't tend to fill in spaces as much as I want them to very well. Silly Yui thinking that I don't want things smaller than that. You don't know me very well, Yui. You don't know me. You don't know me. Well, these kind of suck because like they're missing in every direction. Ugh. I gotta fix that. I can't have that. That is unacceptable. Well, I can't just, you know... Ooh, how am I gonna do that? I'm basically gonna have to just put like a vertical thing down. Unless I want to make a bunch of tiny little ones for that, I am not doing that. I'm just gonna make a blockade for the side there, and that's just how it's gonna be, I think. It's one of those not that important areas, but it is important that Poppet can't get stuck inside it. A great problem with my game. That Poppet can get stuck in everything. She's a troublemaker. That'd be funny every time you show up, like, you know, like showing up to work and she's just stuck in some other way. She's like, ew, ew, and she can't get out of there. F40 and I can't get up. She's just stuck like upside down in like a trash can or something. That'd be hilarious. At least I would enjoy it. I also don't get out much, so that's been well established at this point, I think. Imagine going outside. Gross. I'll do this here. Still a little too big. He doesn't like tiny increments, so... Mostly I just want to jam it inside there. Like so. I probably can't get away with using this material. I'm going to try it just to test out, but I'm pretty certain it's not going to do what I want to do. It's probably acceptable. It doesn't look that great. Here. Oh, that's right, you can't alt drag. I'll call this bottom plate. Stupid because I'm lazy. God help us, we're rotating things. There's no gods in this world. I'll just do this, and then I'll just... You can't really use geometry stuff in here. I can try to pull it into the blueprint, but I always encounter a lot of bugs when I do that. Which is why you see me assembling it in the blueprints. Because I never encounter bugs when I do that, but when I do the other, it's just... got problems. Which is sad, because building it in the world would be a lot easier. I still want to, for purposes of adding, you know, splines and things. Because you can't bend the spline in here. You can add a spline to it, but you can't bend the spline, so it's kind of weird. If I go like this and make it slightly large, make it box-like, that's true. So we're gonna do the green one here. So what if we do 0.62 or something? It's just slightly larger. As we create our own specialized furniture. Then I'm gonna use this one everywhere, and I'm not gonna use the other ones at all. Purely out of laziness. I could add a changeable front plate on it. Left plate. Slightly tall, though. True. No, sir. I don't like it. Especially because I'm about to duplicate that one, so I might as well get it right. Whatever I just did there, don't do it. It's not terrible. And the best part is I won't have to sit there and arrange every other one. This one will just be perfect and I'll just use it. And if I need to make a change, I just change this blueprint and boom, they all change. Increasingly, that's what I've been doing. I will go out of my way to apparently not make it the right height. Go out of my way to make it where it's a little bit, I'll make it in a blueprint, and then I just put them everywhere in the place and it doesn't matter. Life is good. Slightly bigger. I kind of missed the bottom of it. Sometimes you got to repair all the furniture. There you go. I can get behind this. Oh, I know what I need. I need a level traversable. The all-important level traversable. For a certain 0.05 is as low as I can make it and still jump it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll do 0.1 or something. Maybe 0.5. Looks like it's really, really too thick there. Gotta have my yellow paint on things. I guess I didn't have to worry about matching the top very much, did I? I didn't think about it. It has to stick out a little bit, or it will not work. It does not need to stick out behind it, because it's going to be against walls all the time, so it really just needs to stick out in front and to the side. Well, I guess technically I could have it just open to the world. I do want them to be able to jump on it. Technically, I could put one down here too. I don't really want to try to put ones in some of these areas, but I could make this grabbable. It might be too small to make it particularly useful to grab, but maybe. Uh, 1.05? 1.1. Fine. Wish I could move it smaller increments in this. I can. Let's do that and then just slightly slide it a little. See how that looks. I'll add the other one in a second, but let's add a column wall here. How big is this one? It's like a 4. It's just defaulted to 4 so I can be lazy. Aha. No longer need I deal with this crap. The new super version of the wall has arrived. I don't know if I'm soloing these columns or not, but maybe I am. Alright, and then let's move this to the chapel so when I duplicate the crap out of it, they'll all be in the chapel. Okay, we're just gonna do away with these. Like, I don't like these arches. I think they're terrible because they don't match, and that just looks weird. And so we're not doing that. Nah, man, nah. These arches are fine. So in reality, I might be doing that and changing these up and getting rid of this crap. I might still put a lantern on them. Put it like here or something. I gotta remake the Gothic lanterns to fit that crap. I may or may not keep this back here, but the issue really is these side thingies look terrible. By the time I'm done, the Hierophant puzzle is going to be lit. Oh, shit. I just do this, and then I don't have to worry about it being on top. Or I could have one at the very top here. If I want the player to be able to grab that far up, do I want that to be a thing? Not really. I guess it could be. If I do that, then I want to have like the windows lower down like this. Is that a thing? The windows are kind of boring. Like, they look okay, except for the problem of why are they there? Like, they look cool because of what they are. I kind of want a Castlevania vibe, but also the statue can be like way bigger. To be honest, so could the entire altar. The altar could also be a circle too. Random death altar, very important. Would kill for some Castlevania music for this altar. Probably not okay. No. Not what I was looking for. Thank you. Hit spacebar. Mistakes were made. I forgot this door was even here. Oh, now this room can be full of so much crap to do. Oh my god. It's gonna take even longer to get through the Git demo. I've already established this is gonna be a Hierophant room anyway. What I could do, like, recenter these things here. Okay, well. Oh wait, was this just a boring chair that I stretched? It might be. That was a bench. Less dark than before? I mean, some rooms are darker. This room is darker. Rooms with Charlotte, I've decided are going to be darker. Like if she's actually an antagonist in a room. But these other rooms would be less dark. Well, this room might have more darkness to it because it's got traps. I don't know. I'm debating on if the traps are a thing there, but this room's just intended to be dark since she's chasing after you in it. I may definitely have more horror-themed rooms. Oh. Interesting. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really adjusted anything. I rebuilt the lights again. That's true. Very true. But I do that all the time. Make my own customizable bench. Let's see. Chapel bench. Since I want basically everything to be interactable in this game. Pretty much. Pretty much indeed. This one's just level traversables all over the place though. Let's migrate one onto the scene so I don't gotta find it later. I'm just gonna copy paste the crap out of it. And then now that I've done that, wherever the traversable is, let's just drag it onto the thing real fast. All right, more traversables. More traversables. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you can see more than 4 though. That's strange. I don't recall making any changes that would make that a thing. I don't think they intended for the level traversable to be decorative, but here we are. Here we are indeed. When I first started laying these out, I didn't know I could do this. Makes sense now, but at the time it didn't. How big is this anyway in the real world? 4 is probably the right size anyway. Looks pretty close, doesn't it? Those are 5. Okay, well, I was wrong. There's a lot of things going back through it. I'm just introducing Charlotte as a character. There's a lot of open spaces for her anyway. I will attempt to refrain from making Charlotte's web jokes. I'll probably fail. So I probably want to have these like altars like this off to the sides of this, and then you go forward towards the altar. So I don't need this crap. I'll make these sides grabbable in a second too. I'm gonna put little things on all this stuff so it's a little more grabbable. I did add lights on these things, the possessed objects. Maybe that's why you can see better. Oh. At least in this room. So I do this and dump this like right here. I could have multiples going on here. Before I do that, make certain it's in. Can I move it? See, now this is looking more like a, you know, actual church place. The game needs a little more grandiose to it, I think. Also, just more things to do in rooms, honestly. Maybe spaced a little better like this, maybe. I think 3 rows is fine. Quite acceptable. Sometimes I just pick an area that needs a glow up. And the staircase did not need a glow up. It needed a glow down. Because it was so lame. Plus you can go underneath these. Yay! Yeah, how much better is that running up to the Hierophant than the other, right? Surely that's just so much more epic. Oh. That's because the staircase room thingy is right over here. You fix that. I don't know why I need the staircase thingy, but every room has one of these just so I can trigger things based upon what the room name is. So far it's just a music change, but in the future that could change. Quite a bit. This one right here. Yep. Room info. What's going on? Actually pretty close. Good enough. Alright, so we take these. Need to fix the cubes for now, but whatever. I do this instead. And then you're running up to the altar like that. Doesn't really line up with her, does it? She's not as centered as I thought she was. Or maybe she's more centered than this is. That doesn't seem true. This seems like it'd be the most centered thing. Kinda. I guess not, because that's crammed into a wall. So technically the altar's... Well, I don't know. I guess technically the altar could be more centered. That's true. If I put it like right here and then recenter all the chairs. So it's like facing her. Oh, thanks. Yeah. We're working on it. It'll be good eventually. Okay, so if that's the case, then I want this like... I want these two facing each other. Like it was intentionally put this way. Then let's move these over to the side a bit. Let's not move that one and say we did. These to the side a bit. What I probably do is actually put some kind of almost like a wall going on here to kind of stop things from going through here. But not like a true wall. But just something to kind of make it where it's kind of blocked a bit. Or I could just do a bunch of them in places too. I could just do ones at each of these things. Sure, let's test this out, shall we? Soon the glow up will be real. Well, it can't be here. Because it blocks that door. That's true. Also just block the center. to... Could also just stretch it and just make it a thing, so it's just artsy. Look where it's stretched. They're already kind of better looking as they are, I think. They would need to go farther back so that they don't interfere with the door. Be like this. And dump one back here. I think that still interferes with the door a bit, doesn't it? Kinda, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. These can always be moved. In fact, they're going to get replaced anyway by this new version, so I don't really care about them. But for the moment, I'm leaving with that just so I kind of remember where they're supposed to be. Of course, this whole room's getting a glow up, so, you know. Things won't be different. That doesn't block the door. Good, good. Like that. I don't know if I like this here or not. I guess it's not terrible because it being there does act as kind of like a barrier of sorts. Admittedly, it could probably be a little farther back and be a little better. Sure. Like that. Let's see way over. Maybe something along those lines. And then in between these things here, I just put some sort of a barricade. Don't know what yet, but we're getting there. Could technically just be like a wall with things on top of it too. Once again, I gotta migrate these up a little bit though. That should be pretty good. I think it's already looking better than it did. A lot. And we just walls in here, some sort. I don't know what yet, but some sort. Remember when I was making the black, sorry, the red stuff invisible for some reason by adding the code directly onto the stuff? That's dumb. Because doing that means that you're they don't know they can jump on it. Not helpful. We have an easy wall structure in here that just matches everything, because that'd be my perfect world. Not really. Well, first of all, these are the ones we're grabbing. This is exactly why we did this. By we, I mean me. This is why I did this. Now I can do this. Maybe push it forward some or something. I don't know. Sure. And do another one over here. So I can do one higher up too, like this. You can have stuff behind him now, and you can even jump up to get onto it. It's a little benches. Oh, a little bench that could. Possibly I need to make these a little less wide for that. Whatever. When it gets the job done, because I can look underneath, then there's... Okay, the bottom doesn't look as good as it could, but that's okay. A little more ideal than it was. A little less broken. This now looks less good. It'd look better if I had something at the edges of this, so... Like just something for it to run into. Maybe these other pillars, I don't know. Kind of matches the room a bit. Just a bit. More possessed objects. I can have like 2 Hierophant puzzles if I want here. Or another puzzle based on something different. Hello, UFOs are everywhere. I might need to shrink these a bit. But to be fair, they already went inside there. Well, actually, no, they didn't. So you gotta shrink the... Oh. Collision. Can't walk through it. Simple collision, save. Not gonna work. Nah, man. Nah, man. Let me fix this. That should be acceptable. Not amazing, but acceptable. And I see the collision. Oh. That's actually pretty good. I got a bit of holes in it, I don't know. Pop has a way of finding the geometry that makes it unable to pass through things. Makes her unable to pass through things, so it's kind of crap, but... the direction we're looking at is the green one. Let's just do a 3.9. 3.8. Doesn't move back, that's unfortunate. I'm just gonna 3.8 all these. So, like this one, and then move them all back. Not what I want. That's better. Now they're all inside there, so you won't, you know, have weird looks to them. I can hang lights off of this too. Man, I sure can. But I gotta admit, I'm not a big fan of lights that are hanging in places in this game because you can't see them, so it's pretty hard to tell when you're going to be in the light. Even if artistically it looks good. So that's notable. They might not make the cut for that very reason. Just no hanging lights anywhere. Alright, well, this crap needs to go away. Puzzle does have to finish somewhere, and it has to start somewhere too. And I got rid of the start, and I kind of got rid of the end. So we'll change things a bit. Have a huge thingy on them. It's just a vacuum tube, so it should only be an attenuation of 1,000. Which is very big. Let's remove that one. Now I can just have these cool little urns to break. You know what might be interesting? If in the Magician room I have like one of each breakable in the game, and then from that point on you know all the breakables. I just have each one displayed. Or at least one of each breakable for this area, I guess. In the game is kind of a bit much to assume, because there's a lot of game after this. Still, not gonna lie, this room's getting there. As far as looks go. I mean, look at how much better looking that is as far as running up to a thing. Like, and also seeing her over there too. Once you get it, you're running back and you just see how sinister she's just watching you. You can even see the cross that's like, you know, tilted to the side on top of her thing. Nice, nice. I mean, random death god, that's fine. Yeah, I like that. People can show up to the church. Yeah. Yeah. I probably should have some sort of additional ones of these on the walls here too. Honestly, these should probably be like 3.4 as well. Kinda. Oh, maybe. I can move this back a little bit. Probably forward a bit on that one. I don't want to walk in behind. I do this, and that's not too bad. I can put more of these pillars places too. I probably need to just make a pillar that's a blueprint for those two. Honestly, they might be better than these pillars. They'd hit the wall better, or the top of them better. That's true. Whatever the case, I most certainly don't want the other things here. Oh, let me go ahead and get rid of this crap. Okay. Why are you moving away when I move in that direction? That's so weird. Pull this way and you went the other way. Questions. So many questions. I guess to be fair, I could just go with the same motif across the thing. That's true. These have little windows though, which I don't know if I like that better. I mean, they could also just be surrounding this, the death god too. I guess this is a goddess. Yeah, it looks like a goddess. There. Because there's the option of just taking these things here, duping them, undoing what I just did, unselecting this one, now duping it. It's already all set up. And I can have like a jumping thing up near the top if I want. Push this against the wall. Grab the key, move the key up here. Get rid of this one. Migrate it over a bit. Something like this. Optionally, I could have gotten rid of this pillar. Probably better. Did this. And then move this pillar over a little bit more. Expand it, and then grab these two. And just dupe them on over this way. Thus creating kind of a pattern. Which doesn't seem too bad. Nice with the key over here. It's not horrible. This poppet area should jump around on. Problem is these things no longer match very well. Oh, that's right. Not two-sided. No need for it to be two-sided. It's crammed against the wall. There we go. Still not very centered. I want to be centered against each other, basically. So that it just kind of looks like they're staring at each other. They're relatively centered. Maybe I don't do that because now it doesn't look very centered here, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, that's not the way to do it. Better to center this window. Like this, because everything else is centered around this, so moving the window, moving the whole thing seems weird. Have to redo some puzzles around here. That's okay. That's not particularly well fitting. Something like that, probably. Sure. A little bit of grabbies here and move this over. There's a door over here. That's problematic. Yeah, I just don't include those here. So this way they there's a way through here. Which looks a lot better than not having that. Not that you really go into this particular door. This door might not need to exist, honestly. He's in the spirit. Where are they going? I'm reworking my chapel so that it's more ominous, larger, more commanding, more full of ads, apparently. Does ad break just did that? Yes. Yeah. So now you run over here. And it's so much more ominous. And now you can see the other there, even with the cross right in front of that window. Yeah. Just watching you. I like the chapel meant to kind of keep her here. Yes. Yes. I've been adding much of a creepy vibe to the game. With the most notable thing, the actual first like horror element to the game. Oh yeah. I'll take this room right here. This introduces a whole new mechanic. Well, first off, I'm going to delete these because they don't need to be here, but I just deleted something important, whatever it was. I don't know what it was, but I'm going to click it. I'm going to click it. Hit this, delete this. These need to be out of the way because of the... So I wanted to introduce, you know, the ghost girl, Charlotte, to the player. So you come into this room, known as the playroom. And the playroom is not like a lot of the other rooms at this point. I'm going to add a few more rooms that are more like this. This room feels more horror. Except for the laugh from the other room. Don't ignore that. But anyway, you wander through here, and there's like safe spots where you can jump into. And if you're in them, you, by Charlotte's rules, you can't actually be caught. I was just waiting for her to show up. Being lazy. I'll jump down here and just see if she shows up. Oh, well. You know why she's not showing up? There's no nav mesh. Can't move. Nobody can move. That'd probably help. I was like, wow, this is so anticlimactic. Where is she? Didn't even show up to the party. Oh my god. I got all the balloons out and everything. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I don't even leave the nav mesh on. I just disable it. The problem is that every time you move anything, UE has to recalculate the nav mesh. So I just delete the nav meshes when I'm not actually, you know, playing. Because, well, it adds about basically an extra 10 to 15 seconds every time you do it. Yeah, so I just don't bother to waste much time with it. Just delete it and add it again every once in a while. Where you at? Where you at? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? There she is. Yes. He's coming. Oh no. As long as you're in here, you're safe. But this room introduces a new mechanic. Charlotte is basically a roving pit for all intents and purposes. She's an instant kill if she catches you. So, however, if you're in these places, you are considered safe. And she'll spawn from various areas and... Yes, yes. Disgusting. Yes, I'm just going to run past her. Uh-oh. Oh no! Don't catch me! Swing the camera backwards, run backwards. Oh god. I made her slow intentionally because she can appear from multiple areas, so... I haven't had enemies this room yet, but a lot of this room consists of simply dodging her as you try to get this stuff and get through the maze. And she'll just wander around. Or she'll come near you. She's nice and creepy looking. Oh, no, you. Bad. No, bad. I haven't got her animations for turning very good yet, but when she vanishes, you got some time to do some things. I'm not sure if I'm going to have enemies in here. There's a few of them here just because, but Charlotte gets caught on the enemies, so it's kind of weird. I actually made it to the players a lot longer than previously done. Oh. I see you. I need to make it so these enemies can't attack you while you're near, or they want to try to attack you. I'm gonna bonk you. Told you. I might make her show up a little faster. But oftentimes she just end up waiting a lot while she does things, so I might need to make it more tense. But I've never really done horror things before, so... But the plan with this room is that you get through the maze, and then up above it, like you'll get to the room afterwards, there's a hole through the wall, and you can get to this upper section. So you end up playing a level on top of the maze too. And if you're silly enough to fall, well, bad things gonna happen. But you gotta run through the maze to get back out, so don't fall. It's pretty hard. It's not that hard to fall, I guess. Yeah, I was working on that for more creepy things, adding to the gothic vibe. Well, not gothic, but just the creepy vibe. But I'll probably add in more enemies or do something to make her a little more exciting. Where is it? Why does that sound attenuation never work on that character? Questions. I like the giant eyeballs. I'll put the key over here too. Yeah. I think I was testing something. She's not out. Good. Fair enough. Run for it. Who cares? And then you get out here and like, wait a minute. Then the plan is I like riding them up. I like falling. Now, round 2 can begin. Go fast. I haven't put every little collectible in this room yet. And I'm not sure about enemies yet, but you're now introduced to a new game. Hierophant game. Well, it is a Metroidvania, so there is jumping. The good news is you don't have to get the key again, so you can run out. But here's the real trap in here. This is the other kind of Charlotte trap. If you're standing by these too long, she'll reach out of the darkness, grab you, and it just kills you. So don't get caught. Thankfully with this one, you can kind of jump to the side and just watch her. You don't really have to worry too much about her. Probably. I don't know why this is enabled. Also, it crashed. Well, there might be an extra particle effector 12 in there. I don't know. They just released 5.51 today. And 5.51 is about as buggy as 5.5 was. So let's relaunch. Let us relaunch. 1 second. What'd you say? Particles. I just stuffed like 3 particles on it and said, yep, good enough. Looks like smoke to me. And the particles usually just attached to whatever. Like Charlotte has 3 of them attached to her, so she's always in the smoke. Aha! That's my secret. I will fake it until I make it. Also, it's rebooting the engine, so it takes a second. You go back to the other thing there. Yes. No, really, I made it all in Blender. So good. My skills know no bounds. Yes, yes. I secretly am good at every software. I just don't show it off so that other people have a chance to be good at their softwares too. Yeah, I wish. Secretly bad at lots of softwares. That's probably more accurate. As long as I understand Unreal Engine, that's all that matters. Guess I will show you the creepy effect. I mean, listen, sometimes cloth sim. I did make a new emote. Ooh, it's right. I did. Where is it? Can't see it because it's being blocked. Why? Where did you go? There we go. Aha. Yeah. Actually. This one, dude. A giant version. Yeah. That's good. Gigantify that. I couldn't quite get it exactly perfect because it only allows for 60 frames, but I'm just saying. They replaced my old dancing emoji. I'm gonna do more of them, but I have to go out of the way to animate them, and I haven't done it yet. Because, you know, I have all, like, those characters are made in, like, Daz, and Daz is really good at rendering things, so, I mean, I should just be rendering animations. They're not as good when they're tiny, but with enough work, enough elbow grease, and a site that literally just sits there and tweaks the crap out of them, you can get there. Hell yeah. Why would I ever joke about waifus? Waifus are serious business, okay? I'm just saying. One does not joke about waifus. Yeah, I'll have to make some animations for her and Poppet and everything, and maybe other ones too. I just used some jank animation of previous ones. I did the built-in stuff and just used some Discord emojis I had. That's just why the other ones were all crap. But soon they will be good. I just need to take a day and really animate the crap out of things. Right now I was testing a new overlay. I don't know if I like the overlay or not. Part of me just likes having more space to view the project. But, I don't know. Looking at it going, do I like this? I don't know. Guess. Maybe. I was also working on a chat bot thingy, but I got it working where it could display things, but I haven't figured out how to have it subtract channel points to do things, so there's that. Oh, apparently I loaded right on top of a hole. Or so on top of a hole that I just didn't see it. Poppet can fall through just about everywhere, by the way. She's so tiny. Yeah, barely time to eat. Who eats? It's weird. Ever since I started streaming, I lost like 8 pounds, which I don't know what that converts to for, you know, non-Americans, but, you know, I'm just saying. Ever since I started streaming on Twitch. So basically over the course of, yes, you should reach out the darkness. Over the course of about 2 months, I think I lost that, which isn't like incredible or anything, but kind of a bonus, really. I just don't eat a lot when I stream, so. These smoke things aren't anywhere near as dangerous. You can see her waiting in it, though. But you can also just jump past it through this too. I might put some enemies up here though to fight. You just gotta be really careful about the smoke. I have no idea where that is, but this one's actually kind of hard because you can't really see too well. You can also just jump straight over here, but I don't know. It's just not triggering very fast. I don't know. But I was gonna have something up here to get. I don't know what yet. Also, we're putting eyeballs all over the walls. What I need are enemies that don't jump. Because every enemy I have has like a jump option. And the problem with that is they'll jump off and fight you down here. I want them to stay up here and fight. So I gotta make some special enemies that don't jump. So there's actual fighting in this room. So you could battle atop these little thingies. Seeing the darkness below. That's been kind of the plan with the setup here. This room's also, I put a post-process over this room so it's darker. So you go in here, it's like a little bit darker. A little bit more sinister. Part of me wonders if the whole game should have it. Let's test this here. Let's look at this post-process here, because we can easily test this. Oh, thanks for the follow, Chaos Goblin. Yeah, so we test this thing here with the playroom here. Let's do infinite. Infinite. I can spell. Infinite extend unbound. Hey. Now it's all sinister. Everywhere. I almost kind of like that. Oh. Pretty good, pretty good. Anytime I'm doing game dev, it's hard to complain too much, you know? I'm remaking a room that needed to be more sinister. Wondering if the whole game needs to be more sinister with this infinite extend unbound thingy or not. Because I had a post-process for one room that was way much creepier, and now I kind of like it everywhere. So. If you want, I can, you know, show you around the game too. I was just testing out these new rooms, so they're no longer beatable. I don't know, I kind of like having the darkness around the place. Problem is, then you can't really see Poppet very well. Alright. Huh, maybe I do this. I'll leave it off for now, but I'm going to argue with myself for a bit on this one. Okay, so. It's time for the tour. Apparently there's an ad break running. Well, the ad break will happen after the tour. Sorry, the other way around, yes. One second. .28 seconds for that to run out, and then we can get things going. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do 50. As the ad breaks a few more seconds, so let that run out. Oh, Twitch, why you gotta run ads at the weirdest times? It should be good enough. To go like everywhere I care about? Pretty much. Yeah. Alright, so Let's start the tour, shall we? You only had one? That's fair. That's one more ad towards supporting the game. Yes. Oh, you have turbo? Oh, cool. Well, that's fair. I didn't realize you had it. Because half the time people show up and follow me and they just, an ad happens randomly in the middle of stuff and it's like, well, I guess I better explain it again real fast. So anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. It happens in a steampunk world. Plays Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. She wakes up in the Whimsy Wonders toy store and she's trying to escape it. But there's a curse around the Whimsy Wonders toy store, and that's what's powering like all the toys that come to life at night, including her. So she can't really leave because if she tries to leave, she'll just fall over lifeless. So she needs to find a way to successfully leave the building. I mean, does she get her body back? Does she find some way to be powered by something else? You know, whatever gets the job done that gets her out of here. I don't know why I need to rebuild the nav mesh when I say, but sure. Sometimes they get turbo too, but every time I watch someone's random, you know, streams, after I rate them, it's like I get ads. So the main mechanic of the game, like this is her dodge, I'll use it real fast here. If you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. Curse power powers all your abilities, basically. Effectively magic, if you will. If you go back into the light, you get your sanity, but you don't recover curse power. Yeah, well thanks. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So, you know, don't let that happen. Uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Also, don't put your hat away, lady. This is Poppet. She's a sack doll. This is the Empress. It plays out like Bomberman, basically. One half of it uses, oh thanks, yeah. One half of it, the mushrooms take up to 10, and then anyone nearby gets healed when they trigger them. You or the enemies. This is the insanity effect, by the way. So, you know, you want to... If you want those to go away, you just get your sanity back. We go into the light again. No problem. The other half of the Empress are exploding mushrooms. They hit you or anyone else nearby when they hit 10, so... Yeah, they both died together. She's got a funny mushroom hat. Still working on the little mushroom wand. To be honest, the mushroom wand might look a little phallic, but it is a mushroom, so I guess it's not surprising. The mushroom, actually not a mushroom, the Empress has another ability where it will actually grow and shrink plants. It's its non-combat ability. Boing. This is the bouncy couch. It's important because it bounces. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Really? You're gonna joust me, huh? Really? Oh, you move fast. That's the Magician. It manipulates objects in the environment like opening windows, cupboards, drawers. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I have the load distance set really low so you can't see the city at the moment, but whenever I'm done optimizing, you will be able to see the city again during the game. She can vault her way up to things. The Magician can also manipulate, you know, lamps and the like. Going crazy here. For now, all the messages are just random crap, so if you happen to have a random message you want to add to the insanity thing, and it's like not vulgar or something, I'll just toss it in. Later on, it's going to be actual, like, you know, things more related to the world, but just for all the demos and stuff. If you have a key, you can open a door. Take this statue. Later on, you'll be able to upgrade your sanity. All your stats can get upgraded. You'll also be able to upgrade these too. I don't even know if these have any drops set on them. I think I'm just breaking them because it's fun. Or maybe I did copy something and it has them. I don't know. Something. That. Apparently I can just kick them. That's fine too. Also, before I go to the next room, one must grow the pumpkin because it's smiling. This is a double jump puzzle for when you come back later. I just have random music set for these areas. Hey, Cinderspirit. Oh, actually, you already said hey to you, but I have to say hey to the emojis. It's like almost like a pre-programmed response where I just say hey now. About 10 months. Some of the concepts from the characters and the story concept came from a game jam I did ages ago. You can also pick up small blocks and throw them with the magician. It's currently a bit glitchy at the moment. Really? Really? You're going to hit me during the demonstration? You're supposed to be able to throw them so they can do damage to things, but it doesn't quite work right. It went from doing infinite damage to not always doing damage. I found a glitch where I could sit there and spin it, and it was perpetually, it would trigger over and over and just instant kill the boss. Oh, I missed. I'm a loser. Oh no. This is the first of the little bosses. He's not very tough. Of course, he's about to get healed because everyone is healed by this. Him and me. This is unfortunate. I picked up the full super ability. It grows big. It does more damage. Gotta get him to the other phases. He has 3 phases, but the second phase is not as good as it could be. You're just doing your thing, huh? Well, I'm just gonna heal up if you're gonna stand over there. He summons helpers and shoots things during this phase. Usually he moves around a little more, though. I guess he just doesn't want to. Maybe he likes that block. Really? In this last phase, he actually starts basically jumping like super around and then launching lots of things at you instead. Helpers. These things are great. I never get tired of watching them blow to bits. Oh, I didn't get a good picture. But to make the battle shorter, I use that. I guess I can use the Empress against him. The Empress is weirdly terrible against a lot of bosses. It's only good if the boss doesn't move very much. Or you just have really good prediction skills. Haha! Got the mushroom cloud, very important. Praying for my hair. in the game. What's wrong with the hair? You know? Why are we praying for it? Yep. My character must have pretty hair, it's important. Oh, okay, it's in a spirit taking a haircut. I was like, wait a minute, yeah. I missed something. I was like, what are we praying for hair? I don't understand. Well, good luck with your haircut. You know. I'm hoping that you know, come out with luscious locks. Or something. You watch you just get it all shaved off. Like, wow. Oh, thanks. The character's hair is on point. Yep. I spent a bunch of time with it because if there's one thing I've learned, if you're going to have a female character, she better have nice hair. It's just like in real life. I just can't imagine a woman who doesn't want her hair to look good. I mean, plenty of guys I know will go outside just with whatever, like you toss some water in your head, just smooth your hair down and you're golden, but I've never in my life met a woman who would do that. I'm sure they exist somewhere. I've just never met one. I gotta make my character's hair nice and long and wonderful. Any of the characters I make have to have nice hair. Everyone else's, the characters I buy off the market, I don't want that. As an animator, it's about doing it properly. It's about respecting your craft. Proper animation of the hair. Man down. Okay, I will jump inside. Ow. Game over. Very funny. Yes. I left the store open. Whatever. I will break these. They know what they did. I don't have a very good Hierophant room to show you. That's unfortunate. I broke the middle of the tour. With the best room for the mechanic. How unfortunate. No. My table. I have customizable books. I just put gibberish in them right now, but I can add pictures and things like that, because why not? Where you actually get the magician. I'm actually backtracking rooms. In case you want to get in here and get the thingy. I haven't made it where those actually damage you yet. I might. Maybe. So you can also manipulate drawers with the magician, so it leads to a lot of puzzles. I'm working on a mechanic where you're hidden when you're inside it, so that's why it says hidden. It's not ready yet, because there is some horror elements to the game. Because you're hiding from the ghost girl. There's like a 14-year-old ghost girl named Charlotte, and she is the de facto ruler of the place. And you'll meet her, and she's she plays rough. She acts as essentially a roving pit for all intents and purposes, just an instant kill. So you really don't want to mess with her, but she's pretty easy to spot. You'll have a hard time missing her. Put my hat away. Turn the light on? Having some problems there. I don't care if I heal them, they're already at full health. Ha ha ha. Get wrecked. That's right. During the tour, I always have a fun thing I like to do, and that's trying to hit these guys across the street. I don't get out much, so, you know, this is my amusement. One of them went across the street. This one somehow died on nothing, but the ones that went across the street make me happy. Oh yeah. The words are the best. Oh. Meh. It fits the fool so well. I can't decide if everything should make funny noises. I mean, she is like, you know, going insane from like the curse and everything like that. It drives all the toys insane, which is why they're all trying to attack her. She's just the new girl on the block, but the longer you're here, the worse it gets, so. I'm just gonna ignore all of you. What do you think of that? Ow. Apparently that's what he thought of that. Fair point, fair point. The game was actually beatable from start to the end of the demo, but I broke one of the rooms in the middle, so it's no longer that way. That was literally what I was working on. So we'll bypass that. We'll just go to other rooms. Oh, is it ab break? Well, you have turbo, so it doesn't matter. So the toy maker, the you know, the serial killer that killed Poppet and all these other people, he killed a lot of women. He put all their souls into dolls, except for one of them. Her soul ended up in the paintings, so she floats around through the paintings and basically bugs you for the most part. And you can unblock the paintings, and if you do unblock the paintings, this one starts unblocked. She'll let you travel through them to this liminal space that connects them all called the painting world. We're still working on the painting world, but the main thing of the painting world is you can rescue toys by throwing them into the paintings, and then they open up little shops here, or just do whatever here. So I'm slowly building little shops for them to open up. Yep, this is Tinka. She's the ghost in the paintings, and when you're inside the painting world, she's huge. Why? So just so you can float there. She's the resident waifu of the Discord. They love her, so she automatically has to be huge. You're not questioned. Yes. That reminds me. Let me leave that up real fast. That's right. She's just sitting there doing her thing. I forgot to put the Discord invite. Whenever I mention the Discord's favorite waifu, I remember to put the invite up. Because otherwise, I will forget. Oh, the bot's not going. Went to all the trouble to program a bot so I could just do that, and then I didn't even start it. I don't know what. Yes. Yeah, I made her. I made Poppet. Pretty much all the female victims I made. I didn't make all the other things necessarily, though. Just I think I made about 10 characters for the game. Well, whenever that starts. With the wrong game mode on, it won't actually randomly go. Oh, it'll go to a random area, not the right area, so that's a problem. We'll jump into this one just for reasons. See what randomly puts me. If it puts me randomly in exactly the right room. Oh, well, that's not gonna work. 1 second. Now this is started up. For now, there we go. And that message to the top real fast so I don't forget. And do it also on YouTube. Then I'll continue the tour. Because there is much to show. Much indeed. All right, pinned. Good. Now, let us continue. Since I can't beat this room without the, since I broke it, this room here. This is where you get the Hierophant, which is one of the ones I want to show you. It's usually the de facto room to show a lot of things. But alas, it is the broken. So, we skip it. But that's okay, there's plenty of rooms to show you, so, you know, the full tour takes over an hour. I'll only do as much of the tour as people want to watch, though. So we have friendly landmines. They're just here. They do things. I guess I'll jump into the save box. This is where you first encounter Charlotte. Oh, nice. Thanks. Yeah. In the case of these, if you're standing near the darkness too long, she'll just reach out and try to grab you. If she grabs you, it's game over. So, I mean, you get sent back to the respawn. So, in this room, it's pretty fair because the respawn's right there. So you ain't going far. But, you know, just for purposes of showing. Well, actually, I can show you the Hierophant going this way. What am I doing? Well, I can jump up here. That's fine. I don't run out of sanity. Quick, quick, quick. There's a lot more stress in this game than you might think. What's up? Almost died. Whew. I might make a thing where you, the longer you're by the light, the faster it comes back. I don't know. Most of the time it doesn't stay, it comes back a lot faster than you gain curse, so it shouldn't be too bad. So, there's possessed objects in the game. If you try to jump on them, they'll just throw you. Like, they won't let you do anything. But if you happen to use the Hierophant, you can use them like platforms. You can just jump places that way. Where is that guy? It's driving me nuts. But we're not actually going to go into this room yet. We'll come back to this one in a second. One day, the library room. Because I want to show them. So yeah, if you jump on these otherwise, see what they do. They just toss you. But I want to go a different way, because this way there's a split which you can go, but it's more fun if you go to the other room first. Smoke's a little laggy. That combined with the streaming tends to lower my frame rate a bit. What is a little laggier than it should be? Oh. Those thingies have a very loud attack. So you can wander through pipes. Some pipes have more to do in them than this one. This one's mostly just a transit between two areas. Random storage room. She's a tired girl. She has to wait periodically. She'll duck and wait. Ducking is so useless in this game. I just added it in because it was easy to add. There's only a couple places she so far does anything. I should probably have more places, but I kind of forget she can duck in the first place. It's just one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, she can duck. I guess I should have more places for that. I'm going to intentionally fall down here. Oh wait. We're going to go up there. For the longest time, I never checked that spot. I eventually put a key there because I realized I never looked at it. In like, you know, 20 plus tours, I just never looked at this one spot and I would miss the key even after I put it there for the longest time. You don't need the key. All the keys in this particular room are completely optional. It's an optional little side room. They just make it so you can bypass some doors without having to go the hard way to get through them. Like you could just... There's like jumping puzzles around all of them. There's also one cabinet here. The cabinets act as like treasure boxes, if you will. They'll have something really cool inside them, and they have a little clue on them for where their key is at. So if you happen to want that key, go looking. So the second biome in this place is like a combination of like Neverland and Wonderland, basically. It's originally going to be Wonderland, but I got a bunch of pirate stuff, so it's going to be a combination. Oh, cool, thanks, yeah. Well, I mean, thanks for dropping by and all that, and I pretty much work on it like 5 nights a week. Between my full-time job and this, I don't do anything else. This is what I do now. Talk to people? Nah, just streaming and full-time job. Well, if that's the case, unless someone else wants to see the rest of the tour, I will go back to working on stuff. There's still a lot of game that I can do. I gotta make the Hierophant room work again. But before I stop, I will eat the baby turtle. You need to learn to swim, baby turtle. It's time. I don't wanna. Nope, you're gonna swim now. It has to be. But you're gonna swim into that because I'm a terrible person. Oof. Okay, I just felt better doing that. Every time I get here, I have to eat the turtle. The requirement. Which chat has demanded it. Why it's even in there. Okay, so that being the case, I was looking at this post process. Am I going to make this the thing there? I mean, it looked kind of cool with the darkness everywhere. That's right, it's important. Eat that turtle. Eat it. I kind of like the darkness of this thing. I almost should have done the thing with the darkness enabled. I kind of like it. Even in this room, like, just that slight dark feel to it is just a little bit better, I think. But then I worry you won't be able to see Poppet. I'm running through this room now with, oh, I don't know. I think that probably is better. Huh. But now it really feels like you're in the darkness. But everything has a slightly more sinister air to it. Oof. This is a hard one. I can see the merits of both. Because you make all these pretty environments, nobody can see anything, that kind of sucks. That turtle is just the brightest thing in the world, by the way. Maybe. Then you can't really ever see Poppet. Hmm. Well, Poppet looks way better in this light. I think there's more of a magical era, like era with or like a wonder era with light, not dark, like as it is now, versus the dark where it's just that slight level of sinister for the entire world. Doesn't change the sky at all. Oh, never mind, I'm not inside the oh, never mind, it's infinite, so it doesn't matter. It does nothing to the sky. Like I broke it or something. Did I? No. I don't know, I'm gonna argue with myself for a while on that one. I mean, this room should be dark. It definitely has a sinister air to it. It's supposed to. The one that could probably, like, this one needs the most work. I've actually considered having like a mini, like Charlotte or something that chases you through here. Because this maze is boring. I mean, you kind of wander through it, but it's just dull. Like, it plays weird. I'll do it with the lights weird too, just for funsies. But I thought the concept of a pipe maze would be so much cooler than it is. It just doesn't play very fun. So with the darkness on, it's even harder to tell where you're going. Oh, I don't like that at all. I think I'm going to stick with darkness only that one there. Like this maze would be terrible. But there could be a tiny Charlotte crawling after you. That'd be so weird. As much of this room is literally just running through the pipes, with some rooms where you can fight. And obnoxious pits that just kind of screw things up. I guess it's not horrible. This feels kind of boring by comparison. I'm a real jerk though, because you can fall very easily and then you just hate yourself. Out of all the mazes I've made, this is like the least interesting one. I had to fix Andy's light. You're supposed to carry her through here. Save her. I just know the right way. Put your hat on. Just took her hat off. Put your hat on. There we go. The paintings emit light, so you just go over in there and she's rescued. Also, the secret way back out. Yay! In case you want to go through things again. They're just wandering around doing their thing. There. So, yeah. I'm going to fix Annie's light, though. I just noticed her light's way off kilter. Why is it like a million miles out? We're just orbiting the characters today, just way out there, just doing our thing. It should be the magic particle. There's a lot of particles on here. I might not need all of them. I need to optimize things too. With having the async references. Did you know async references? Very good. Let's make this visible. Oh, never mind. That's right. We deactivate and reactivate. Okay, so it's way up there, just way in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely the stupidest location possible. Got it. Oh, is that break on? 1 second then. There we go. Pour myself some water. Water achieved. Very important. Alright. Should be relatively on the right spot. Yeah, it could be better. Sure. Now when I pick her up, it won't be who knows where. It'll be somewhere else. Yes. Yes. Where it's supposed to be. Yes. Alright, so we'll probably keep the original Hierophant puzzle of sorts. Without that nav mesh, because I don't want to see it redo it every 5 seconds. Especially not when I'm redoing a whole room. Not the right call. One second. I must have been slightly damp from that cup. No, touching my keyboard, my hands. It's like that weird damp feeling where your hands or fingers are slightly damp and you're touching keys on a keyboard, and it's kind of that weird suction feeling. It's just bugs me. Okay, so where are we taking this Hierophant here? Where is it starting, I guess, is the question. I could just start over one of these benches. It doesn't got to start down here. I did kind of get rid of a bunch of stuff, but I could just as easily make it just a bunch of flying saucers up here. I kind of wanted to start it from the Hierophant itself, but I really don't want to make the Hierophant look less good when you're running up to it. Let's just make a quick version, and then I can always tweak it later, because that's always the best choice. Just make something, and then once you've made it, you can always make it better. Right? Oh, I need this one there. I can even easily get up here, so I just need something to get to. Oh, I have a question that needs to be answered. I might need to make some changes if this is possible. That's, can you jump from here over to there? I don't think so. I think it's an impossible jump. But yeah, that would never make it. Ah yes, that 5.51 did not fix any of the bugs. I don't know what it did, but it did not fix the bugs. I think this one's actually technically closer anyway. Ah, identifying emote, very important. Life is better. Yeah, it's not even remotely close. That's good. I was worried you could skip the puzzle. Yeah. You don't like something in this room, I get it. But it's a bug with 5.5. Not a bug with my thing, so... Thanks, Mike. Now I have more cultists, right? Yes. We've come very far, yes. A better time and a better place. Also, this should probably just be on the main thing and not... Need this to go like down a little bit. Yes, I'm remaking my Hierophant room to be better. More sinister. Important. I don't know if we'll make these jumps, but whatever. I can always tweak things a bit so it's possible. This room's going to be wild because it's just going to be like pure Hierophant abuse. Just abuse everywhere. All the Hierophant puzzles, all of them. We'll call this the only Hierophant level. It's like only up, but it's only Hierophant instead. Thus making it better. I don't know if that's true, but it's definitely interesting. I'm sure I need this one, but I'd rather have too many than too few. Because I've really found it hard to judge distances and heights as far as Poppet is concerned. We'll put an extra one here. Maybe off to the side so you can jump a little extra weird if need be. Don't think that one's necessary. But we're going to test. Won't test. Hmm. Can I bypass that one? Okay, I don't need that. I gotta move those up now too, because I didn't realize that I did that as a thing. Fair enough. Sure. You know what the worst part for you, Mike, is that you can't see the giant versions of the Tinka emojis. I'm just saying. Because now I can gigantify her and she's like dancing like that and she's like huge. But it doesn't show up on, you know, YouTube. And it doesn't show up on the little chat thingy on the screen. It's where it's at. 0 out of 10, do not like. That reminds me, I should probably change the chat thingy so that they stay on there or something like that. For longer. Let's do always show messages, I guess. Yep. One of the features, you know, you can do cool stuff on Twitch that you just can't do on YouTube. YouTube be shocking as far as what it can do. We do not give you many options. Nope. No, sir. Should probably replace these boards with something else. It's more, you know, religious-like as opposed to what they are now, which is just a board. It's kind of dull. Oh. You have tiles. I don't know why the tile would be any better though. Could use crosses, but the only cross I really have is already being used. Pretty certain. Static mesh. I'll use that to twice. I like these. Oh, they don't look very good. They don't have a lot of detail on that one. Don't think I like them very much. And this one's already being used as the Hierophant cross, so it has lots of detail. But to be fair, a lot of these things don't look that bad when put into the world. Actually, it looks more detailed than expected. Or just that particular one is more detailed than expected, but it's also all moldy and weird, and I don't know why that'd be there. I could just technically use that in here. Or I could just use the Hierophant cross in here as well. I guess it'd be fitting because, you know, it is the Hierophant. But it's also a cross, which, wait a minute. Because if you use a cross, the issue with that is that, well, apparently it's rotated weird, but the issue is that now it's got more pathways on it because it's a cross and not a board. Also huge. Huge mungus. Let me move these off here so I can see this a little better. Let's say I just make them all 6, so it's the right thing there, and then I make it smaller, like a 3. Floaty crosses. That's a big floaty cross. I don't like it. Little floaty cross? I mean, that's a little better. Make your life a little harder. I don't want to put this key yet, but I don't find a place for it. It's supposed to be somewhere in this room. Maybe up here or something. There's so many more spaces to put stuff now. Yeah, this room just got so much better, more sinister, just neat. So almost don't want this here, even though it matches, because if it's not there, then you could actually go around this and get into this area, and that'd be kind of cool. I get the sneaking, this does not need anything. I get the sneaking suspicion that that's just not happening. You know? It's not happening. Job 1, make it beatable. Job 2, who cares? Well, first of all, I can do this. I can do this. I can move it farther apart, so it's not really easy to make that jump. And this way you're forced to go over. Like so. I do love my jumping puzzles. Probably more than I should. That's okay though. Ain't nothing wrong with an extra jumping puzzle or 12. Definitely or 12. They're not even that hard of jumping puzzles. They're just here, waiting. There, we'll put one there. You'll jump and try to reach that. I'm gonna raise it up a little bit so it's harder to make the jump to it from anywhere else. Poppet can jump much farther than I think she can. That's so true. Sometimes I just have you run around them. I don't even know if I hate the boards, honestly. I guess to be fair though, they really don't match the motif of the place at all. This one back a little bit. Give it a little more fun here. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. I'm just going to move this one around and tilt it a bit. I'm actually making this much harder. Kind of punishing, honestly. I'm gonna put an extra one here just in case this is necessary. I don't think it is, but I think you can grab this, but in case it isn't possible. And to think, we're only in the first of the biomes. Imagine how ridiculous I'm going to make the jumping puzzles later. I also need enemies that can't jump. I need to stop using that as a feature, so this way I have access to the ability to put enemies up on these areas and not have them be a problem. You know, they'll be able to actually just kind of sit there and do their thing. Well, this is angled weird or not, but that's okay. let's delete this one, add one more, and I think that makes the Hierophant puzzle beatable. What's more important is I don't have to do the exact same Hierophant puzzle anymore. That's so nice. I was a little tired of that same one. Every time I did the tour, it was the same jumping puzzle. There's the key. That should be easily reachable. Yes, let me put some light somewhere. I guess there's a light here too. I could put lights way up here. That makes this puzzle easy and hard at the same time, but I think I do want lights in the top center of these just so they look kind of nice. I gotta be careful because sometimes I'll just try to decorate things with all these lights and make them look cool, and then I'll put too many lights and you won't be able to actually effectively get your power back. A very real problem. I don't actually know if I want the light right there because I want them to see the giant cross. You know what? Bugaboo's case is special. It has the knocked over cross. Okay. I still have to put the rest of the things on these so that they you can jump on them in all the blueprints. Or actually add them to all the blueprints, the level traversables and all the various arms in the back there. Right. Ghost knocked that one over. Fair enough. That one's actually kind of a hard jump. Might lower it a bit because it's a little weird. It feels like a glitchy jump, not a good jump. Also, the lag is very strong in this room suddenly. Very strong. Why is it lagging so hard? What is going on with these rooms? Maybe it's the Charlotte rooms, so... Oh, sorry, I clicked on it. Sure. Okay. What we're gonna do... I think I'll just check what the room the player's in, right? I have a thing that literally does that, so I can just have them check for a specific room that they're in. Sure. All right, so... Any Poppets thingy. And then there's like a room info thing. Room information. And it just sets the room name here, so it's in the interact thing. Let me check that interface, see if I already have a thing to call for the room information. I might. Get room info. Text and return a string. Room name. Okay. Okay, any other variable here? Also a string. Um, we'll call this room located in. Instance editable, I guess, as you know. My plan is to make it so that if they match, they'll activate. And if they don't match, they won't activate. So this way, you can also just have the distance to the player, but this will make where they activate only if Poppet is literally within the room and not on like the other side of the wall, which I think is better. You know, probably, maybe. So let's call this room check. Semi-success? How does a semi-success work? Did they cut only like half of it? They're just like, they cut one side, that side was good, the other side they left alone wasn't great? What's outside? You know the haircut person come to you? Weird. Oh. Exactly equal string. Their character. I get room info. Now we'll always know what room Poppet's in. Sure. Room located in here. Do this. Turn the name. If you squint to me, it looks okay. Well, it shouldn't really matter too much, right? Because, you know, you don't actually use a cam, so if you never go outside, I don't know if I get my haircut at that point. I've got my haircut in a while, actually. I need to get it cut. I've been lazy. Actually, like, getting your haircut and was that. It doesn't help that the cheapest place I've seen in town is $22 for a generic guy's haircut. Every time they raise the price, I get less haircuts a year. I think I get like 2 or 3 a year at this point. That's fair. You didn't feel good because you didn't feel good, or you didn't feel good because your hair just wasn't that good? Is this like a pick-me-up? Is that how it works? These are questions. I don't know why these questions exist. I don't know if they need answers, but you know, just ask questions. We're gonna have a sequence in this too. For all the Charlotte stuff, this is just so I don't have to deal with the it always being active. Actually, it's a delay. Honestly, this can check maybe like every 3 seconds. It doesn't gotta be that often. And then room check. That's fair. I often just get a pair of scissors and just go, just cut the hair right out of my face. I'm good. I really need to cut this on my shirt too. A little dangly thing. Yeah, like I just do that, and I barely never get my hair cut. I just don't care. I used to care. I don't care anymore. I mostly sell things online or meet up with guys because I sell like, you know, card game things and stuff like that too locally, and they don't care. As long as I bathe and look semi-respectable, like I don't look like I'm a bum or anything. They don't care. It's not like I have time to date, so it's not like I want to. God, no. Good. Look at this. Small and all. Yeah. Yeah. Just not that necessary, do you think? So if true, do this. But I am tempted to just do like my own hair. Like the biggest problem with doing my own hair there is the back. I can't really see the back. I don't know how I would go about it. There's probably a YouTube tutorial on how to do it. I could probably save myself a fortune. It's probably worth it. At $22 a haircut, that's insane. That's just, it only takes them like 15 minutes. I'm good. That's so much money for a haircut. Yeah. I'm just, yeah. Not as excited by that. Oh, I just deactivate them here. We'll deactivate them in the same order. I have a plan. It's a good plan. Let me look into that. Save myself $60+ a year. Honestly, probably I don't get 4 haircuts a year. I really don't. I used to. I used to get like 6 haircuts a year. But it also used to be as low as like $5. And that was like 10 years ago. It's just more than quadrupled in price in that time, which is just nuts. Like, okay, I'll just do it less. Problem solved. And we're going to start with these all deactivated. I am going to have to go through and make some changes to these Charlotte traps, though. I just got to get all the ones in the playroom. It's easy. Playroom. Same thing with these smoke traps. They're also going to get an edit. This is going to be really easy because I'm just going to copy pasta everything out of this one because I'm a horrible person. Don't do it twice. That's fine, do nothing. Refresh notes. And check. I don't know why everything's way down there. That's weird. Honestly, this room check could replace the Charlotte thingy, the Charlotte trap thingy. That's fair. I don't know why I've ever felt the need to always have my hair fairly short. I've gotten less tedious about it, but I usually don't let it grow very long. Not in the back, but would save a lot of money. And since I sit around a lot, I don't really care. I guess since I am on camera, I have to look not like the literal worst, but I really don't go out of my way to look the best either. I think that should be readily apparent because I don't even shave half the time. It's not really a beard, it's a laziness meter. It represents how long it was since the last time I shaved. You just do room check here, and then just on the active here have this. Well, this has a 3-second repeat though. Guess this can also room check, I suppose. Kind of weird though. Well, if the other one's checking all the time too, I don't really need to really check it again, right? Well, because I'm pulling through here unless I pull a variable. I could do. Sure. I may change this up here a bit later, but that's okay. I'm not even done messing with this room yet. If true, do this. I might actually have this trigger where if you go to certain areas, it just spawns her. Oh, not enough apparently. I've gone out of the way to make myself look a little better by just getting better lighting. By better lighting, I mean there's two different lights to the side, and I just flip them on. That's it. They were in, like, this is like the junk room, but it was like my friend inherited this house from his grandma, and she had this weird thing for hanging lights. So there's like hanging lights to both sides of this, and those act as my streamer lights. I'm so notoriously cheap. Oh my god, you don't even know. I'm so cheap. But I make up for that by not caring that I'm cheap. That's it. Alright, so this, I do this for the playroom here, and then these should turn off. Aren't that many of them? Whoa, 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 feisty. Alright. Playroom. Then I'm going to go through and I'm going to auto-disable these things so that they're not perpetually going. And this should save my sanity. That was the best thing about this system, was that I created it for the sole purpose of doing this. I guess they're all like that now. So that I could actually keep better track of where the player was. Damn. Well, I do have a desk. Turns out my regular job made me money. Or makes me some money. Not as much as it once did, but still makes me money. So I actually have, well, two desks technically, because I have one at my office, and then I have my standing desk at home. Standing desk is super worth it. Because, you know, the amount of time you sit hunched over in front of a computer is just so bad on the back and neck. Take it for someone who did it way too long. It did not work out in my favor. Not at all. All right, now I'll drop in here and see if they turn on. And if they turn on, that's awesome. Actually, I'm going to open this door. I'm going to walk in and out. Also, oh, I used to have nice chairs. They're pretty beat up now. Both of them. But until they break, or until they're just hurting my back, I'm not going to switch them. Okay, well, that's not the worst. I'd buy like $200 office chairs. Because I recognize sitting in a chair for like, you know, 8+ hours meant that I would probably want a nice one. In reality, I should have got an uncomfortable chair because I don't want to sit more often than I'm already doing it. All right, see, they activate. Nice, nice. I leave, and then they should deactivate. I'm gonna take a while for the smoke to clear, though. Charlotte won't go away, though. That's important. Charlotte has to go away. Able to treadmill? Pretty much. It's pretty hard to actually, like, you know, be moving and typing and doing stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's not as easy as you're constantly moving away from the desk. You'd be like this. It'd be really weird. Plus, I gotta get steer it near the microphone too, so you can hear me. So it's like, I don't know. Seems less bueno. Oh, I put this on the wrong one. Oh, here's what I'll do. So I don't have them always running the whole time. We'll do this here, put this here, it goes to true, and do this. And then we'll, because that will eventually break on here, we'll activate this and put the Charlotte trap here. And we'll put deactivate Charlotte trap on this one. So this way it will eventually remove her. No. We'll do it eventually, really quickly. Sure. We're waiting. Hopefully this makes it less laggy. It was still laggy in the other room. Maybe all the lights in that room are also pretty laggy too. That's possible. Waiting for her to spawn. All the lights go away? Sure. Run back in. Everything's back. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're feeling it. The new room system is so much better than the previous method I had where it's just distances. Is valid. You know, sometimes validated get is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. I learned from making that dialogue system. He taught me much. He was a great one. Yes. I took the blue flower up the dialogue creation mountain in order to learn many things that had nothing to do with the dialogue creation thingy, but were handy. That should vastly reduce the problem. You know, I'm going to do the same with these two. Because too often I see them just floating through the floor of everywhere, and it's annoying. Because, you know, a lot of these particles are just, they're so tall. They were never intended for inside of a building, basically, is what happened. That's right. We're going to just full-on lazy this as often as possible. I actually have one called particle on. Good. I'm probably just going to call it room check, though. I like keeping them all the same. Makes my life a little bit easier. Oh. Whatever that is, and whatever this is. Done. Delete this, connect that. Neaten it up a little. Just for my sanity. Ditch this. I don't even care about this anymore. This whole system was stupid. to show particle distance. Nah, we've evolved to a higher plane here of room checking. Technically, the H-LUD's supposed to do this sort of thing, but it doesn't seem to do it the way you really want it to do it. Like, it's fine, but I don't know. The good news is all these are in the hidden grotto, so I can just go noop, 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 noop. This hidden hidden grotto. I'm going to default this to deactivated, like so. I don't have any in this room. I believe there's a geyser over here too. This one's called Sally's room, I believe. I don't know why it's not going to be Sally's room anymore, but sure. Oh, I didn't even put a thing down here for this one or for the grotto, did I? Huh. I need a room check. Also, that post-process volume is tall. Why is it so tall? I have questions. I know why that one's there, but why is it so tall? Weird, it shouldn't be this tall. Huh. I don't know. It should be like, I think 12 or something tall. Like really short. Or maybe 11. Or maybe 11.5. That should be a little better. Also marginally too wide. That should be a little better. And this one needs to be 11.5 as well. I guess I just never looked up. I will keep gigantifying this emote until I get a better one. Or gigantify. Yes. Apparently I have unlimited channel points because, you know, my channel, so. These are important things to note. I'm learning about all these things. Okay, so that's a thing. Got a bit sidetracked here on that. So still working on this. I think I want this to go slightly down. Try this one too, just slightly down. Not too much, but just enough. I didn't run this full thingy because I was having lag problems. That was what I stopped on. It might be these lights. I might not be able to have lights on them like I wanted to do. Mega lights is cool and all. They say you can have like 1,000 lights in a room. That is a vicious lie. You cannot do that. It does not work like that. Like maybe if you have nothing else, you might pull it off, but it does not work otherwise. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. Could be too much lag from those. Terrible jump there. That's a hard one for some reason. That was one I was supposed to fix, actually. Oh yeah, I might need to just ditch all those lights on those things. Didn't seem too bad in the other room, but in this room it seems like it lags me forward really hard there, and I can't end up missing the jump because it's weird. It doesn't quite do what you think it's gonna do, and you just kind of fly in weird ways and things. And Well, that's good. I almost prefer the jump be longer intentionally. I had to do some optimization today instead. You have to like hold back so you don't go flying off. I mean, you move that when it's in the way of something. He's watching. She knows. That jump is weirdly harder than you think it is. I should be able to make this jump. Oh yeah, I can get rid of this other cross then. I'm probably gonna get rid of that cross. Can I make this jump? No. Okay. Let's see if I can get rid of this cross. I was intentionally trying to skip this cross. I definitely can. I realize this is in front of the door. That's not okay. Door opens. It opens that way, but still. Looks weird. Just gotta test these things, you know? How it works. It's just almost impossible to gauge just how far she can really jump. The perspective is just so hard to tell. So it's beatable now. We're going to run it again just because, even though I already have the key, because I don't really care about that. I just want to see if it works. It works well. It has to be like, it has to not feel unfair. It's also not that incredibly far in the game. I might be removing those lights, though. Those things are really bad. It's possible I want the Hierophant items to light up or something. I don't know. That was a weird jump. In the dark, so I get my curse back a bit. That was just doing its thing over there, huh? Yeah, they're just kind of moving wherever they're moving, huh? Cool. I was making it a little harder on myself. I could have stopped to get my sanity back, though. To be fair, I can also get it right here. Yeah, no problem. Room's beatable now. That's good. Don't want to do the rest of it yet, but... I can technically fall down here to get onto this if I want. That's one way to get to these places. And I'll see that jump. The round jump is pretty good. Okay, I don't hate it. Added all the age loads so we don't hate our life too hard. Build the H load real fast. I probably need to remove the lights from those. Mega lights hasn't really helped too much on that. Is random ad break going too? Nice. Perfect timing. Very perfect timing. That helps some. But all these lights do seem pretty ridiculous. On the other hand, it does kind of help see things, so I have to kind of wonder if that's a thing. It's like a lot of things that can be deactivated. I always assume the H-Slow is going to deactivate stuff, but it doesn't really seem to. Like it's like it triggers a very big distance away. But it's got to be pretty big for some of these rooms. Like for all the smaller rooms, I could probably get away with way less, but pretty certain I cannot do that for these other ones here. I can make the loading rate smaller. I can do like 8,000 or something. Today's all about making it playable, so it's terrible, but horrible here. Oh god. Every time it loads, it's a big amount that's not great. I really think it's those lights. They're just so heavy. What if I get rid of that? Still drops quite a bit. Definitely gotta do some optimization today. I don't think the lights make much difference either way. I think this room is just very, very heavy. For whatever reason. All this stuff should be nanite based, I assume. Not using all of them anyway, but sure. Nanites on all of them. I don't think there's anything here that's not nanited. Crosses, maybe. I almost want to replace him with the other ones there because he just looks so bad by comparison to everything else in the game. I think I will. That Stylish Grid would look okay, but the reality is they look like cheap toys, so it's only okay if I make a toy area with them and not okay if I make anything else with them. Is what I'm seeing. Oh well, be tiny. See if I care. K6 probably gets you there. Oh. Only across. It can't be that difficult for it to fly collision to it. Hopefully. Because if it is, it's pretty awkward. Looks okay. Yeah, let's just swap these out. It's tripping out on the other screen. They're almost slightly smaller, it looks like. That's the case, I'll make them a little bigger. Give it a, do I want it to miss it on it? I could just leave it as it is. It's silhouetted by that anyway. That's true. I'm gonna go through and add the level the traversables to this. Before I forget. Do they even need to be there, I guess, is the question. Because, you know, you can kind of already jump on it, I think. Let me delete that real fast and then attempt to jump. Not that one. You can delete this one there and attempt to jump on it, see what happens. possible I want him to be able to jump on that, but you can already jump on it. I probably don't need the little thingy, and if you can't jump on it, I probably do. Okay, well, it can also crash. You know, 5.51 is somehow worse than 5.5. It has all the same bugs of 5.5. Now it crashes more often. Having crashed twice tonight for random reasons. I don't know how they can make it more buggy, but it's usually like a whole night doesn't crash. It's just wild. They didn't fix any of the main bugs from the other one, so oh bueno. Oh bueno. Gotta reload it. 1 second. Good times. Definitely do some optimization. I could do it on this map too. I mean, I have to optimize the other map. All right, so I intended to do a whole bunch of things here. I was going to adjust stuff here so that it async loaded stuff instead of you having to have it attached to her. I figure that'll make life a little easier. I should just make a little Zeppelin blueprint and attach it to her. Because the Zeppelin thing needs a whole bunch of extra stuff that doesn't need to be attached to her. And a lot of these things are just extra locations that don't need to be. Does this even get referenced anymore? Let me double check this even gets referenced. Let's see. It does. How does the Emperor even work? The random little laggy things. This new version of the engine is terrible. 5.51 is just problems. I updated because I figured, oh, well, the bug's are already so bad in 5.5. I probably want to do this. Now I'm just like, why? The Emperor is which one? Sure. It just does this. Uh, this was a that those particles cascade. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'm gonna do all this. Dialogue system has it though. I was gonna do this days ago, but then I forgot about it. That happens a lot. So, and then from there, it's just cast to it and load. Sure. You combine those? No. Fine. Actually, it pays directly out of that, huh? Unfortunate. So 7.5 and then 189.5. And size 12. I remember this being like way bigger, so I was like, hey, wait a minute, I don't want to do Poppet's size. Do this. This is my experimenting. I'm going to go through and async load everything on her, so this way nothing is directly attached to her, so she doesn't have to have everything running all the time. But also, it has to check the, it's every single component has to check it's perpetually where it's at in space every time she moves. So every time you add one of these, it's one more thing that has to be constantly monitored. It doesn't matter on a lot of things, but it matters on Poppet because she's the main character, so she's obviously going to be around a lot. One of those things. Probably going to be around a lot. Okay, let's go to a room where I can test that. I'll remove every extra thing from her. It'll be great. If we're to load the 9 million textures, probably should reduce the number of textures too. There's a lot of them, and there's going to be a lot more. To be fair, it's worse in the editor than outside of it. Okay, so I have my Emperor test point right over here. No room check, so this shouldn't turn back on yet, but that's fine. I'll have to make a room check for this area. I didn't already do that. I did not. Not load the particle. You know why I think it didn't load the particle? They didn't tell it a reference for what it was supposed to load. You know? Probably need that. I know. Crazy like that, but doesn't even necessary. It's right here. Cascade particle reference, right? Supposedly this is a cascade. So that can go there. Hmm. Well, it's easy to find these ones here. You'd think these would be what it would be because that's what it is. Huh. What I might do. Actually, I could just do this, right? Oh, that doesn't count. Fair enough. What's a cascade particle? I switch to a soft reference on that. Does that do what I need to? Can I put it in here? No. Huh. Interesting. Can I make a cascade one? I'm curious now about that. Or, a cascade, the Niagara ones. Interesting. Let's see. Peace. Summon. I can't do that. Curious if this works. It doesn't. You can't just soft reference a particle, huh? I mean, it says you can. I'm gonna be able to look up here because I don't. Not sure what I'm missing on this particular thing here, but that's okay. They can get a soft reference just about anything else. Hmm. You know, I'll bypass this temporarily and go back to the other real fast because this is like not even that big of a particle. And there's huge things attached to her that I could easily do first. So we'll just put a pin in this one temporarily. Would like to remove all these particles from here though. Something ain't right. Kids ain't right. That's what I just heard. Check Poppet size map. We need to reduce this. I'm gonna do some learning. My knowledge of this still isn't great, so the fact that I can't seem to find the exact soft reference necessary for that is weird. So I have all this crap I want to get rid of. You can try a soft reference on the weapons here. Just gonna want to load those a lot, but I don't think they all need to be loaded at all times. So that's probably where the biggest gain is going to be, is playing around with the soft references on those. Let's break stuff. It'd be like my programming, motto. Let's break stuff. Definitely my game dev motto in general. I'm not breaking it. What am I even doing with my time? Important questions must be asked. So am I either. Okay. Wait, what? That's not what I want. It's just an actor soft reference. There's nothing special about this one. Oh, compile. Okay, can't do it right there, huh? An actor. I feel like I'm missing an important step here. What do I do with the other one? Wait. I'm looking for a class ref? Maybe. Ah. Not an object ref. That's weird. Class ref, because I'm going to spawn it. Let's say do this. Gotta break everything. That's the plan. I just wanted to duplicate it. Why can't I duplicate it? That's so weird. Okay. At the iron equip. Equip. We equip things here. They're important. I think I can fix the other one too now that I understand that I was being dumb. Once you understand you've been dumb, it's easy to fix problems. Very true. This just has a soft ref of nothing. For now. We'll eventually have a hat. I like hats. Pretty much the Mad Hatter of dolls, is what I've heard. Not many of them have a second thing yet. I haven't do unique animations for this one yet. Soon. Soon. Alright. This here. Now that's thoroughly broken. Oh, one more. And eventually I have to have 22 of these things, but yeah, you know, we'll get there. Sometimes I wish there was a few less tarot cards. Quite a few of them. Here, I thought I was going to be like the minor arcana too. Screw that. Unnecessary. So... include... Oh wait, I might not be able to do this inside of a function. I might have to make a little mini graph here. True. Right. This does not work inside here, I think. Nope. Alright, I need to make a quick change then. It's okay, increasingly I find functions to be pretty crappy. Same thing with macros. They're fine, but increasingly I've been using them less and less. Less. I'm gonna hate my life when I do this one. Someone move it out of the way. So it's not on top of a million things. Sure. I got this way up here. Collapse nodes. That did not do what I wanted necessarily, but whatever. Add this pin here. Sure. It's because I didn't want to do that there. It's unnecessary. None of these are supposed to go to the end. The only thing that should actually end is not that. We'll just connect to the one that has nothing on it because it's nicer. It's just then. All right. Slowly but surely we fix this crap. I forgot the name you give it to make it where it doesn't have a thing on it. Whatever. It'll be fine. Do this. When completed, do this. The class to equip is now cast actor class. A lot of changes necessary for this one to work. I just didn't know this is how it worked at the time. Oh. No, you. Right here. Weapon 2. Do this. Do that way. Nope. Alright, let's see if it blows up. Might. It's already blown up twice tonight, so you know what's a few more between friends, right? When in doubt. Blow it up. Hell yeah. It's not equipped. Nope. What a good start. Well, Slowly but surely. I would knock 200 megs off it at least, and I haven't even got rid of the fool yet, so that's good to know. Once I get it all working. I'm supposed to set these soft references here. Sure. Okay, so this just loads an object. It doesn't actually do. So you have to cast the actor class. That makes sense. Sure. Don't need that. Just want a print string. Just to see what happens. Hmm. Oh. Back to the long-lived chaos thingy. I wonder what the point of that bot is. I think we all wonder. Oh. Oops. Completed, do this. Mission failed. I'll tell me a little more. I expect this to take a lot of time to fix. Because it's a rework of an entire system. A whole weapon system. But the gain is so huge. Okay, that's a thing. We're not even actually showing me what I want to see there. Always a good sign. Oh. Right here. One second. What does this even read? I should have checked something when I did this, but I didn't. I guess I could load a previous version of the game just to see how I had the code for this. I get the feeling this won't be right, but I'm curious to see exactly what this says. You know some names. Hey, names, people. Names. Imagine if I get Poppet down by like 500 megabytes. Nothing. Okay, well that worked. Sort of, it loaded a hat. Not connected to the right location. Maybe a light big enough here to get the job done. The Empress works. Pool is broken though. Very, very broken. But why? Why is it broken when the others are not? I loaded the right hat. Doesn't a mission failed anywhere, so not worried about that. Seems to largely work, except for that problem. Not concerned about that. Second one's loading, it's the first one that's not really loading. Why is it attaching to the wrong location? It'd just be the head socket. I didn't change the socket names at all. I guess I can't validate a get this, huh? Well, actually, never mind, would be a validated get. Can't do when it's valid, though. Actually, I can, oops, here's all keys. I can do this and then validate it, get it. I'll check something because I mixed up a bunch of random code, and I can just load another version of the game and double check it. Might as well. Saves time when trying to remember things. I'm checking to see if it's equal against nothing. Right, so if it's nothing, then yeah. So if it's not valid, that tells it the same thing. Yeah, so it's like this. I just do this over here. I can ditch that. Less nodes. Weird that it's, you know, flipped like that, but still less nodes is just better. Less nodes to do everything. Wait. What sense does that make? Goes to this right. It was checking, getting it there, and if it was valid, not valid, it was going to do that. I had it set this way for a reason, I think. Well, I can always mess it up later, you know? Where'd the other one go? That's fine. Same locations, sure. I'm gonna compare it against the code in the other one real fast and see what I did. No, I don't gotta do anything on that one. I just need Poppet's code. Never underestimate the value of having a backup version of your game, as you can have a cheat sheet for things. You make a change and didn't remember everything you changed. I'm gonna keep this over to the side and I'm just gonna compare it against things and just stuff on the screen. I try to keep them both on the screen, but they're not gonna both fit. 100% they're not gonna both fit. But shouldn't need too much. All right, so when I brought this in, I was correct in my assessment of this. Makes sense. It should be a return node as well. If you have two outputs or not, we're about to find out. I might have to drag it all the way over there, which is unfortunate. Actually, no, I don't. Can't have another output, can you? No. Okay. I can't have a custom event because it's a graph, though. Let's call this graph output. Oh. Do this and they just all run it here. That fixes that problem. It was a pretty complicated thing, so you know. I expect this to take a bit since it's like the entire weapon unequipping system, actually equipping system. Not the unequipping, of course, that's not a thing. I didn't change any of this crap. Just watch them with soft references, sure. I mean, all I really changed was those, and most of them equipped just fine, so I don't think that's actually the issue. Something was a little wonky about this one. But it could have been the start thing too that was messed up, so let's continue forward and see where things are going. This should just be a validated get too. Didn't need to space it out this much, but I did. That's what happened. No other explanation required. This is what happened. So if not valid, you go here. And if it's valid, we bypass all that crap. Like so. It'll let me some validated gets. All right. So we're going to leave this as it is for now. Okay, so I was checking if it is equal to nothing. do that. So that's correct right there. Sure. And then there's weapon owner, which looks basically the same. Sure. So when you're the validated get. It's not valid, load it, sure. I probably want to print screen some of this though, because I'm not 100% certain how all this is panning out, but just to be certain. I will do that. Otherwise, it should be fine. So if it's not valid, we're doing this. And if it is valid, we're doing this. That and get rid of all this crap. Sure. Looks like it should be pretty good. Gotta test these things. You never truly know. Well, I guess you could know, but I forgot. Happens. That one's fine. Okay. Oh. Because I'm a goofball. This is the problem right here. I set the number 1 twice. It was actually working just fine. I was just dumb. It's okay. Less dumb now. 10 out of 10, less dumb now. All right, so the new equip system is way better. I'm gonna find my second copy of the game and close that because I don't need it open. Uh, and Poppet size map real fast. Well, we lost 0.2 gigabytes offer to start, right? 0.2 gigabytes? I gotta lose the fool now. I don't know if it's still referencing it, but somewhere is referencing it. And we'll get rid of the chariot. Maybe the hair thing. Well, we do how the hair works. Where am I referencing that? Those ads anyway. Right back. Realize I haven't put stuff in the dryer yet. As exciting as it is to not have clean clothes for tomorrow, not the case. Not the case. Healing plant should help. One second. You're good. So I'm trying to move a bunch of these things here. I guess we'll start with the full reference and then we'll go down each the list here and figure out why each thing is referencing weirdly. Um, oh, it's because right here it defaults to the fool. Size map again. 1.2. We're down 0.3 gigabytes. We're getting there. That's a chunk of change. That's 20% of Poppet being, you know, produced. She's been going on the diet. He's doing better now. I get rid of this chariot crap too, because that's just unnecessary. Why is the projectile the chariot? What causes it? Because that's just a bunch of why. Also, the save button thing, you have no idea why this is linked to her. That's bizarre. Projectile the fool? Are the projectiles just linked to this crap? I have questions. I think on the next commercial break, I'll switch to sitting, get to my 5-hour mark, I'm sure, by that point. Projectile parent. Something on here just referencing Poppet across the board. No. This is an old blueprint. Well, it can't be the case, because if that was the case, then they would all be referencing her, and only a couple of them appear to be referencing her, so clearly that's not true. The ones we're looking for are Projectile the Fool. Let's find that one. I don't even use that one, so. How are you referencing Poppet? It has to have a unique reference somewhere in here. The PP field system, sure. Wait. Do you have an idea where it's happening? Robin to make an attack. A sneezing fit there. Can I? I mean, is that a thing? Oh my god. You're a wonderful person, Ben. I'm just saying. Truly a wonderful person. I learned something new today. This excites me greatly. Soft clap reference on this one. Oh yeah, they do. That's what I'm doing. I've been going through and replacing all with soft class references and redoing it. I just did that with all the weapons, so it took the character from 1.5 gigabytes to 1.2, which a lot of the fault is in the hands of that new animation thingy that got tossed in from Epic's own thing, which is actually almost 500 megabytes of it. Yeah, because it's the traversable stuff plus this is from the game animation sample. The rest of this is my fault. But I should be able to, does not need to be there. I should be able to remove this one pretty easy. This one, I'll figure out how this is linking to. I don't even know. I could probably just soft reference like half this crap. This is also part of Epic's fault, so not much I can do about that. Well, I guess I could rework their code, but I don't understand their game animation sample, the new animation system very well. So all the Zeppelin crap can be removed. So a lot of this can definitely be dumped down. I'm pretty certain I can get her down to. I could probably get rid of their 0.4 gigabytes of her. At least another 0.3. So yeah. It's going to be exciting. I didn't know about soft references till recently. I do now. That was a soft class reference, shit. All right. Yeah, it's very exciting. I also don't get out much, so it's exciting to me anyway. Do this. Completed. Do that. Do this. Do that. Too much I need for this thing here. I wrote a lot of this code a long time ago, like early on in the project, and it's just kind of coming back to haunt me. I mean, I didn't know about the async stuff till very recently, so that's not the fault of old me. That's the fault of even new me going, huh? These all have different ways they spawn behaviors, so that's why they have their own little crap. Do this. That. Down to the next one. This, that, and a magic hat. Aha. Ooh. Are you happy now? I can't select it. I just manually did it. Mistakes were made. Sometimes UI's just dumb. I bring the same thing out there, and I just put the exact same thing in there, but it's happy now. Even though I told it to change all the nodes, it does not like that. Don't ever do that. This is bad plan. That's what I'm learning here. It just does things that make no sense. It's okay though. I will. These are all exactly the same one, all right? I think I just switched them all to the same one at some point and didn't do anything special with it. Well, if that's the case, sure. I don't even need, this one needs to be changed anyway. It's been, I set this like almost at the start of the project. Back when I was using Paper's ED as like a concept attack, and the game is so different since when I started. I get rid of those. You really just don't seem to like this one, do you? All right, fix that. Down the list we go. Sure. Uh-huh. Actually, I'm curious. Can I just do that? Can I just copy paste it? No. Okay, it's going to make me set it again for reasons that I don't know. Got it. Sure. I know this projectile still works, but I don't really care. You're so weird, Yui. Now it's happy with it. Same information. Now it's happy with it. Don't ever change, Yui. By don't ever change, I mean so many bugs could be fixed. I don't use any of these anymore. Whatever. I'm gonna go through and rework those anyway later, so it's fine. Job 1. Get the new system to work so it doesn't reference everything under the sun. Job 2. Don't care. The devil right mouse. Yeah, okay, well, when I go back to using the devil arrow card, I will look into it, I suppose. I'm just gonna dupe this, I don't care. I don't use any of these. I don't know why I'm changing it up to whatever thing I originally had. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Onward. How many places did I have this? Chariot? Sure. Oops. I was dumb. All these old things. Okay, that's just annoying. I let the mouse thing up just slightly there. It's my fault on this one, but still. Okay. Purpose attack plant. Poppet's gonna run so nice after this. Probably. She might just break too, for all I know. That's also possible. That's okay though. Do this. And this. This is not the child one, right? It's just is. They made a child version of it. Fair. Anything else? Oh, still missed some more. Oh yeah, yes. What were you? The moon, sure. I do still use this. I'm probably going to change it out for how it works, though. I don't really like the current method very much, but that's okay. Oh. Guess we're async loading this one, huh? Sure. All right. Do this. I get the sneaking suspicion there's going to be one more just like this one. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. Yep. I had an old system where I would spawn a projectile that would then spawn a thing above the player, but yeah, we don't need that anymore. Nice. Oh, that's just me being a goofball. That's not Yui's fault. I do plenty of dumb too, you know? Hell yeah. Let's celebrate by looking at the size map now. Well, the refresh size map, because it doesn't seem to refresh manually. I mean, automatically. Size map. Oh, we down to 1 gig. I've shaved 0.5 gigabytes. That's a lot. I like how her hair is 105.9, but her hair is going to load anyway. But I'm going to have a better hair asset where I can have different hairs in there, so I'll have to async load that too. I got to remove all this Zeppelin crap. Poppet can keep her sense of self, though. I think if you remove that chip or something, it turns into a game over or something. It's like Nier Automata told me that. It's probably right. Probably. Hmm? Really? Into the Moon Tarot somewhere? Do you now? Do you really? Because I don't like that at all. Nah, man. Nah. All right, here. Just gonna get some of this async load stuff right here. Yep. Oh, that's just a mesh. It's not even a. I'm not spawning anything. I async load this. Is that a thing? Hmm. I'm almost certainly going to replace this whole system, so I'm not even sure why I'm bothering with this. Wait, this is not even that. This is a... What is this? It's a mesh object reference. This is just me testing things. I have no idea if it works, so I'm very excited to see if it does. It's just a static mesh, right? Might work. There it goes. Go ahead and cancel. It was only done right here. 1 second. I'm probably removing this whole system, so I don't really. I mean, I am really curious to see how it works. Like, that really just is a. This is one of those curiosity killed the cat moments where I just really want to see what happens. I don't like this. Mm-hmm. Game's gonna run so much better. Poppet being, 500 megabytes less to do things. Where are we getting the sky mesh at? How this works? This is weird if it does. I mean, maybe it does. It seems kind of dumb, but it is a class. Okay. Today I learned this is a class. Ooh. But that doesn't actually give you an object reference. How would I get this to load? I almost have to spawn it, right? You know what? Nah. You do a soft object reference. Wait a minute. Maybe that's what I was looking for in this thing. First I was like, maybe, then I'm like, maybe. Yeah. Aha. Was confused, but now I'm good. Clean this up. Yes. Click the button, watch all the errors. I just wanted to find the errors. I figured this is the easiest way to do it. Oh, this should be uncompleted. No, I didn't do that on the other. Oops. It should be here. This is not even used. The Empress does not have a sky mesh. I copy pasted this code a long time ago. It doesn't have an active either. It literally ditched all this code. Because I was originally gonna have the whole world change things. And now I don't do that anymore. Check which one it was. That's exciting. Save everything real fast. Poppet's new size map. Still at 1 gig, but they're linking to less crap, so that's something. But all those meshes really weren't that big of a problem. But I mean, she has dropped a huge amount. Maybe certain all this crap even works. Why not? You're about to find out. There ain't that many projectiles. Seems good. I still gotta solve this Emperor particle thing. Because those aren't even on my I put the other one back, so it's on the wrong thing at the moment. It's on the original. But I don't want the particles directly on her. If I can avoid it. Oh, I didn't even test the other ones out. Oops. I really have that many projectiles to test. Took so many of them out. The moon one needs to be tested. Actually, the stars didn't have one. The sun needs to be tested, and Hangman. Not doing anything. That's a bad sign. Neither is the sun one. Nice. The projectiles are miffed up. Oh, that break coming up. That means I can switch to sitting. Very important. Soul sitting thing. Yes. Let's look at the projectiles because I obviously messed something up, kind of. What? This should have spawned an actor as is. Why does the Empress work but not the others? Unless I just ignored the particle system entirely. No, I didn't. So it doesn't happen. Okay. Let me switch to setting real fast. Hey, Josh, how's it going? I was just fixing my desk real fast because I'm at that 5-hour mark, and standing for 5 hours is kind of about my cap. How's that timing? Pretty much the best. It's like you're just waiting in the woods. You're just like, quick, he's messing with his desk. That's okay. I wait for chair streams, so you know I understand. It's all about the secrets. It's all about the waiting in the woods. Just like, yep. Let no one tell you different. Secretly all about the chair. I do. It's very beat up. One day I'll buy a new one. I'm so cheap. I'm probably never buying a new one. You might think I'm buying a new one. It's a lie. It's a vicious lie brought by the man to keep us all down. Yes. So I not only have a beat up one here, but I have a beat up one at my office too. Huh? Huh? Right. It was the old one from here. Well, it's always the cat's bed. You're just allowed to borrow it. Jeez. You know better. Like it's yours. Adorable. Yeah, right now I'm reducing Poppet's size map. She went from 1.5 gigabytes to 1 gigabyte. That's been my plan. I was just like, wow, this is getting a little laggy here. I learned about async and loading assets, so I was redoing things. Yeah. Some things I can't get rid of. I mean, this is part of the game animation sample stuff. This is, and this is. That's all their crap. So about 500 megabytes is Epic's fault for all those cool animations. I can't get rid of Poppet's model. Her hair is also kind of part of the equation, though this is going to be changed out a bit to have like multiplayer to choose from, so I'll probably async load that. But one of the hairs will always be loaded, so it doesn't really count. This crap can be gotten rid of, though. I've been slowly getting rid of all this, except for the self. It's been proven by Nier Automata, if you remove that, the game ends, so you can't do that. I don't know why this is linking to that. I foobarred up a bunch of projectiles, but to be fair, I barely use projectiles, so... Also, I was reworking this room. Yes. Yes, indeed. This room is the goods. Let's get in there anyway. I'll close this size map, though. So it used to be all tiny, and now it's gotten much bigger. At the cost of the stairway, which I didn't care about. But now it's way more ominous when you go there. It's had more space for enemies and things to fight. But also, now you cannot miss the other doll. She's watching. You cannot miss her. Yes. And I have space for an additional puzzle in here. I figured it was such a cool area, I didn't really want to just waste it on just one little tiny thing. But apparently the Hierophant doesn't even work anymore, so that's a problem. And the other one I was working on, after I, you know, quickly broke everything. I'll close this. This area is about halfway done too. I have a lot of the layout for it, but this introduces more of a horror element to the game. It was not there before. Not there before at all. No. Still haven't quite got the jump scare right, but the way this room works is there are safe spots you can jump into. Also, there's a Patrick laughing somewhere around here. Whatever. I'll deal with him one day. Did you even still work? I might have broken this too. Did I break the interaction system? Well, okay, I broke the interaction system, so that's a problem. Breaking a lot of stuff. Anyway, I want her to spawn so you can just see that now you get chased after by Charlotte. If she had a nav mesh to chase you. I gotta go fix all that thing I just broke. I broke so much. That's what I'm hearing. The fact that I broke the magician, which doesn't even involve projectiles, says a lot. I have many skills here in breaking things. I guess I could just turn the lights on in those spots too. That's true. So now you'll have to run through this place and she chases after you. But if you make it to the safe areas, she'll leave you alone as long as you're in those safe areas. So you'll have to navigate through the maze in order to find things and then get to the door. There should be some sort of... That's right. Unfortunately, I can't turn any of the lights on because of the broken magician, but she'll just randomly show up in places, and by random I mean they're not that random. Yep. It's just an instant kill if she gets you. I don't have a jump scare figured out for it yet, but the plan is to... If the magician worked, the plan would be to, you know, run through all these things here, grab a key, sneak bomb back through the maze to get to the door. And then once you get to the door, from this room you can break a hole in the wall. And then you get to platform over the top of it. and eventually, you know, collect the key to the boss room. And there should be some amount of fighting and things like that too. So, additional fun had by, well, someone if they like platforming. If they don't like platforming, yeah. But this introduces the other weird trap that Charlotte has. Which actually I already had. But now they're just on top of things. I'm just slowly sneaking her into places to add an additional, you know, threat that's basically what amounts to a roving pit. It's really what it is. She's a moving pit just in general. Yeah, if you jump into these, she'll actually appear in the mist and try to grab you. You have a bunch of time. I don't want it to be too ridiculous, but if you happen to fall, you must go through the maze to wherever the door was and start again. It's kind of punishing. Also very hard to see there. But yeah. Unfortunately, with a bunch of the tarot cards currently broken, I don't even know which ones even currently work. I think the Hierophant doesn't work, so I can't even get out of this room yet. The Empress does for some reason, though. Even though it's projectile-based, and I was working on projectiles, and the Hierophant has nothing to do with projectiles. The Empress is like, I'm good. What about you, bro? And the Magician had nothing to do with projectiles, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm currently working on, just trying to figure out why. Oh, changing those things and then working on this room. But I'm considering having a small version or like some kind of evil doll that chases you through the toy maze too. I don't know. The toy maze is boring. It has its moments, I guess, but I don't know. All these other rooms are so much neater. And I gotta fix all the tarot cards, otherwise I can't even show people anything because everything's broken. Isn't that exciting? I'm not really programming if I'm, you know, not breaking at least something. Like, I mean, that I have standards to maintain here. I gotta be breaking stuff. Oh, thanks. I still like breaking things, though. You can't stop me. I'm gonna break everything I can. This is what I do. I won't take no for an answer. I have to break everything. I'm gonna remove these 9 million extra print strings from this, though, before I go into print string frenzy on this other stuff here. You know, what name is incorrectly passed to each new location. Thanks for the follow, Scarlet Kitty. Yeah. Broke stuff on purpose. It was hilarious. Nice, nice. Looking from the laptop, I understand. Why are you breaking things on purpose? I don't understand this, though. Oh my god. I mean, I know I break things. It's because I have perfect programming skill that never messes anything up at all. 100% perfect. Not true. So bad. Every day I find a way to do something a little stupider than the previous day. It's a skill, you see. The best skill. But I have fun doing it, and I have fun fixing it, so that's fine. But now to figure out why half this crap is broken. Starting with the Magician, because that's gotta be the most useful of all the ones. By a huge margin. Most definitely. But see, the thing is I didn't ever actually adjust this one. Not even at all. Unless it's not calling it equipped. Before I do anything else, let me make certain it's even calling this equipped. Because it could just be something stupid like that, in which case the system for equipping them is wrong. Or it's not just tagging that last little bit. I did have to replace the function I was using with a graph because, well, you can't async load assets in a function. I'm not seeing anything on that one. Oh, I'm a goofball. Why'd I put it there? Not the place it goes. Stupid. So the actual ability is right here. Well, as I was saying, every day I find ways to do things a little dumber than the previous way, and you know, that's how it works out. It makes sure we're even hitting this point. Before I get too crazy on the, you know, down the road of this thing here. Because that many abilities broken doesn't seem like it would be an individual ability. I didn't change these abilities. But yeah, I don't think it's calling it equipped, because it should be doing something right here. I think the mistake is somewhere else. So, which makes me wonder why the Empress works and nothing else does. Questions. Actually, the Fool works as well. It has to be with the equip system. I moved down here because I expanded this graph out and I didn't want it on top of everything. Last time I didn't even have these equipped to the output. I love validated gets. When I did this here, I was checking its the previous ability there to see if it was equal to it. It was valid. I just did these things here, and this was when switching maps. It wanted to put the other stances back. Technically, I should use some of those for some of these other ones here, but I don't care about that right now because it's for weapons that don't even see use yet, and will probably be changed anyway. I don't think it's in any of that. What checks to see? It's like currently active ability, I think is what it was. I don't change currently active ability. Possibly I made a weird change somewhere around here that changes everything. But things were working earlier. Could have sworn. I equipped them. I don't think I pushed the button on them. Should have pushed the button on them. I pushed the button on the Empress and the Fool. Those worked. I didn't test the Magician to see if it flipped anything. Sure. You work. What would break just those? It's weird. You know the ability's real. So make an attack is where this should actually just be back up here. I only moved it out of the way for that one thing, but it doesn't need to be moved anymore. Why am I just clicking this? Actually, no, I know I'm not. Let me do this really first, and then I can click it. Auto size. It's so big. It's right there. Nice little Tetris action. Well, we're not even getting to the other one, so it must be stopping here. That doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. Have I clicked it? Guess not. That's weird. So that one works, but the magician does not. Doesn't reach that point. Sure. It's obviously equipping it. And I had the right name. The left mouse button here is not happening. It's not even reaching this point. But it's not even saying the ability to use either. Okay. Plot thickens, apparently. We get to this point here, but so the thing that dictates this is Terra ability to use. Which is not pulled from there at all anyway. Okay. Currently active ability, sure. That's how we load the saves, so that's fine. Not worried about that. That's it there. It's like the only place it sets it. We established going into here that it works. It doesn't set it anywhere in here. It doesn't change it anywhere in here. Hmm. That is weird. Okay, well, down the list we go. Do we get air? Hmm. Everything worked. It's just, I wanted to reduce Poppet's size by, 33%. And now things don't work right. Now that's interesting. Well, of course, that doesn't work there. We gotta backpedal a bit because we're trying to get actually the system aggressor we want to be. Because on the equip thingies, it's not even getting to here. It's the weapon equipment route, which does get to here. We established that, right? So we're not crazy. The magician chain isn't broken anywhere, is it? I mean, it equips it, so it can't possibly be broken. Because it puts all those on, sure. Has double hit socket reference, nice. Doesn't make a difference because it's, not that important. Doesn't equip a second item. Nothing in here actually adjusts whether or not it should equip that. The only thing I should probably double check is that this actually says weapon active at the end, I guess, or that it makes it out. Probably does. Can't imagine it wouldn't. But I did convert all that over to graph, so it's possible something breaks somewhere in it. Only for certain abilities. Hmm. Maybe. Wait a minute. It doesn't reach the weapon active thingy. It doesn't get out of here. It's failing the weapon active. Okay. Why? So currently equipped weapon here, sure. If it's not valid, we just move on to the next thing here. If it's not valid, we just... I believe this needs to be reversed. It could be it. It's the first time I found something that wasn't, adding up right and all that. Wow. It's the first time I found an actual cause of something that's not adding up right. Plenty of these add up right a little farther down the line. Okay. That was it. Just that jump. Fair enough. Obviously works. Wow, I'm just missing that jump somehow. That jump is apparently harder than I thought. Now I want to make the jump. Weird. That jump was easily done before. It's just slightly too low, huh? I just want to test this anyway and see what breaks. Look, I'm just kind of standing on it. Okay. That's weird. So I was like, I can't motion match this. This feels slightly too high. Probably fine though. That fixes the problem. Okay. I figured it had to be something involved with this, but I did so much changing to this that, you know, it could have been all kinds of places if it wanted to be in this particular monstrosity. Okay. That was where we were erroring with the wrong information. Oh, not like that either. Down the list we go. I wonder if all the projectiles were broken or not. Still have to do the Emperor particle as well. Now that I understand what I was doing wrong, I was trying to load. I was trying to load a soft object reference like an idiot, and not a class reference. And that was when I first started trying to do all the particles. Actually, trying to do all the async stuff. So I learned it all from doing, following a YouTube tutorial on how to build a dialogue system, like a really complicated one that handles all the stuff. All because I got tired of everyone's dialogue systems breaking. Between, gosh, what were they? I can't remember the name of it, but there was one where the guy released a broken version of the one I was using. He released it was working, he released a broken update for it, and then put an update on his GitHub that he said you could use a code project in order to compile, and then that would work. And I did that, and that was still a broken version. Then he's like, I decided to discontinue the project. And I was like, really? 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 You couldn't leave off on a working one? I took it out. And apparently, the Mount Tia one that's also free, when they switched over to Fab, some guy posted his work onto Fab and then tried to copyright claim him for it. So he's, you know, like, oh, well, I'm not going to update to this new version for a while because I got to deal with all this. And it's just like, cool. So apparently these dialogue systems are just dropping like flies. I was like, oh, I'm not using that one. Okay. And I was like, I'm just going to make one. Preferably one that doesn't use the data tables because I just don't write in data table form. It's just too weird to me. I don't think that way. I think in lines like the blueprints for conversations with branching and stuff. So it's like, nah, I'm good. Let's test all the projectiles because that was the thing that I was working on when I discovered everything was broken. I gotta remove all the Zeppelin crap because it was just for the chariot stuff, but I can just make a blueprint for the Zeppelin thing. That's what I'm gonna do. And then just attach the blueprint to her. Why am I climbing up on this? I don't care. I need projectiles. Oh, we're good. Golden. Not golden on this one, though. Not the same system. Oh, good. Well, I didn't want those to work anyway. They were an old, outdated system anyway. The abilities worked, though, so, you know. I have to question a lot now. Well, down the line we go. Don't think it's active. Oh, it's Moon 2 because I'm going to have Moon 1 back here. Not ideal, but sure. I mean, one could be here. We'll see if it even reaches this point or if we're at that same problem again. Though this shouldn't even involve a weapon being active. Oh, wait. I think I see what the problem would already be. It's almost certainly related to the same problem. But there are no weapons for these things, so when I switch to the system there, it's going to have nothing. And default's not connected, since I haven't made anything for these. I almost certainly need that. I made a custom event to get the output, so I could do that since you can't have multiple outputs on the same graph. If it was a function or something, but then I can't have the async stuff. Which I could put on the main graph, but I actually prefer the little tiny graphs. That might be it, though. The weapon active is missing. I don't want to use for the moon. Oh. Oh, there's the moon. Just take a moment. Doesn't do the effect that it's supposed to, but does it work is the question. How about the sun? Sun does what it's supposed to. They're really old things that I made from back before the game was switched to a non-dilapidated warehouse. Actually, I think I was still using Paper ZD at the time, so they are just the oldest abilities I have by a mile. And I'm going to retool them to not suck. They work. Not perfectly, but... okay. They're not even going to be in the demo. Hard to give too much of a crap like that. I think I'm going to use... maybe the moon will be given out on the second one, second area. It makes invisible things visible, invisible thing like certain. It makes some things visible and other things not. I need an indicator for it. Maybe what I'll probably do is have like just particles floating around that show like there's supposed to be something there. Or maybe I could have like a semi-transparent version of something that appears there. Just make note of that. And just have it where it's, you know, it fills in when it's not. Wouldn't really show very well on things that could be done with the moon, though. That one I'm going to have to think about how to, the best indicator, because the ability is already programmed. That's not a problem. But for the indicator, it's like, Tarot affected items appear partially transparent. So clearly not that important to do those. What am I doing? I just go to the Emperor ability. Barely even made at the moment, but in the interest of getting rid of these things here. So particle. Particle system. Class reference. Yep. I want to get rid of all these ones that are always on her. Like, I'll leave the ghost form one probably because it's literally her dodge, but anything that's specifically related to any one tarot, eh. This connects here. I can't have an object reference because the object reference means that I can't actually have like a what I need there. That maybe. Hmm. No, on this one. I think I'm missing something on this. Something to bridge the gap here. All the other ones you do a class, and you can cast to it, and then you can just do what you got to do. Hmm. I guess I'll just come back to it later because I'm missing a piece of this puzzle. But I'm not as concerned about that one because that's just a small little particle and not the worst offender currently going on right now. The worst offender by a huge margin is all this crap with the Zeppelin things because none of that is necessary in the main thing. Not at all. Everything else, though. What's this doing on here? How is the Hierophant referenced? His montages, share. Okay, well, that's a thing that needs to be dealt with. Forgot to connect that, so that's probably why the particle isn't spawning for some things. Sure. Oh. Old code from a million years ago. A million years ago? This doesn't connect to anything. It had like a sky mesh thingy and it doesn't anymore. Sure, whatever. Projectile the spawn, sure. Set it. Projectile the Hierophant. Okay. It's just Yui being weird. Exact same thing, exact same information. But because I redid it, now it's happy. It just does that. We don't question. It's fine. It'll be okay. Cool. Our fence still works, right? Didn't break it? Might have broke it. Happens if it did. I'll live, probably. That was weird. I think I did that wrong. I shouldn't pawn this projectile anymore. What was I doing? One second. I'm looking at the other one was. I'd up an old version of the project and double check this here. It's really just clean everything up day, where just make everything work a lot better than it used to. I was also going through making everything work so that the demo just works. Because, you know, like the demo was playable from start to finish. It just I didn't put things to destroy in. I didn't put like a bunch of enemies in. Just spawning place. I just put them in there. Put a bunch of collectibles. The game would be playable. Would it be exactly perfect? No. But it would. I could always come back and just improve things. But it'd be nice to have it completely, you know, playable from start to finish. And it technically is. I mean, there's no story. That's true. But that's okay. Don't need no story. We don't need no stinking story. Okay, I'll make it pop it on this other one here real fast. Bring her up. Here you are. Sadly, they won't both fit on the screen, but that's okay. I'm just going to double check one against the other to see how I originally had it, because I don't want to have to remember how I had it. I just don't. Just lazy about that. Oh. Well. All I had actually this. I just had left this other code in the way for the longest time and then realized that apparently I didn't need it. All this other code that I deleted was also unnecessary, so this is just crap. So it has to be set to active. Because it used to be I had a particle that spawned out from her. Well, first I launched a projectile into the air, and then it made the sky mesh thingy appear, and the sky mesh then, you know, show basically doing that, and it also spawned a particle to appear and disappear, and it made like the whole world do its thing. But now I just light up across because it's honestly just easier. Aha. New work, maybe? Good to me. Alright, so that's fine. I don't need the other version of the game then anymore. I just needed it for that quick bit of information because I Rainbow Six, Mineral Strike, actually, the Binding of Isaac, a bit of setup, a good strong theme. That's fair. I mean, that's the thing about Metroidvanias. They aren't really known for this huge story thing. But much of the story I'm probably going to hide is just lore along the way. But the working theory is that, you know, most of the toys are crazy. So they're not going to have a long conversation with you. It's really not. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Definitely aiming to try to keep a cohesive theme like that. I think most of the dialogue, if there is going to be a whole lot of it, would be like Poppet talking, Tinka talking, and maybe you'll get a little bit from the toys you rescue, but it's not going to be that long of conversations with the toys you rescue. They'll mostly serve a function, and maybe have like a little bit. Basically, yet another MacGuffin, right? Otherwise, I was going to have like various like books laying around that are just open that you could just run over the top of, and you might read as you run over the top of. Potential audio logs from the toy maker, you know, as he's going over his notes. And maybe there might be a little bit of like dialogue with Charlotte as she's wandering around. Honestly, it's really not going to be a huge amount of things. People got a bunch of people thinking it's going to be like It Takes Two or something, where there's just like a constant stream of dialogue. I'm like, no, this is a Metroidvania. Yeah, I'm expecting more gameplay, less talky. Good in my book, because I'm not a pro writer or anything like that. Well, I'm not a proven writer. I have technically made money off my writing, so I guess, does that count? You've made money off it? Because if so, technically, I have made more money off writing than I have off my programming. Nope, that's wrong. I've programmed websites. I made more money programming. And more money doing graphics work. You know, I made money doing all three, huh? Technically, yeah. No, for a while, and like, this is why you shouldn't trust reviews on Amazon. They were, I was getting free products to test on Amazon. And of course, whenever you get a free product, you are going to give it a great review, because I didn't lie about any of my reviews, but I'm not going to lie, for the price they were giving it to me, just about every product was amazing. So I was getting all this free product to just videotape opening it and talk about it positively. Well, relatively positively. I could be not totally kind if I wanted. I could be, you know, a bit less kind about it, but only so I didn't just outright slam it. So a lot of the reviews on there are people just getting free stuff, just so you know. I made like $1,000 doing that before I stopped doing it. It's not that I wanted to stop, it's that they just ran out of products to give me for free. I was like, this is great. I'm so happy. I also made a lot of websites for people and wrote a bunch of stuff too, so technically I've been paid for all that crap. What was all this crap? I think it was like worthless and old and not even used anymore. Almost certainly. Is it used? Yeah, I used to write news updates on sites and everything like that too. And for graphical work, I used to make ads. I did that for years. So I made a lot of money off making ads. Weirdly enough, I'm not very good at advertising my own stuff because I just don't ever place ads anywhere. But I did make a lot of money off ads. How long did I do that? Like over 10 years, I think. Technically my longest job. Until I switched to online sales. I made more money doing online sales. Well, not as much as like the height of the ad thing, but definitely more money doing it now. Anyway, chariot left mouse does chariot active make an attack, and oh, that's never mind. No, that's just firing a cannonball. I think I got rid of that from the size map. Poppet's going on rapid weight loss. Still haven't got to blow the gig yet, but I figured that'd be pretty hard once I got rid of the first 0.5 gigs, you know. It's going to take me longer. I should make a little Zeppelin that just attaches to her. Sure. Well, if it just attaches to her, then it would just use the exact same stuff, so I wouldn't have anything special. The right mouse summons the chariot. Sure. And then Zeppelin's the thing. Ah, yes, this. I remember this. This is where I'm just trading out the collision things for all this stuff here. Activating a little smoke thingy. So all this basically gets replaced, and I just change out her collision. Sure. I think there's already a chariot. I'm probably going to replace it though with the set of like wings from this one asset pack, because they have clockwork wings that look awesome in that pack. So I'm just waiting, I guess, on the next fab sale, because it didn't go on sale on the last fab sale, or I would already bought it. Instead, I was forced to be sad. Do they have it? Or that one, the Fantasy Flight pack. I was gonna replace it with these wings here, potentially. Or maybe the they have a balloon pack, which is pretty cool too. But the wings do let you fly around. They are pretty neat, so I might do that. So the balloon backpack is pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. If I don't use that on there, I'm gonna use the balloon backpack and put it on like a doll or something and have the doll fly around after you. It's just too awesome not to have this. But it's like 20 bucks, and I'll wait till the next fab sale and get it for like 10. I don't need it right now anyway. But until then, I see no reason not to make a blueprint of a Zeppelin, because I'll just use it as an enemy later. True. I think they already made one though. I'm almost certain they did. Really? Really? That can't be right. There's a Zeppelin's up here. I'm just blind. Okay. I'm just going to dupe this class real fast. I'll move it to the tarot stuff. Find the particle on Poppet that I need. Yeah, this is going to be pretty much gold for how much it saves. She's got a lot of stuff on here for this test, and I just left it. This is like the least optimized game in the world. That's not true, I've optimized a bunch, but still it feels like the least optimized game in the world. What are the coordinates for this? Coordinates for 90, 90, sure. Oh, rotation 90, 90. And I opted to make it a size 7. Perfect. All right. We'll call this one the oh, don't grab that. Grab this. Chariot. We'll just call this one the chariot, so this way I later on can just swap out the stuff. Be super lazy. Perfect. Right? So I see. Don't need this, don't need this, or this. That or that. I do need this. No more Zeppelin thingy. There will be none of that. There will really be none of that. I know what's about to happen, so I'm just going to go ahead and hate my life a little here. Sure. We'll get to that in a second. I'm sure I'll end up changing this later, but that's okay. So this, and then no collision on mesh, no collision on that. I don't need any of this crap here about Zeppelin stuff here. I just delete that and all this garbage. There's a Zeppelin active, that's good to know. It's right there, actually, I don't know what I was thinking. I was blind, I guess. That's fair. They always said all those years of doing that would make me go blind. Makes sense. Oops. Do not delete the comment thingy. I like the comment thingy. It understands me. It knows what I wanted to say. Sure. Wish I'd move this up slightly more, you know? Or is it all garbage? Well, that'll make that a lot easier. Actually, the attached one. It's called attach actor. My brain is just blanking. Oh, it's attach actor actor. That's what it was. I knew it was something involving attaching. I just couldn't remember. Happens. Is there already a chariot? There might be. Real vehicle. No, you. For a while I was trying out Epic's, oh, so cool, vehicle system. Where every vehicle, no matter how cool it is, handles like you just drove it out of a junk lot. And rolls about as much as Sonic does on speed. You're just like, can't even stay upright. What is even going on here? It's important things to note. Let's Poppet skeleton have on it so I know where I'm connecting it to here. So after rolling the car over and over, it was pretty much taken out of the game because it played badly. Very, very badly. We'll just attach it to her hip, it's fine. Does it even attach directly to her hip? I mean, I guess. Sure. Or I can just attach to root. Oh, so that's fine. Well, sure. This is why you should copy paste the settings. I always forget which ones are which that I want for this. Oh, I know what attaches to the player. Weapons. Weapons attached to the player. In the interest of not testing this over and over, snap, snap, relative, got it. All right, do this. Attach this here. Attempt to attach that there. Fail. Sure. See to set the collision on these. Nobody cares about Zeppelin collision. Sure. I don't need any of this crap. Sure. Okay. So at the very end, I'm changing whether or not it's active. I don't need the Zeppelin active thing at all. We can sit up there for the moment. This whole thing needs a rework. There's some bizarre thing that I wasn't even using anymore. So it's already active. Turn it off. Doing this. No, wait, it's already active. Do that. So false should do this here. And then it should set itself to not active anymore. So it should go down to here. And set the character movement back to that. And it should set movement to flying too earlier. Sure. I don't need a cost right now for it. I'm not even doing a cost yet for it. All this crap here needs to be put back to where it needs to be. Like a reverse thing here. So it's false, it sets it to true there. It's just a flip-flop at that point. That's okay. I'd rather have an way to check this than a flip-flop. Flip-flops have been pretty worthless in most of my testing. I almost always want the ability to check it, and the flip-flop doesn't really have any way to check it, so it's like, Eh. Something like this. I don't think I even need this delay. I don't think I even want that delay. Oh. Much better. We finally got to blow a gig. Working on it. Very much working on it. I say the save game title button's gonna be an issue. Can't remember what caused that. Insanity should be pretty easy. Zeppelin Mesh 3 is still linked somewhere. Really? Oh, I see. You gone, Zeppelin Mesh 3? I don't recall this even doing anything anymore. So they just attach to the player, and the player already has the ability to adjust which way it's facing, so it's like unnecessary for this thing here was what I discovered. I found a better way. Unless that was necessary. It's been a while since we looked at it. Hey, bird. How's it going? I have questions. I don't know why I'm out here. I decided to fly off into the sunset. Somehow I ended up out here. Sure. Spawn? No? Hmm. Oh. Distant field shadows? I see. Oh yeah, I remember that. Weird little like checkered lighting. Huh. Learn something new every day. These days I have so many little problems. I'm always solving these things. It's hard to remember what was what. Every given day, it's like I've forgotten the problems I've even looked at in my own game over the course of a night. It happens. It happens. It's okay. Yeah. So many things to think about. So many. And now I'm just doing async stuff to make Poppet be a lighter girl. She's gone on a diet. Well, that's good to see. It doesn't work. Perfect. Yeah. That's a 5.5 error. Oh, I know how I got up here. That was my fault. I was reworking the Hierophant room to be so much cooler, bigger, and more ominous. Yeah. And I got this room pretty well done too. With the Charlotte room, which you actually probably saw yesterday anyway, because I worked on it for a couple days at this point. Yeah. Now in this room, now you feel like you've got like things watching you. Yes, it's much better, more grand. So now you run up there, and you find the Hierophant up here instead, where it's so much bigger. But also importantly, yes, you can also see her watching you when you turn around. Yes. Just a little bit more menacing there. A hint of things to come. Yep. Well, I mean, she had the distinction of being the boss from the Game Jam game. So, she will be a problem at some point. I can't not have her be a problem at some point. Granted, the story for her will be much different than the Game Jam, which was largely just she was just a big mean doll, but the Game Jam didn't really have much of a story. It wasn't supposed to. Like, hey man, you got like a month. Make this Diablo clone. I got this. I did not win the Game Jam, so therefore I did not got this. Oh, she's gonna break out at some point afterwards. Being one of the more menacing dolls. And you're going to... I considered making her an antagonist along the way, but since Charlotte kind of fills that role, kind of weird to have, you know, old Bugaboo here be a thing that does that. So she will show up at various points as a creepy thing that is kind of following you around, not necessarily attacking you. There is the ability to fight her in the game, but I'm treating her like the Dahaka, really, where she's kind of basically invincible. So you really don't want to fight her, but then Charlotte took that role. She's now effectively the Dahaka of the game, you know, from the Warrior Within type of thing, the Prince of Persia thing. So at this point, just like almost like a creepy doll that's following around, just like shows up at various points. That potentially comes in conflict with you. I'm not sure if she's going to actually be super menacing, though, at that point, in that regard. Like, I don't know if she's going to literally just try to fight you all the time. Basically, if you take the right path, she's standing between you and the World Tarot. And you will have to fight her if you take the right path. She's not going to let you have the World Tarot. But you'll never come to conflict with her unless you have a friend you're looking to save. That's the whole reason Poppet got, you know, killed off by the serial killer. She was looking for a missing friend, you know. She happened to wander by this toy factory because her friend had been in the general vicinity, and she wandered in. She saw like an open door. There was like a story for it, but suffice to say, she didn't make it very far. Because it turns out that Poppet is not a fighter of any way, shape, or form. Pretty much got killed by the same serial killer. And if you can find her friend in here, which I'm going to hint at who her friend is, and not kill her friend, I will give you the opportunity to kill her friend. And I won't tell you it's her friend. I'll just hint along the way that it's her friend. If you kill her friend, you get like one of two bad endings. And if you don't kill her friend, you can get the World Tarot and actually break the curse. It might switch to just one of bad endings, depending upon how I want to do it for the, if you do kill your friend. Yeah, I've written stories about, like, I write little minor stories about them, usually like memories of how they've met up or things like that, or things they've done. This way, when I go to write the character, I can write things that they would do. But again, I'm not going to try to make this like a big old novel thing. Right? It's still a Metroidvania. Most of the time, you're going to wander around, be exploring and fighting. But periodically, I'll do that. Put in various things that could be interesting. Maybe a bit of dialogue. Probably no more dialogue than you would see in something like Hollow Knight. Maybe if I want to get really dialogue heavy, like bloodstained levels of dialogue. But we're not talking like, yeah, lore will be all over the place. I love hiding lore, and that I'll do. I wrote this specifically in such a way, or designed it in such a way so I wouldn't have to put as much dialogue. Because you know what's also really expensive, and I've been checking up on? Voice acting. I was testing out AI voice acting just for, you know, as placeholders, and that stuff doesn't even sound good at all, so. It doesn't pick up inflection well. It doesn't pick up voices very well. I tested that, but I was like, I found someone who would probably do it, but at the end of the day, even at the cheapest voice acting I could find, it'll probably cost at least $500 or more for the voice acting for the game, even without a huge amount of dialogue. So I was like, I don't know, man. I definitely don't want a huge ponderous or, yeah, I mean, like, it's not as expensive for, like, some of them are cheap for the words. It's all the extra licensing. So I was looking at Fiverr, and, you know, one lady's like, I'll do 150 words for $5. I was like, really? That sounds awesome. And then you start seeing all the extra licensing, and you're like, okay, this is not $5 for this 150. This is now like $100 for this 150. Because you need licensing for like video games and things like that too, and licensing you can use in advertising for your game, and it's stupid. You need a whole bunch of stuff. It's like a bunch of hidden fees, so it's like pretty much for one. Well, the problem is I could voice act a lot of male voices. That would not be a problem. What I can't voice act is a bunch of female voices. It just doesn't work. It's not happening. It's not happening. So, yeah, I'm just kind of limited on that one. Random woman. Well, they have to actually be good at it. That's just it. Like, any idiot can talk it like that, but if they don't sound good, I wouldn't have made this, you know, game with all this effort put into it just for the voice acting to suck. Like, it's got to be good, or it's not worth putting in. I'd rather have no voice acting if it's going to be terrible. So, there's a big difference between a random person talking and a professional voice actor. Even the Fiverr voice actors, some of them are actually just professional voice actors that are just on Fiverr. Most of the real professionals, like the ones who actually work for the big companies like that, they start at like $500 just for the words before you get to the licensing. They are so expensive, and I'm just like, all right, well, we can go ahead and just nope, 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 nope. So I was definitely listening to various voice trailers for people, and some of them are really good. I mean, like, I've got a short list of ones that I'm gonna be looking at because, well, they were within the price range and they sound good, including one lady who apparently, like, just from her voice reel, had like 10 different voices she does and was very good. I was like, why are you so cheap? You seem so good. I don't understand, but you know, we'll see on that. That's the last phase. That's where we're just like, ah, yeah, sure, I'll get to it eventually, but we're not. Everything is going to be in place before I so much as bother with voice acting. The first voice acting will almost certainly be for the trailer, where I'll probably do a small fee for that, and then I'll have an additional one later for the rest of voice acting for the game. So I'm looking at maybe like February would be when I would do it. I'm trying to release in the spring, maybe, assuming it all goes well. Could not go well for all I know. It's very possible. Let's ad break. Well, I'll be right back, actually. That alcohol was winning the battle. Yes. The cherry is broken. Of course it is. It's only fun if it's broken. Right? I mean, you know, you don't break it. What are you doing at the time? Important questions must be asked. I just have a default option, so it shouldn't make a difference on this. Mostly what I'm looking at here is why it didn't work. Let's get it to here and see if it actually is doing its thing. Well, if it gets to that point, it'll appear on the chariot right mouse anyway. So it doesn't need to have any more than that. I was tempted to give out all the tarot cards in the exact order of the thing, but then I didn't. It's because some of them I have no idea what ability is going to be good for them. I've been thinking about it for a while, but some of them just... Huh. Some of them just, I don't know, like they didn't play very well. I'm actually not far off, though. I don't have one for the High Priestess. I have no idea. The Emperor actually gave out after the Hierophant. But then the Hangman's all the way up here, and it's going to give it out in the next area, so I'm way off on those. Well, you start with the Fool and you end with the World. That's true. The World is the last one. The optional tarot. Actually, to be fair, the Lovers is optional too. Actually, it might not be on that one. I haven't made enough mechanics for the Lovers. I only have one idea of mechanics for the Lovers, and that's that you gain control of other dolls and they fight for you. So it's like a charm. But everything else, and I mean, who knows? Well, I decided they were all going to have like combat capabilities and other abilities too, so it'll probably be way different by the time it shows up, but it's like near the end of the game anyway. Partially because I don't want to program all the enemies doing that yet. That adds a whole extra layer to their AI. Mostly just a new target for them, I think I'd have to write in. The target would almost certainly just be the nearest enemy, and they would just start, you know, berserking after that enemy instead. Alright, so this... Wait. This didn't even show up. Right? Didn't show. Yeah. It's not even triggering the button there. And that's before you get to the other ability here, so we're once again not even there. Nice. Well, back through the system to figure out where I broke this. I guess to be fair, I did not test the chariot before when I made all the changes to this weapon equip system, which is almost certainly where it's breaking. Here. Wait, what? Be like this too, right? If it's valid, then it does the async load thingy. Wait, no. Why did I have that set up like that? Everything else works but this one, which makes me question a lot. Well, first of all, that was clearly not the right way to do things. Okay. Well, let's just see if it makes it to the end, because last time was just literally an issue with making it to the end anyway. Let's do this. The good news is there's basically a pecking order of things, how they happen. So I mean, like, it's like each system, I just need to check where it didn't make it to the next one. And then check the names, make sure it's handing the right stuff around. Because all too often it doesn't hand the right things around. Yeah, it doesn't make it to the true, does it? No. It's only did it the one time. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't make it to this. Now we know the problem is somewhere in here. But where? Well, there's nothing valid. So if it's never valid, then it should just go straight to the output. Like, where's the problem? Oh, mouse died. What's up with you, mouse? What you doing? What you doing, pal? That comes back to life. Being dumb. It's just being dumb. Maybe it wants more power. This mouse kind of sucks anyway. Every once in a while, it just has issues. It was cheap. I had to replace a couple mice because I had a bunch of stuff. And I bought these batteries. A good old American company. I can't remember what the batteries are called, but they were all supposed to last 10 years. Within 2 years, they all exploded inside every single thing I had them in. So many things got destroyed by that. I was like, Jesus. I just bought a bunch of them. I was like, oh, they're 13 cents per when you buy, like, you know, a box of them of like 50. Okay, sure. I had an electronic safe with a number pad on it. Blew up in that. Blew up in 2 mice on the same day. I think it blew up in a flashlight too. It's like something else. I can't remember what it was, but there's like 4 things that just went, you know, and just like it had this weird little white crystallized crap in there and everything. I might be able to clean it out. I still have all the things that, you know, it blew up in, especially the safe, because the safe still works. I have a key for it, but it was kind of awkward. I'm just saying. This is awkward. I think what's happening is right here. If there's nothing set to valid for these, it won't work. So I think what has to happen is this. This has to be a validated get. And if valid, do this. If not valid, continue on. It's almost certainly the problem. Yeah, it was a mess. So it killed like, I don't know, $60 or $70 worth of mice between the two of them. I bought a new one and it was not the nicest one. And I used a wired one for the office. I was like, I'm not buying another one. It was just cheap. No? Okay. So that was the problem. Sure. What I'm also going to do is, just in case this ever comes up again, I'm going to turn this into a validated get as well. So if valid, do not valid, just pass it along the line. Not the most ideal, but I guess it'll do. Wasn't really set up particularly well for this, I imagine. Oh well. At least now we're on to the next phase of the problem. It's making it all the way to the chariots, so I'm not too worried now about that. I'm really exposed some issues with the code on that anyway. Those issues were always there. It's just I wasn't really running it through the equip system, I don't think, or it didn't matter because I was just making the stuff appear and disappear and then floating around. I didn't really have any additional stuff to worry about, but times have changed. Still gotta make so many ones that are gonna be attack based. I had an idea for the High Priestess that revealed hidden information in the game. That's kind of boring. Like, I don't really like it. To be fair, even like Metroid had a little thing that, shot a little beam out and the beam would reveal secrets. So, I mean, it's not like it's unprecedented to have an information gathering toy, but just from a gameplay standpoint, that is boring. It's like a completionist item basically. It's like it's not that neat. Like, I was unexcited, but all right. So we get to this thing here, and do this here and do this here. Productive day, all things considered. I mean, it is just optimization. I did rework a room, so it's not like I did nothing, but reducing Poppet's footprint can't possibly be a bad thing. Oh, I'm trying to load the chariot. Chariot 2, sure. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh. This needs to be changed to a soft class reference of an actor. Yeah, pretty much. Control my mind AI. Yeah. So silly, cheap viewer people. Usually you have to only have like a handful of viewers, then it's like, oh yeah, yeah, cheap viewers, buy them. I'm like, no. No, I'm good. Which doesn't really pay that much for, you know, people, and they don't pay for embeds, so I just want to work on my game. Yeah, the advanced one? Advanced AI? So what? I have questions. Ooh. That's exciting. And I put proper sentences in mine for the dialogue and stuff. As far as the AI doing much else, though, I mean, I dialogue systems. Oh, well, you're talking about the bot that showed up. I thought you were talking about in the game. Yeah. I don't know, the number of people who show up trying to advertise their crap to me, like as far as me buying them things, when they don't realize that, I mean, I say it all the time that my budget is basically a six-pack and determination. Like, I don't have a very big budget for anything. That's just like, the main reason I stream is I was already going to work on this, and hey, you know, I get to chat with people while I do it. Plus, as a bonus, if I get a little bit more money towards the game to help fund it, awesome. Excellent. But so people are just like, I heard like the worst deal I'd heard in ages. The first person's all like, yeah, yeah, you know, it's like, we just, like, I just make these things for you, and, you know, you'll, like, yeah, I'll, like, I have a bunch of streamer friends who all, like, support you and everything like that, too, and, like, later on when you make money, you know, you can pay me, like, money then. And I was like, actually, no, he didn't even say that. He just, like, you know, support me, like, you know, help me support things like that, and get his name out there. That's what he said. And then, like, it's like, okay, well, so what do you really get out of this? He's like, well, there's like at first like a little fee up front, and then when like you get the work, there's a fee, and then whatever money you make off it. And I'm like going, man, this went from like a great deal of helping people out to paying on 3 different fronts. This is the worst deal ever. I always let people just do their spiel on Discord, and I just kind of nod my head and smile. It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Maybe they'll actually be useful later for making something, but most of the time it's like, really. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the person posted a lot of stuff. Like, they showed me a bunch of things on this one, but their price sucked. And I don't need a lot of graphics. Like, if you're going to advertise something, don't advertise graphics to me. If there's one thing I'm not looking for, it's more graphics. I've got that. I'm good. What I am looking for is, I think, voice acting and sound effects at this point are the last things I need. But of all the things, and what's even worse is like I try to be really nice about it. You know, I mean, people they're trying to make money. You know, and maybe their stuff isn't that great, but man, if your graphics aren't very good, don't advertise to me that you're going to make graphics for me. Like what? They showed me things. I was like going, be nice. It looks great, man. It doesn't look great at all. It doesn't. It looks terrible. Just be nice. No, I'm not going to pay you like $50 for a single, like, you know, art you drew yourself that looks not very good. Believe it or not, most of these characters were made in Daz. Do you know what Daz does? Really awesome renders that people use for advertisements and like YouTube thumbnails and the like. If I really need it, like art for the title, I'm golden. Like, I'll have art that far exceeds theirs. No problem. I can just push a button and out pops more because I have the models. So it's like, Okay. I was working on my new Poppet animation. I mean, a new Discord emoji. The animation's not quite where I want it to be yet, but I will gigantify it because I can. Yes, the best one. It's about one frame off what I want, but still, we're getting there. My new Tinka Dance improvement. I only allowed 60 frames though, so I'm probably going to go back into Daz and redo the frames for it. I didn't make the dance with the knowledge I was going to use it for this. Yes. It's way better. The old one was me. I literally just had a picture of like her from like the Discord, and I just bounced it back and forth. It was so stupid. Because like literally they have these instant animation crap thingies in Twitch, and I was like, well, I ain't got anything made for this. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna start making cool ones instead. Because you know, more waifus for everyone. And even at small size, it still looks better than the other one, as you can see. But a giant size is better. So I just need to take some time to make it. I just haven't done it yet. That's my explanation. Eventually. Eventually it will get there. Probably. Maybe. I guess. Hey, why did I zoom over here? I have questions. I'm just gonna see where this breaks just outright. Hey, what? Zeppelin arrow? No. Ah. I guess somehow I didn't do that. Sure. I'll make like a Poppet bonk and things like that. I mean, there's a bunch of things like that. I got time to make things. I get the feeling that was all that was missing on this. Eventually, though, my emojis will be awesome. And then I'll be sad because I can't really use them on my Discord because I don't have, you know, Nitro. Because I'm cheap. Maybe someday I'll be less cheap. Like instead of investing all the money for, you know, from Twitch, which, you know, into the game, I could invest it into improving things like on Discord or here on Twitch, but the goal is to make the game. Make it great. Nothing else matters. Nothing. That's right. Okay, well, Chariot 3 happened. Stuck inside a thing. That's notable. I think there's an order of operations issue here. Almost certainly with this. Let me do these first. Yes, that's my theory. If I really wanted to make money, it wouldn't be a game dev. No, I would make assets all day and actually I just make assets all day. Who am I kidding? No, I'd make so much more money. Yeah. Well, I'm here to live a dream, and the dream is to make the game. Could do my regular job, make more money than this. But my job is based mostly upon the more work I do for it, the more money I make. So if I do this instead, I make less money, which is technically not the best choice, but this is still fun. What is happening here? No collision, no collision. Honestly, why am I setting this to no collision? Why don't I just have no collision on the actual thingy? Yeah. I almost can't play a lot of games anymore. Game dev is so much more fun than playing games. It's like the ultimate buildy game. I can do anything I want with it. Just whatever I want. Just go. Just whatever I want to do. That's amazing. Hard to go back, you know? Anything else? Yeah. Ultimate creativity. So, you know, yeah. It's the ultimate creativity. Okay. Let me just go ahead and set this to no collision. This won't work very well if I do this on a thing, but I might need to change things here. It might be like a delay of like, I don't know, 5 seconds. Sure. And then I guess I could enable, actually, no, I'm not gonna do it. No, screw that. I'm just gonna make this work first and then we'll worry about that. Half the time I just get some new asset to play with, some just run around it, and I'm just super excited by that. Like, it's just the best thing ever. And I just jump for joy at it. It's like, it's a whole new world. It's awesome. I just want to play in all of them. Okay, well, first of all, it loaded. So let's look on the bright side of things. Okay, that was the bright side. The downside is now we have the, you know, Zeppelin fish that is currently, you know, floating in the waters of the chapel. Quite literally in the ground. It's the wrong direction. Also amazing. Perfect. Everything I've ever wanted. There's no flying enabled. Perfect. Now that I've listed off all the things that went wrong, I know what to fix. Look at the positives. There was some positives somewhere in there, probably. Actually, I listed them all. There weren't very many. Okay. So... Alright. Sure. Why not? Actually, I can shoot negative 90, right? Oh, yeah. Definitely crashed. The Hindenburg definitely was destroyed this day. Also, that was huge. You know, I don't think I want Poppet's scale, but Poppet's not even big. I get the feeling that this was set to huge because I was doing it in my world. So it had to be big. No. No. Make it smaller. Sure. We'll set Poppet's mode to flying. Yeah. I should have double checked all my code for how I was doing things, but I didn't do that. I mean, institute a cost later. That's for another day. Hopefully that fixes some of the problems. It'd be funny if I put an explosion in for whenever it crashes into something, just blows up like the Hindenburg. Worst thing ever. Might still do that for, you know, when it's in the actual game, because I'm not sure if I'm going to really use it for myself. Okay, well, why is your movement mode set to still walking? Why is it still sideways? At least it's smaller. So we got like sort of 1 out of 3. Oh, my phone ran out of power. 1 second, and I will reset that up. That's my bad for not checking, because it's been like 7 hours and it's plugged into not a fast charger. It'll be back in a couple minutes. I have to power it up just enough so it can actually turn back on. The incredibly useful phone when you're too cheap for a webcam. To be honest, if I had to buy another one and I didn't want to use my phone, I would probably just buy like one of those $50 Amazon tablets, because the cameras in those are fantastic. They're subsidized by Amazon anyway. And all it has to do is link to a website anyway, so it's not like I care. It could be any tablet. I remember the day when I got one of those Amazon tablets ages ago. It was like at Best Buy, and it literally came in a package that you like tear open like it was some sort of crackers or something. I was like, or chips. I was like, wow, this is how cheap they are now. It's gotten even worse than that now, but still, I'm like, man, wow. Oh, I see. This should be flying. This should be falling. I don't need movement on this. Look at it. What was really funny is they offered like a 6-pack of them, and I was like, wait, what? I don't need a 6-pack of tablets. What in the world? Yeah, more tech for everyone, I guess. At this point, there isn't a whole lot of tech I want. It's just like I have access to like the things I need, unless the tech does something I don't already have. I mean, most tech's not even that much faster, so it doesn't make much difference. It's like, cool, great, thanks. Neat. Super valuable. Spoiler, not super valuable. Very much not valuable. Totally useless. Guess the phone's not turning back on right now. I give it a little longer, it'll figure itself out. That's fair. I remember laughing because, like, you know, I think Best Buy at the time had the phone that I wanted for like 60% off or something. It had everything I needed, and man, it was like better than models that were like, I think I paid like 240, and there was better than models that were like 500 plus, and it was no contract, no anything. It was just an unlocked phone. I was like, let's buy this. Oh, ad break. 1 second. This should work. I didn't shrink it or turn that sideways. Fix that real fast too. Nope. You shrink it, turn it sideways. So many things need to get done here. These are all set small. You know what? Let me just go ahead and add a scene to this. All of you on the boat. Perfect. We'll just rotate it all in here a lot easier than that. And then here I'll just use the transform of the player, I guess. So I don't gotta mess with it. I'm definitely not scaling it based on the player. That would be pointless. My phone turns back on now. We good? We golden? Mm-hmm. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Before we're getting there, it's still too big. Let's fire little projectiles still. They're very hard to tell where you're firing at, but maybe not. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. The words are everywhere. That's actually what crashed the Hindenburg. Giant insane words in the middle of nowhere. This is way too big still. We're getting there though. We're slowly getting there. Why is the scene set at like 3? Can it just be 1? Right? Because this was a 3. Technically this could be 1. And then this could be 3. Make more sense. Kinda. You on yet? Okay, we're good. The old camera. And I'm really close to just, you know, ditching the whole YouTube streaming thing and only streaming to Twitch, and then I can have music. The reason I don't have music is literally because, you know, I'll get punished by YouTube. So I just don't. I mean, I could have all the stuff that's, you know, I have a bunch of music that's, I have the rights to use, so I could use that, but it's all game music. Yeah, I stream on YouTube at the same time. That's why there's a YouTube follower thingy at the bottom. I was testing out an overlay thing. I don't even know if I like the overlay thing. It's just kind of there. No. You can do it really easily with restream.io. It's there. The way it works is they give you an ingest that you send to, and on that site you set up both of the ingests you want to go from there, and all you do is call that ingest and it sends out to both places. Yeah, sure. And you get to do 2 places for free, so that's what I've been doing. But YouTube has never been kind to me. No. Their algorithm is just no. It's not good. And it doesn't have raids like Twitch does, so you can actually get people on Twitch because of raids, which is really the only reason I've ever gotten anywhere at this point, I think. I never would have gotten discovered without them. But on YouTube, there's just nothing. It's just nothing. Sometimes I'll get like 100 people over the night like viewing it, but the reality is that most will be like 3 or 4 concurrents. It's not many. But for this fine feature, I cannot have any form of music, watch any kind of YouTube videos or anything because copyright's so real. When I go to raid people, I have to remember to end the YouTube stream first because I'll get a copyright because they have background music. So it's a lot of problems for a platform that clearly hates me. Speaking of YouTube, hey Vipu, how's it going? We were just talking about how YouTube sucks because I get no traffic there. Meanwhile, on Twitch, well, I agree. There's just no discovery for live streams. When I first started, like before I had health problems, they were pushing live streams, so I got a bunch more views. And then I like take like that 2-year break due to health problems. They came back and they just weren't. And for the longest time, I was streaming on there, and that's why I thought nobody liked my game. I was like, wow, everyone thinks my game looks like crap because apparently I can't even get people to look at it. But yeah. So I'm considering switching it off to Rumble as the other option instead, because I could do those two, or just doing Twitch. I could put some videos on YouTube or something. I mean, because Twitch has already been way more kind to me than YouTube ever was. I'm not saying I'm like huge on Twitch, but I mean, at least have people to chat with here. Every once in a while I get someone on YouTube, but it's very rare. Like I think over the course of the night so far, there have been like 22 people who've dropped by the stream, 22 whole views. Pretty much view. But it's not as tough on Twitch. Still tough, but not as tough on Twitch. The game dev community on Twitch is amazing, whereas there is no game dev community on YouTube. Yeah. YouTube, like, everything I've heard is that it pays like crap. Because if you get like 4,000 watch hours, people say you get around $30. If you got 4,000 watch hours on Twitch, I'm going to estimate you probably got close to $130 to $140. Depending upon how many extra, if you got a bunch of subs, it's more, but just from ads, well, yeah, probably from ads, you probably got that. I don't get that. Yeah, the difference is huge. So I roughly hit, I think, around 3,100 watch hours in the last month. So, yeah, you probably get that. That's a rough guess there. Because I think I got a little less than 100. But that's also before fees or taxes or anything too. So I don't really know what you get. They've never paid me yet. So we're about to find that out. But just in all honesty, I immediately spent it on assets for the game. 4 different really cool models and a bunch of animations for Charlotte, and that was pretty much all the money on the Fab thing. They were very good, but I'm like, well, it's in advance. So yeah, that's about what you can expect on Twitch for the same numbers. Roughly 4x the value at the very least. And if you were really good at getting subs, you'll get way more, but I'm not really good at getting subs. Like, I need to get a bunch of really cool emojis so people might sub for emojis. And if you have music playing, some people sub just because they hate when the music's interrupted, and that's fair. So that's pretty much about it. But overall, I mean, that's just money to help improve the game. I was already going to work on it. It's just now I'm getting a little bit of money to do it. Not a lot. After all, during that same time, let me go over. So in the last month, I streamed 185 hours. And I'm roughly getting about $82 for that. So let's do some math on how much I'm getting an hour. That is 44 cents an hour, by the way. Not very much. But I was already working on it. So, hey, you know. What can I tell you about if you really want to make money? Go work a minimum wage job. You'll make way more. But this is fun. I don't know. I enjoy it. It's not like it's bad. I was arguing anyway. Yeah. You're not going to, like, people act like you're making some glam money. If you get, like, you know, the best possible, let's say you're an affiliate and, you know, you're nobody at this point. We'll say that, you know, we'll assume that someone from the US subbed to you because not all subs are created equal. The lowest sub I've ever gotten, I got 26 cents for, by the way, on the lowest sub ever. So it wasn't really worth anything. The highest one there was, I think, $3.20 for someone subbing. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, hey, you know, I just told you I was making 44 cents an hour doing this, so, you know, $3.20 some odd cents is amazing. But yeah, like, you know, don't quit your day job. Only do this if you find it fun. Be prepared to stream for hundreds of hours and get nothing. Goodness knows on YouTube we were looking at that, how many streams I had on YouTube. I'll even tell you the number of times. I've streamed so many times on YouTube before I ever came to Twitch. I can give you a number. 221 times on YouTube. And I started on Twitch. When did I even start on Twitch? I think it's like 2.5 months on Twitch now. So I'm gonna go ahead and say probably like 50 of them. No, it's gonna be more than 50. It's probably more like 60 of them were on Twitch. I don't know. On the VTubing thing, maybe. The thing is just because you're a VTuber doesn't mean people are gonna watch you. You got to be entertaining. The thing about all these things like that is you got to sell them on you, right? You're not selling them on what you're working on. You're selling them on you. They have to, like, you know, like talking to you. You have to, you know, be like friendly with them, you know, get them entertained or something to some reason why they showed up to talk to you. Like, you know, a lot of you might pay, like, you know, come along and pick up Poppet Quest, you know, at some point when it's on Steam or something, probably on the lowest sale imaginable, and I don't blame you. But hopefully you're here just because you wanted to chat with me about something, you know, like you want to see me work on the game or something. So yeah, well, that's awesome. Thank you. I mean, that'll be cool to see. I really can't wait to see, like, if people really like it. Because, you know, I've never released a project of this caliber. So it's just going to be wild to see if it works. And if it doesn't, well, nobody saw anything. You can't prove a thing. All evidence will be deleted. And the fifth will be pleaded. No one will know. I appreciate it, though. Now, I found, like, the whole, like, community here is so great. Like, just the number of people I've just got to hang out and chat with and everything like that. And I go sit in other people's streams. Not as often as I want to, but like, say I work an 8-hour job and then I can work this. So if I don't show up in someone's stream, that's why. I just don't have any free time. But if only I did. Only I did. Some days I get a little more. I used to sit in my office all the time and keep office hours, and now I'm just going by appointment. This way it gives me a little more time because I don't have to drive every day. I can do the work from home. Because I was having to drive to the office every day. And then spend the office hours sitting there too. That's actually when I'd sit in people's Discords too and chat with them because I'd be at the office and I wouldn't always have clients and I'd just be working on something else and I'd chat with them. I'm not going to have this on the ground. No. Well, I guess they could have things on the ground. I don't know. I kind of want it to look like a real room, and why are there all these things on the ground, right? Oh, I know what I was testing. I didn't test the chariot. Got to chatting. Oh yeah, it's so funny because I think it was Disguised Toast who was saying that discoverability on Twitch is awful and that you're better off on YouTube. So I took his advice and went to YouTube. He was wrong, at least in this particular, this particular category. Discoverability is insanely better than YouTube. She didn't vanish yet, but listen. It mostly works. I forgot to set her to invisible. Ooh, I can see my house from here. She's just running along. That's a start. Yeah, and the community for this is amazing. The whole game dev community. I'm learning a bunch from them too. I wish I could spend more time in their streams, but like I say, the amount of time I have during the week is really low. During the weekend, I'm trying to spend more time in there, especially because I catch up on a lot of regular work during the weekend that I should have been doing during the week, but instead I'm doing this. I'm just saying, instead I'm doing this. But yeah, no, it's pretty awesome. I had no idea. I wish I'd come to Twitch so much sooner. But I did not. Yeah. The worst part is I'll go to raid someone and I'll have been like streaming for like 11 hours or something, and then they want to tell me about their project and I want to hear about their project, but man. I'm so gone by that point. It's just like, yeah, man, that's awesome. I'll remember to check out later. Sometimes I can't even remember who I actually rated. I'm so tired and just like, I follow them for the most part. Unless they're just not a good person, in which case I won't follow them. But for the most part, I think I followed everybody but like one person. So I will go back and look at their projects. I think that one person got like, they were just super heavy into politics the whole time they were chatting. It's like, man, just tell me about your game, dude. I don't care about your politics. Tell me about your game. He just kept going on. I was like, I'm going to sleep now, buddy. You win. Imagine that. I think I raided him with like 19 people at the time. Imagine taking this chance where he had one person. So I like to raid people who have one person to give him a chance. Because that's how I got a chance, right? Yeah, and like, exactly, politics is not the way to go. It's just like, man, you have 19 people who've never seen your project. You don't have any viewers normally. Like, you just have the one. Why in the world are you wasting this opportunity to tell me about your politics? Seriously, like, he could have, like, I don't even know what his project was. But he went on for like half an hour, and I'm just like, why did I raid this guy? I'm actually really bad at picking raiding people because all the people I know on this are all on before me. I've been picking up some people on after me, but for the most part, I don't really know a lot of people on after me, so I just pick like a lot of random people who have like one viewer, and if I knew anybody, I would just raid them. I've raided Sinisperi a bunch of times because I know him at least. And, his project's coming along. He's cool to talk to. So, but yeah, it's just, for the most part, everyone else has just been like, yeah, I remember I raided one guy, and he had a tower defense that looked so polished, I thought he was just playing a regular game. I was like, you made this? Like, wow, man. This looks great. I mean, it's still a tower defense and not my favorite genre, but it looks great. Like, this is like the most polished. It had all the menus in it. It was just, it looked professional. I don't remember who it was though. He's on my follower list. Again, yeah, by the time I get done streaming after that big long work day plus that, I'm gone. There's no way. I don't remember half of what I see. It's kind of fun though, because I'll come back to, streaming the next day, and then I'll see a bunch of things I did in the game. It's like, oh, I did this. Cool. That's neat. Completely, like, gone me is just apparently the chosen one when it comes to weird crap. That makes no sense. But it's somehow not too bad. That's right, for amnesia. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's just a long day. Went to the office today. I did a bunch of trading there and made myself some ducats and drove home. I managed to sleep for an extra hour. That was nice. Got home a little earlier than usual. Slept for 6 hours the night before, so we're at 7. That's awesome. That's more than I normally get. I'm just like, yeah, works for me. Guess I make a little dumb function here. That's true. The Revenge of the Zeppelin. Actually, we'll just make it, just be like, we'll just call this like, high, let's call this hide mesh, I guess, sure. Hide question mark? Alright. Make my life a little easier than this dumb crap I was doing. Match this. This is the true arc here. Sure. Oh, no, this is if it's hidden versus not, so not hidden, so I'm also just going to include the collision errors. I didn't have a better name for it. Visibility. We'll do it in this order. I could make a variable for this, but I don't really care that much. This doesn't have to be that clean. Actually, do I have a new visibility? I might. I do not. I guess I deleted it. Fair enough. Actually, no. I don't even have to do that. Because I'm just going to set the visibility that way. We'll just do this. And this. And then branch it off the last one there. Just be weird. So if it's hidden, set this to this. Oh, no. If it's hidden, set it to the other. None. None. True, we do this. False, we do this. Perfect. Hide mesh. True. None of this crap. Okay, I'm going to hit this and this because there's a weird bug where sometimes it doesn't want to delete things until you do those two. Okay, you're happy. Fair enough. Down here, do not hide mesh. Now I don't have to dick around with it. It is slightly reversed. I should probably fix that, but that's okay. You can also use this other places if I want to swap out her mesh for something. I don't really know if I'm going to do that, but to be honest, I'm probably not even going to do it here, but for the moment, it can be here. It's some weird timeline crap. I don't think I even need the timeline crap, but maybe I do. Sure. Probably not need that delay, honestly. It's got an async delay anyway. There's a slight lag when you load the ability for the first time, but I think that's better than having, you know, lag perpetually. Because there's got to be way better for just the memory management to not have every single weapon loaded at all times. I hope so. I mean, if it wasn't, that'd be pretty awkward. Hmm? Oh. Apparently, I've slightly screwed up here. And that I have it backwards. That seems weird. How is it backwards? Okay, so if I set this thing to true, oh, it's actually backwards. Fine. I should have backwards. Um, this should actually say visible or something like that instead, right? Yeah, because that'd make more sense than the setup here. Just the word hide doesn't make as much sense because it's just written reversed than what it needs to be. So it actually should be this, and then do visibility to that, and then just reverse the two. And then if invisible is true, it should be this. I'm just gonna reverse them real fast. I guess I can swap them. Logic fail on my part. Also, why is the other one visible? This shouldn't be visible at all. It's never visible. Oh, well, I'm dumb. That's why it's visible. Duh. Because the mesh is used for the UEFN thingy, and the skeletal mesh is actually used for this. So actually, I don't even know why I'm setting no collision on those. These never had collision in the first place. In reality, it's just this. So if it's invisible, right, like so invisible here. So invisible is true. Do this. If not, do this. There. I forgot about that secondary mesh. It's fine. Sure. I don't need this then. It's already not visible. I don't know why I'm setting it to visible. Mistakes were made across the board. Just didn't make much difference. Whatever, it's fine. Huh. I moved for a second because I was clicking the wrong buttons. I thought I broke something. Like, how did I break the controller when I'm messing with this? It has nothing to do with it. Why are you still visible? It's somehow still reversed. Oh, I know why it's reversed, because I didn't change it on here. Because I'm dumb. There. Made changes everywhere but there, in the most obvious location. Why did I not change it on there? Don't know. It should also be included in the chariot stuff. I don't know why it's not. Doesn't feel very random. It's randoming a lot of the same color. Well, they're both set to that. So hide mesh, visible fills. Visible true on this one, right? Because it's where it's destroying the chariot, sure. Came up short there, huh, buddy? There. There we go. Woohoo. Alright, so some changes I want to make first of all. I was just thinking how obnoxious it is that it plays this sound immediately upon spawning, and isn't great. Come on. This has had no attenuation on it for the longest time, and that's why you hear it laugh no matter where it is, and it's super annoying. Because it's so, just breaks the mood. Location. Quick dissolve effect with motion design? No. You have a link to this? Sounds exciting. I mean, I do have a dissolve effect already, but... Could always be better, I suppose. Fix this little problem here, because it's obnoxious. Today I will... Nope. Sadly, because I'm on Twitch, I cannot... That's kind of neat looking. Oh. May have to go to my use. I mean, if you can use it in a game or not. Well, I actually have a thing that dissolves those. It's like, I don't know if I need it, but... It's kind of a neat effect, though. Terrifying. Oh my god, it's the thing from the Fantastic Four. I'm just saying. Terrifying. Yeah. I'll have to add that to my list of watch laters or something. Say to watch later. Oh, thanks for the follow, for my hurts. Apparently there's an ad break about to happen. I already did. Unfortunate. So the chariot projectile. What are we doing on old Poppet making her not ridiculous? The size map's getting lower. We're definitely running out of things on here. I could probably reduce the insanity things. That's only going to get bigger and bigger as it goes along. Poppet hair could be technically removed, but it'll always load anyway, so it really doesn't make much difference. Maybe. The thing I use, let's see, it's like character dissolve or something like that? No. What was it called? Everything's loaded, right? Sure. It's called dissolve. Appearance and despair. Yeah, this one here is what I use. It was free one day. I don't know if it's still free or not. Might be. You can check on a thing that's not logged into Fab, see if it's even free. Oh, no, it's not. It's like $12.99 or something like that. But yeah, that's how her like weapons phase in. It has so many different versions of it. Tutorial to import animations. What kind of animations? Got to do with Mixamo? See. That one's pretty good. I'll use it. Try that tutorial. Gorka's pretty good at doing things, so should be good enough. I'm pretty certain I've watched that one before. Should explain how to import Mixamo animations and the like over into UE. Shouldn't make much difference which version you use. Not particularly. But he's importing it into Unreal 5 in that. Same old Fab, you know. Good old Fab and its ridiculous collection of free stuff. We're only 7 days out of a new free thing. Actually, that reminds me. Right around Christmas, Epic gives out a bunch of free crap. You double check and make certain there's nothing important on here. I don't think there is. But yeah. Coming up soon, there should be new free stuff. I believe in you and your awesome ability to load these. I guess I think I already got these already. Oh yeah, the mystery games. So they're going to start doing these in another day. And they do 15 straight days of free games right around Christmas. So I highly recommend hopping on over to the little Epic store there and just collecting your free swag. I have so many free games. It's so stupid. Let me see the oh, I got a free Discord Nitro. Like I have so many free games at this point. 472 free games from Epic. Oh, wait. I did buy a $3 expansion to one game. Technically, they got my money somewhere in there. I think it was Dungeons 3. Dungeons 3 was hilarious. It was so good. Yeah, like this was so funny. Oh my god, like it was literally like what Dungeon Keeper was supposed to be. At one point, they literally had like they had a map where it was like evil versus good and like that, and Armenians fighting like that, and they had all these like towers and like that, and like they were talking about how there's this big epic struggle, and you know what it was? It was a League of Legends map. The whole thing was a giant League of Legends joke. It was just like, oh my god, we're having to take out towers too. Oh, it was beautiful. That game, like the main character is at war with the narrator the whole time. You're just like, Man, this game is wonderful. You fight Yena more proud. You know, it's just like, hey, you know, there's so many references to like World of Warcraft characters. Just an endless stream of in jokes. It was great. They got my like $3 for their 7 add-ons or something. I don't think I played I think I played like 5 of the 7 add-ons, and then I think I had to reboot or reinstall Windows, and I lost a bunch of progress because it doesn't save your progress like Steam does. Hey, it was a free game. I can't fault it too hard, except for the $3. But yeah, I laughed so hard at that game. It was super worth it. More games need to be hilarious. Just it. Gameplay was fun too. Of course, I kept making succubuses every time. Listen, waifus, man. Gotta be on brand. My brand is waifus. So, no, they were really good because you just ended up enslaving the enemy army. So if you got to that point, it was pretty hard for them to win. Turns out the enemy can't really beat its own army. It was not the most balanced game in the world. Also, you had to make your own special dungeon for the succubuses to live in. They like to torture units to get them to join you too, which was also funny. That's right. Hell yeah, weebs. Oh yeah, the levers. Yep. I forget that one. I forgot there's even a Terra supposed to be there in the numbers. There is technically a Terra's one there. Yeah. It was good. I'd play that game on stream, except for the problem is it takes so long because it's just such a long game. Because it's one of those, you know, it's a strategy game where you build up minions like that. You build troops and build dungeons and everything like that. Fight off all the heroes and stuff. Torture the heroes, they join you. And it just kept going and going. There was a final battle where you're supposed to beat the goddess of everything that's good and wonderful and everything. She's probably a terrible person because pretty much everyone in the game was a terrible person. 10 out of 10 would play again. It was fun. Oh yeah, I was looking for the insanity effect. I don't want to link to it because it just keeps getting bigger. To be fair, I shall always load it. Not a huge fan of the art style of the game. That's fair. I mean, it's just, you know, it's one of those little war games, kind of like, you know, StarCraft, Warcraft, or whatever. So it's kind of intending to lampoon pretty hard on that. Oh, anime stuff? Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually much of an anime fan. I dated a woman for like, I think we were dating for like 7 years or something. And she was a complete weeb on so many levels. So I watched a bunch of animes, and I mean, there were some that were okay. But I think the only one I still watch is One Piece. To this day, I still watch that one. But I was watching that before her too, because all my friends were into it, and it was a fun story. And I think I've seen like, what, 1,180 episodes, I think was where I was last at. It went on break. Yeah. So I'm up to date on One Piece. You can usually get me to watch a shonen one. They're pretty easy to watch. It's just more fighting anyway. Fighting in the power of friendship in order to fight harder. It's pretty much every single shonen anime. Get beat up, somehow get stronger. That's how it works, right? I know every time I get that crap kicked out of me, I feel better, right? Injure myself. Oh yeah, I'm great, you know. Come back way stronger. No. Every time I've been injured, it seems like I come back way less strong. The whole what does not kill you makes you stronger seems like a lie to me. But I've seen Akira and Ghost in the Shell, sure. I mean, Code Geass was pretty fun. I gotta pick weird things. Someone convinced me to watch My Life as a Villainess. All Roads Lead to Doom, which turned out to be better than I expected. That was very recent. And I've seen all the classics, you know, the Ninja Scrolls and things like that, you know. Alita Battle Angel. Actually, Alita Battle Angel, the movie that they made, the live action, was actually pretty good. I'm gonna say it. I was surprised. I wasn't expecting much out of it. Yeah, it was fun. Was it like the best thing I ever watched? No. Was it what I was written on the tin and entertaining? Yeah, pretty much. I showed up to watch a bunch of cyborg people fight to the death. Got that. And I got like a touching story attached to it. I mean, it really was not touching, but it wasn't bad either. I actually recently watched oh gosh, what was it called? There was that Netflix one that came out, Cyberpunk. Everyone said it was good. It mostly seemed like a very disjointed mess with very poor character development. I was like, they just keep advancing time, and I know I'm supposed to care this person died, but in the course of this show, they've had 15 minutes of screen time. I don't care. So what? It's just like, everyone said this was amazing, and maybe they just really like this dystopian cyberpunk stuff, and that's fair. I mean, if that's your thing, automatically you're going to like it much more, but I don't really tend to like dystopian things. Not particularly. In fact, I went for the steampunk thing, which, like, I went for the whole, like, Age of Discovery thing, which is the opposite of dystopian. Think of, like, when you first play Bioshock Infinite and they're having that fair. That's the more the kind of world that I'm looking at. The wonder sense, not this whole, like, like we do drugs all day and jam new parts in ourselves in order to be better. Like, and everyone just is lonely sitting at home. I mean, if I want to watch someone be lonely and sitting at home, man, I'm a game dev, okay? I don't even go outside, man. I don't have time. I talk to people on here. It's like talking to people, right? People on the internet. They're real. It's not all machines, right? Right? Might all be machines. We're doomed. Second. Oh, I think I haven't watched Flow. I mean, I love Arcane. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll have to watch Flow at some point. I've been on an animation kick lately, so goodness says I've watched all the DreamWorks stuff recently too. I was on a horror kick before that, where I was just watching weird horror films. Then I was like, I'm watching animations now. I actually watched the How to Train Your Dragon movies, which were turned out to be way better than expected. I was expecting not much. I also had one of the weirdest regular loving relationships with, like, like a husband and wife things. I was just like, man, this is so bizarre. I never see this anymore. It's nice. Yeah. They were just good. They were just, I mean, okay, I watched all the ones involving, the two main ones. They did a new one where, like, 1,000 years later in modern times, with this diverse group of people, they find the dragons and whatever. I wasn't gonna watch that. It had like a terrible rating. I was like, I'm good. We'll pass on this one. The other story was told. Like, Hiccup story was told. That's it. We're good. I was here for Vikings and dragons, not modern times and whatever this is supposed to be. I haven't seen Alien Romulus. I saw the one, the origin one, Prometheus. It's okay. I think that the problem I had with it is they spent a lot of time working up to the whole thing there, and then just kind of didn't really do much with it at the end. Like with the whole creators of the aliens like that, they just kind of, like, I wanted to hear more about that, and I didn't get it. So that was kind of crappy. But it was okay. Whenever they're like, weird horror films, you don't expect this ridiculously good plot. Let's put it that way. Like, it's not how it works. Every once in a while I'm pleasantly surprised, but for the most part, if it's got like a 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10 plot, that's pretty good for a horror film. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'll have to check it out. My brother was saying I should watch it too, and I forgot about it. That's my explanation. He literally said you should watch this, it's real good, and then I forgot the movie existed. That's just what I do. In fact, I forgot what I was doing right now. What was I trying to accomplish? Oh, the insanity effect. Blah, 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 blah. Where did I put you? Jump scares, room information. Oh, it's on upkeep, that's why. I think it's like the best horror films I watched recently. I remember the reason I went on the horror kick is someone told me that there was a cinematic universe for like Annabelle, The Nun, and The Conjuring. And someone said all the other like things were scared of The Nun, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm automatically sold on this because now I got to understand why all these other entities are scared of The Nun. I mean, The Nun was a demon, but still. Yeah. They were fun. I mean, Annabelle 1 sucked. It wasn't very good. Annabelle 2 was, I'm going to go ahead and say, the best movie in the entire cinematic universe. Like, it had all the creepy vibe, everything. It was just so much better done. And I enjoyed the third Annabelle because it was basically like Warehouse 13, where they have, the dark room, and you get to find out what all the weird toys are, and you just really want to know what they do. That was just super fun to just figure out what all the weird things do. It didn't have the scary vibe at all. It was terrible for that, but it was just fun. And then the first Conjuring is pretty okay. Second one was probably the best of the Conjuring movies. The third one's terrible. It's like a suspense thriller. I didn't enjoy that. The first Nun was pretty fun. It would have been better if I hadn't watched the second Conjuring first. Because it really makes, the Nun seem lame. After, like, Elaine Warren can just say its name and it goes away. It's just like, oh, the blood of Christ to defeat it. Or Elaine Warren says its name. I get it. The Warrens are supposed to be, like, super powerful. Whatever. Sure, whatever. Because it's their cinematic universe, and obviously they're going to make themselves, badasses in it. But it was a real letdown. Yeah, and then that second Nun movie was bad. It was real bad. It was really bad. Like, it was terrible. Didn't even have any fun about it. It was just dumb. It had one good scene in the whole movie, and I don't use it as a good example for what it makes a good horror and what doesn't. And that is the scene at the when the boy kicks his soccer ball like down the stairs. He goes down to the basement to get it, and he's kind of hitting it around, and there's like a really dark open door, like just black in there like that, and he kicks the ball in there by accident, and then a few moments later something kicks the ball back. That's like the best part in the entire movie, because it gives you that chill. Everything else was crap. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, it's once you see the Nun is not terrifying. The Nun is pretty lame, and it's like a known quantity. The Nun was way better in the other one because you barely ever saw the Nun. So the fact that they all turned out to like be dead or whatever, and it was like ghosts, like that was good. Like that played well. But in the second one, the Nun was just chasing after him. There was even some weird dog thing chasing him at some point. I'm just like, what is this? This is like so corny. It went from like suspense to whatever that was supposed to be. There was nothing. There was no like chills, no horror, no nothing. It was the one good scene in the whole movie. That was the soccer ball thing, and it's just like, contrast that with like scenes in like the second Annabelle movie where like she's like laying in bed at night like on the top bunk, and like there's this thing coming in like that, and she's it's like they play it up for a long time. You never even see what it is that's coming for her, but the whole time she's just terrified of this thing that's coming, and you keep hearing noises and things like that. That plays way better than the nun chasing after you, or you see like a hallucination of the nun on the wall or whatever. Like, really? Really? Like, jump scares don't, I'm not, they don't really work very well on me. I think most horror things are basically comedy. They're just so stupid, especially gore things, just like pure comedy to me. I don't even understand how anyone could ever be terrified of that. Or at least the suspense ones, like, give you something to think about. And like I say, the third Annabelle was just fun because it was the Bankai theory where you had no idea what the toys did. You just wanted to know. It's like, this is not scary. This is just dumb, but I gotta know what the weird, TV in the corner does, or like, what does the like board game with the feely things do? Like, I mean, I gotta know these things. You can't just wave this in front of me like it does something and then not tell me. That's horrible. That's how I played through like the game Control, where it's like, oh, did I just pass a room with a regular refrigerator in it? What does the refrigerator do? Why is it locked away in a room under observation? I need to know what the fridge does. The Descent? I don't think I've seen that one. I don't think I've even heard of that one. Just make a list of movies to watch. Because, I won't remember. Just bring them up on a separate tabs here so I remember to watch them later. I don't know when I'm going to watch them because, it's not like I ever have time, but if I did have time, I would watch them. Let's see. After a tragic accident, six friends reunite for a caving expedition. Their adventure soon goes horribly wrong, and collapse traps them deep underground, and they find themselves pursued by bloodthirsty creatures. Friendship betrayed, they find themselves in desperate struggle to survive creatures each other. I mean, the synopsis doesn't really remind me, but yeah. Or are you just asking a movie called Cave? Because I don't know if I've seen a movie called Cave. I'll add to my collection of things to look at. There's one. Most horror movies are just absolutely stupid, but half the fun. It's just so dumb. It's like, okay. Oh, there's a movie called Cave from Norway. Got it. Yeah. It's got a 4.3. Damn. Oh yeah, well, that's fair. Yeah, I just don't I don't know what it is, honestly, man. I'd have to. I saw a lot of dumb movies along the way. I don't always remember them because half the time they're just so nothing special. So I just go, yeah, okay, sure. I've forgotten half of them by the time I've even done seeing them. That's what we're just spawning the insanity thing here. So, make another actor. Oh, don't set it. That's fair. I watch a lot of movies now, well, with a bit of drinking involved. So whenever I drink, I tend to be significantly more excited by whatever it was I was watching. Yeah. So some things I'm like, yeah, how many drinks does it take to make this good? Like, where are we at on the intoxication scale where this is a watchable thing? I watched the new Tomb Raider thing. I think I had like 3 or 4 different bottles of it and it still wasn't good. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that's not watchable. It was bad. Jesus. So bad. Oh. It had a couple okay exploration moments. Still really bad. Best actor class on this one. As actor, do this. Sure. No more insanity loading here. Yeah, I've definitely found a little intoxication can make a lot of movies real good. Yeah. Alright, so now we're onto this game title save button, which I have no idea why that's even tied to her. I've actually got rid of like 90% of this stuff. Oh, this is more UFN stuff. That's still Epic's fault. Do you know how well my character would load if I didn't have the game animation sample attached to it? I mean, just look at how much of this is the game animation sample. About 500 megabytes of this is the game animation sample. It's not even my fault. I mean, it's my fault for adding it. It looks so good, but typical Epic here. You know, they're just like, ah, more animations. It'll be fine. It's fine. I wonder how much this has even improved the speed. I don't know. I'll close all that. Yeah, it's definitely big. But I mean, it's like over 500 animations, so, you know. What do you want, right? Epic has this weird fetish for files. Everything has to be in a file to them. It's weird. That's fair. Well, I wouldn't have 500 if it wasn't for Epic giving away them for free. I guess I didn't put play. Fair enough. That's the secret. Epic gives me something for free and I go, that would look good in my game, and I put it in my game. Yeah, it's improved some, but overall this room's still got some problems. Yeah. I mean, well, that's... Those lights on these things maybe be the problem. I also have the loading set pretty low. You could also H-load things too. I don't think I've H-loaded all the new stuff, so I should probably do that too. Let me do that. I should probably also reboot the engine too to test as well. H-load. Do this here to help speed it up some. I actually don't even think it improved the speed at all, by the way. That's fair. I have lots of AI enemies. This open world stuff is both good and terrible at the same time, I'm discovering. Optimizing it can be pretty hard. 5 little levels, it'd be a lot easier, but then I have to deal with the handing of information around. Though I do have a save system I built, so... You can definitely see some lag spikes going on from something, which is almost certainly graphics-based. But I also lose some frames due to streaming. So that's a problem. Plus I have a million browsers open doing videos and stuff like that too. I got all kinds of crap going on. And that's a distance issue. So I guess I could experiment a little bit with this. Like, let's say, you know, instead of doing that, I do like 1280 as the load range. I could block slow streaming, but doing that also means that things won't load too. Let's look at the preview grids. So that makes these grids this size. It's not terrible. I go back and forth on just how big the grid should be. That's fair. I just learn as I go. Like, I learned about the H-load system. And, you know, it's showing me what's loading, so I have a better idea of things. And because obviously if I load everything, then it'll be horrible. But every time it has to load a range here, it causes it to be a big spike in the, like, the load time. So there's an option here of you either get lots of little load times and you know, it's always got weird frame drops, or you have larger load times that, and less, like, you know, random load times. Like, you don't have like the constant load time, so you get like a big frame drop once in a while. Oh yeah, I've been using various ones here. That's why I was using right there, the H-load system, to look at that. Also looked at the lighting systems. I switched to, you know, mega lights. They're like, you can use 1,000 lights in a scene. No, you can't. No, you cannot. The Major Machine has nothing in it but lights. Maybe you'll pull that off, but there's lots of optimizations. I can optimize more of these things, making them smaller and things. I can also use less stuff too. We'll see. Yeah, this works. It takes longer to load now. No, that's terrible. Can't have that long of a range. Too much stuff. But to be fair, I also have to, you know, I have so many things loaded in the background that it's, you know, there's a lot going on this computer right now. Or reboot the engine, that would probably help as well. The map I'm showing was the grids for the H load. And usually I do this. I do the 9,600, and I do grids of 300 and 3,200. And what these are showing here is it splits the world up into chunks, right? It's easy to see out here, especially. And whenever you go somewhere, it loads the distance you can see in the gray, right? And every time you move, it loads those, but it unloads those. And that's how the H-load system works. You just add everything to the H-load, and it only loads small sections of the game, which makes it easier to run. In theory, you could run any amount of stuff and it would be fine, in theory. However, you know, every time it loads these, there's a slight, you know, lag, because it has to load everything in that scene, in that distance there. So more lag spikes, but overall works better. However, you have less view distance too. So it's good to note. And the way you add stuff to the H-load system is, you know, you go to the whatever it is there, you just type in H-load, and then you add the H-load layer, and the H-load layer will be the name of your map. So I put everything in there, and that's how the game can run with all this crap on here, because there's, you know, 4,727 assets. So we'll show you what happens here. I'll load it inside the, actually, let me go to a room first. I'm going to turn this off so I can actually see where I'm even going to. It's hard to tell. Okay, so let's go to a room. This room is fine, sure. Okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna... Well, actually, I can just shrink this down. It's fine. So... Let me shrink this down some. So you see over there how many actors are loaded? That's what the H-load is doing. Every time I move, you'll see it change actors loaded potentially. Like, it doesn't always do it because there's just not as much available. But it should change things quite a bit in theory. Actually, I'm going to do it inside the pie window here, inside the viewport. Might be easier to see. It's not doing 4,727 assets. That'd be insane. Even the other number's really big. It should adjust it as it goes, or at least it used to. Unless they changed it. Huh. Well, it used to adjust the numbers as you went, but I don't see it doing that anymore. Is that a change they made? Well, you see it's not loading everything, but it's supposed to load less things. Why does it not show you? Okay. Oh, it just doesn't update unless you click it. That's weird. When did they change that? You used to sit there and perpetually do it as you went. And AC 2000 assets are loaded. That's a pretty big number. And I could do this, but there was a danger of it being too little as well. Well, yeah, like, you know, we're not using a crappy engine. You know, it's using Unreal Engine. You can load a lot of assets in Unreal Engine and get away with it. Sure. Now it's like 1300 loaded. And this is probably okay as it is. You'll notice that it every once in a while will dump down because it's loading a new section. Then it goes back up, but that's why it's doing that. Every time you change the view, it'll load new things, but... And for a lot of rooms, this is probably a fine number, honestly. I can't go too much smaller, unfortunately, because if I go too much smaller, then it's a big problem. And Poppet Quest is actually surprisingly a big game because, as I tell people, the trick behind Poppet Quest is not that Poppet is small, it's that everything else is large. She's actually a regular-sized UE character. It's just that everything else is huge. That's how I built the game. I tried doing the small version first, but the problem was it behaves really badly. Like, UE doesn't really understand the tiny increments very well. At least it didn't when I first tried it. So everything gets scaled up to huge. But it's just like building levels, really. So yeah, like, I can probably get away with this, but then there's certain rooms that are so big where I really can't do that. I think a prime example would be, like, this room is a really bad example of how much... Like, if I'm sitting on this side of the room, I might need to break this room up. Like, just in the interest of loading things, I might need to make some restrictions to make it work better. Actually, it's... Yeah, you can see things vanish at a distance. You move in, you see it appear like that. See how the windows are missing from the wall over there, too? You gotta get closer to even make them show up. When I'm not streaming or when I have, like, not as many things open, I get way better frame rates than this, obviously, but I probably need to reboot Unreal Engine. But you can see the windows are currently gone, and I'll have to get really close to them. Now they appear. Also, those mushrooms appeared. The rooms this big are kind of a problem. I could not H-load certain things, but then that's even more assets that are loading, and it's just a lot that has to go on here. Like, there's 1,500 assets currently being loaded. And the problem is, I think it actually just loads in every direction. What's one of the problems I have with this game is that because everything's built on top of each other, that is an issue that happens. Apparently Z-culling is going, but it doesn't seem to really do a lot. But I don't know, I haven't done as much optimization as I could. Today that's what I was doing, is an optimization thing of the size map of Poppet, because I figured if I dumped her size by 600 megabytes, that would make a big difference in how well she would load things. And I can still get a few more things off of her. She still has to load the weapons when she uses it. It's just that I don't want her to load all the weapons at the same time. Right. This is still loading? Aerofant? Yeah, it's a useful thing. It's one of the many things that they provide that you can use to work on it. Yeah. There's other ones that are interesting. No, let's see. Like the Lumen Performance Overview, I think was one. No? It should show up. That's weird. I sworn that was the one. Optimization view modes, light complexity. So this shows you where the lights are the worst at. Over here you can see some occasional red lights here, which actually not even red, that's like an orange, but you can see where it gets really bad and where it's not that bad. I have some areas that are not great. Whatever is happening over here. Oh yeah, that's from all the minions doing their things. I might take the lights off of the minions. But yeah, you go to the optimization things here. It's just dots and humans, and there's all kinds of ones there. Shader complexity is another one. And this is where you learn the most important thing of all. That is that every single transparent surface is like the worst thing you could ever use. Oh yeah, this water is an abomination. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about the water. I remember looking at this. And finding water that isn't an abomination is impossible. I have not seen water that is like optimized one bit. Mm-mm. And you know, a lot of these ones here, I'll often just take, you know, any water mesh, and yeah, I'll just put it on a regular plane and test it, and it doesn't matter. There's some ones for mobile, and the mobile ones will be more around this section where they're a little less bad. But yeah, they're horrible. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. It's possible I replace the water with some sort of dark, you know, substance instead. Kind of takes away from what the place is, though. But I've definitely found that to be an issue that I don't have a resolution for yet. So that's important to note, because, you know, I go back here and the water looks great. But little do you know, it's that horrible on your, you know, frame rate. Yeah, I do that all the time. Just use a material. It doesn't make a difference. The materials themselves are just, like, it's that bad. And a lot of it's due to, like, sometimes transparency. I've seen mobile ones that are, you know, like, say they're in the more in the dark pink range, so they're not as bad, but they look like trash, so it's like, what do, you know? So those are the two I was most looking at, because my graphics are going to be the biggest issue I have. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I've been testing them all. It's just, you just take a plane and put a water anything on it, and it's just bad news. So, you know, these waters are a little less bad, but they're not quite the same as this monstrosity. These are from the what's it called? I could swap this one out for the same thing. Let's see. Instead of custom, I could do like any one of the ones they have. Like unlit transparent is this one that they have, which doesn't look bad actually, but the problem is it's very bright. Like you can see where it doesn't have darkness ever. Well, let's say I use this one here instead. Let's look at the thing for this one. Shaders. Actually, that one's all much better, honestly. No, it's not. It's preparing shaders. Wait for it. Wait for it. Still preparing a shader. Still preparing. Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. One day it'll prepare the shader. Still preparing. Still doing it. Forever. There we go. It's slightly better, right? Anyone? Yeah, shallow pool thing. I had that set up, but it didn't interact right. The big issue is that it doesn't move normally. You have to like throw something in it. That's kind of weird. So I'll look into that, but I've considered taking the water out because of how bad it is, but it looks good, so it's a problem. Non-transparent. Actually, I think non-transparent is actually pretty good because transparency is where you get wrecked. So let's see if I look this one back here. Shader complexity, go back to lit here. Yeah, this non-transparent one is probably the best of the lot. It's very bright though, so I just have to assume the pools are being lit or something, and that's the only explanation. But technically, if you don't have any transparency, because really that's what gets you, it's actually just transparency that's the problem. Because now that's not bad at all. But see, you see, this is where it is. You see transparency here. Yeah, I did too. I had the collider tag on it, and for whatever reason, it no longer works. It worked before. So yeah, if you have no transparency... Oh, never mind. It was just loading. I'm sorry. I got all excited. It's right back to sucking. Perfect. My life is better knowing that. DBR transparent. It's just swapping out various meshes. Or materials, I should say, for it. But it seems to take a while to do its thing. It's preparing shaders up there, so it's just taking a moment. Give it a second to get excited before it hates everything. There we go. We're right back to the worst possible option. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's just skip this non-transparent and just go to mobile. Let's just save some time. I ain't even gonna look at it. I don't care. And see, the mobile one's actually not that bad until you look at it. Then it kind of sucks. I guess it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's pretty ugly. Well, it looks a little better when it stops doing the sparkles, I guess. So yeah, the mobile one is probably your best bet. And don't get me wrong, it's not like the FPS is insane or anything. It's pretty bad. The water is an abomination. Look, if I get away from the water, like how much it went up when I looked away from the water. You see that? Right there? Do you see the difference? Once it loads the water, it's not too bad. I could switch all to mobile. Of course, the problem is it's very lit up, but I could also just make things lit up too. I mean, this water looks like 1,000 times better. But the price tag to loading it is like, you look at the, well, even though it's giving like 30 something. But then you play the game and you don't really get 30 something. Here it's getting like 40 something, so it is a little bit better. Yeah, that's the thing. It looks like 1,000 times better. You can see it moving around too, which makes a big difference. But let me grab that water thing. I know I have it, but I'll just dump it in the level so you can see where we're at with it. Because maybe it's better than I think it is. Let's just make the assumption that it's this water surface thing. I'm going to go to some place where there's nothing else. You know, some place where it's obviously nice. Water surface. Right? One of these things here. It won't work for whatever reason. I have no idea why. It worked initially. Let's go jump on it. Okay, it's working now. Perfect. It wasn't working last time. It works now. Sure. I got this. It's sweet. Cool. Neat. Doesn't really splash very well, but who gives a crap? Okay. So we've established this thing is neat. Sure. Let's see what it looks like, because I haven't actually looked at this, so maybe it's like way better than I thought. This is Epic we're talking about, so I doubt it. Let it prepare shaders because, you know, It gets you all hype. If this thing has green, I'm replacing all my water with it right now. Maybe it's just the best. It doesn't move naturally, which is weird. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe this is the best. Every time I get excited, it turns pink on me. It's like it's waiting for me to go, yeah, that's awesome. And then it's like, and it's just all pink. And I'm like, there might be a little animosity now at the shader. I don't know. If that really works the way I think it does, like if that's true, it might not look anywhere near as good, but game running better is pretty nice. I don't see anything weird. Okay, let's play the game. Do this. Sure. New water surface. The random spikes and loading things are a problem. Just because you have the power to do things in UE doesn't mean you should. Alright. We're going to play a game here. And the game is... just ditch this crap. It's not really much of a game, honestly. It's actually kind of lame. Actually, I'm going to put this back real quick so I can see about where this goes. By about where it goes, I mean I'm just going to go ahead and copy-paste this information right here. You go there. Neat. Okay. We can't expand it, huh? Wait, what? Oh, it's an agri-system asset. So if you can't expand it, are you just supposed to checkerboard this crap? Maybe. That's the most inconvenient thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't even know how to do that. I want to make it where I can, I never really looked into how to do these things. I literally just put together what they said. Just said, cool, we're good. Yeah, I don't know how the scaling works for it. But if I can enable it so it can be scaled by just dragging things, I would want to do that. I don't know. I'll look into it. Since I don't actually know. I know it's possible. I just don't know. I haven't ever looked into the various things here, so it's kind of a... I need to spend some time with them. And without spending the time on them, it's like... it's just me guessing, and me guessing I've discovered is not really the most efficient means of doing anything. It's fine, but it's not usually the best plan. Because there's just too many options I've discovered to make it worth the time to do that. Yeah, this goes red. The red's not bad. I could just replace all of them with the red and just be like, yeah, it's good, man. This is just mobile. You can do mobile non-transparent. It's probably about... yeah, I'm sure you can. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. Alright, so mobile non-transparent. Let's see what we got here. Went back to red. What the hell's the point? Explain yourself to me. It's so bright though. Like everything else is really dark and then this is super bright. And then it looks weird. Like why is it so bright and everything else is not? So that was kind of a problem. I remember this thing here where you had to sit there and tweak it so it's not like the worst. Because it's just so lit up. Coloring's a little better now. Still not ideal though. I don't change the far color. Maybe I just change all these ones to the mobile. But yeah, I'll look into it. I'm sure I can come up with something. Probably. Maybe. Let's say I just switch all my waters to this instead. And that would increase the speed some. It does look so much worse though. It's a little better when you make it dark blue though. That's true. Honestly, if I can make it even darker, I probably should. Say I do that. Yeah, it's not terrible. Except that far color is ridiculous. Why is it so bright? World grid size? Where is that even? Oh. Well, that's not gonna do it. The world grid size is, are you talking about like this stuff here? Oh, actually. Oh. Oh, cool, thank you. Today I learned something new about world grid size and how wonderful it is. All right. Let's migrate this into here. The Safari room. Uh-huh. Be like 1,000 times better if they would just let me, you know, scale it, but I will take what I can get because it still looks better than that crappy mobile water by a huge margin. Except for that it doesn't really move. Hopefully there's a way to make it like have a natural wave to it. I'm sure there is. You can basically do everything ever with materials in this, I've found. I wish it scaled a little slower here. It just scrolls huge and it's like, okay. Oops. No, I mean, it's still works as long as I can fill up the area so it looks like it's supposed to be there. That's pretty good, you know? Like I ain't picky. I'm a very get it done sort of guy, you know? Like if it doesn't get it done, awesome. I'm down. Just delete this ugly water. For it is an abomination that must be stricken from this world. Yeah, it sucks that I can't just quickly scale it. It does blow, but just type in. That's close enough. Not that close. Okay, so we got this. That lag spike was fantastic. Watch, I set this all up and then we discover that when you make it bigger, it's just got like the worst performance in the world. Sounds like my luck. Wouldn't surprise me. Happens. Find out. I don't know if it's... Let me space it out so that it covers the area it's supposed to, and then we'll see what it performs like. Might be terrible, might be good. Don't know. I love a good experiment. So that's basically where it's supposed to be. Close enough. Does seem like it has a bit of a spike on the old lag in this area, but maybe it's amazing. Find out. Optimization. Shaders. You can definitely see the ones that are not great. There's a big lag spike and then there's not, but then there's like, well, obviously in shader complexity it's not amazing sometimes, but there's definitely lag spikes all over the place. Interesting. But if it's really that low, I'll have to replace the other ones too, because there's still terrible ones here. You can definitely see random lag things, but I might need to reboot the engine just to see if that's the cause too, because the longer I do this, the more likely it has problems. So before I use this as the test, let me just reboot. Because I've been streaming for almost 9 hours and I have issues with it after about 5. So we'll do a reboot. Because I really want this to work well. I mean, if it just increases the FPS, I mean, the other water thing's been a problem for a while, so it won't match my waterfalls, but whatever. There was like one with like a weird ball rolling around in it that the person uses the example and then they just remove the ball so that it wouldn't have a ball rolling around in it, which is kind of weird. But technically, I guess if you could roll the ball around in it and make the ball invisible or something, then it would look like there was ripples, which would be better. I'll look into it. I mean, if it gets the job done, I'm down. Right, Vicky. Looks better than a lot of options I've seen. It's like a perfect time to run a quick ad break so I can use the restroom since it's loading anyway. I'll be right back. Clicky the button. Clicky the button. I have to wake myself up a little bit. Also, all the alcohol was winning, so you know. Sometimes you drink a little more alcohol than you probably should have. Hopefully this works. I would love to get better performance. There's a lot of things I need to test. It's not like my knowledge of performance, you know, performance enhancing techniques is very good. My performance enhancing. Ooh, ooh. Right, big words. Big words. Not put humble pirates in here. I can totally hear a quote from Pirates there. That's something like not the big words and then put humble pirates here. Speak plainly or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, but I remember hearing Barbosa say it. Alright, let's load 9 million textures. I probably should cut down the number of textures in the game too, to be honest. So it doesn't gotta load as many. The artist in me does not want to do that. The artist in me is like, nope. No sir. Looks great. Well done. Build those textures. Just do it and build them. Alright. Looks like it's doing something. Streaming does eat some of my FPS though, so. Oh, maybe it is better. I mean, that's not a terrible number. We'll eat the baby turtle. Get yeeted, baby turtle. It doesn't have collider on it, so, you know, it won't do anything, but... oof. Sometimes it has incredible lag spikes, though. I think it looks pretty good. I definitely don't hate how it looks. I mean, I don't like how placid it is. That sucks. I need to find some way to make it move, but what I'm most curious about is sometimes you'll see a huge lag spike. And I don't know if that's that water or what. Because it can get pretty bad. Like, it's like horrible sometimes where I can't even control the character. But the lag spike could be me looking at this crap too, as well. Because I mean, like, I don't know, like... It's hard to say what's causing it. There's not that many actors loaded here, but... I mean, it looks better than the mobile water, that's true. I don't think it looks better than the other water does. I think this stuff looks a bit better because it actually moves, but all in all, they look really similar. Once, if this moved, it would be basically the same. So I like that. Like, I like it better than this mobile crap. Let's test it out. There's tools to kind of do it. It's really hard to tell what's causing it. Like, the exact things that do it. Your best way to really tell would be to have it be on a map by itself, basically. That'd be the easiest way you could actually tell. Other than that, it's you basically just have to watch every little asset that's loaded and hope that it tells you. By process of like elimination, I messed with it before. It's not as easy as you might hope. It's definitely a lot of work. So, you know, that's a thing. Also, these aren't in the H slot either. It just happened. Oh, what am I doing? It actually does seem to kind of scale. But it scales in a weird way. Not the way you want it to. Wait, what? Unfortunately, because I have this open area here, I have to actually make two different water things. That's kind of weird. We'll see. I'm just going to drop some water in here and see how it goes. I'll H-load it and see if it makes a difference. I think it looks better than the mobile, so that's not nothing. Let me put it at the right height. Guess it was at the right height, sure. Well, this one's not even wide enough. Slightly wider. Yeah. The spike is usually because it's loading stuff, I've been finding. We'll have to see. There's a lot going on in this room, which is why it's pretty hard to come up with a perfect test, because, well, it could be a lot of things in this room causing the problem. I don't want to be like, it's totally this thing, and then have it just not be, because it could easily just not be. I see. But if this room runs better, find out. You can always swap it back if it comes down to it. It wasn't that hard to change it. I do think it looks better than the mobile water. And like I say, it looks very much the same as this water to me, except for this water moves. Like if this water moved, it'd be the same. Like the difference would be so nominal, I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference. But sadly, the problem is it is a giant particle. So being a giant particle is a problem. Like it's not as exciting as you might think. But we'll look at it and see where it goes, because, you know, like I say, Game's already got lag spikes too, so again, it's pretty hard to say exactly that's the cause. I can also sit there and do this and use standalone, which often is better. But also keep in mind, I've got so much running too that, you know, it's causes problems as well. So, there's a hole there, by the way. And the engine's not indicative of the game, because the engine loads a lot more things than the game does. You still get spikes. I'd load just set so low it loads those walls too, so that's a problem. There's no light down there, so it's really hard to get through this without light. I'll run along here or something. There's also enemies in here. There's so much crap happening in here. It's really... I haven't worried as much about optimization. That's what today is me optimizing the crap out of things. But you got lots of enemies moving around too. I do think that every time I look at this water, though, you can see a massive lag spike. So I don't know about that. Yeah, it's true. The text could be a problem as well, yeah. Because the other one doesn't really cause the huge lag spikes. It just has naturally high requirements. It's possible the shader thing just doesn't reflect the water itself as far as how bad it is. Because it's a particle. And that's not true, because the particles always have shader complexity as well. And it's hard to say what's really causing the problems. The best test is actually if you go out of your way to package the game. Because right now it's operating inside of the engine, and the engine is not always friendly. So it's going to always be better performance-wise once you've done that. Because then you're not running the engine at the same time. So you'll see the best performance there. Not streaming helps a lot. Streaming is just, you know, drain on my graphics cards. Well, one of the graphics cards handles all the streaming. The other one's kind of handling that stuff. I usually find about 40 FPS when I'm not streaming. So that's about where I've noticed. I haven't tested this water not streaming though. I think it runs about the same, but I could be wrong. If the shader complexity thing is true and it's really reduces it that much, then it's probably something else that's doing it. And I have no reason to believe that that's not the case. To be completely honest, like I have no reason to believe different. So if that's true, then okay. That would make it incredibly low, which would be nuts and best choice to just do. With these waterfalls here being red and not great. Though they look funny as like blood falls, by the way. I'm very excited by that, but obviously this is an abomination at that point. Like, this is the worst it can possibly be. So I could ditch that, and that might also help as well. We'll test it, because, you know, why not, right? Again, it's not that hard to change it back, so I can actually just open the old project and just copy paste if I really want to be that guy. And I'm often fine with being that guy, you know? Surely not that guy. Nope. Definitely that guy. That's right. That guy. You got my underwater for it. That's good. Actually, doesn't look that bad from below either. So overall, I don't hate it. About 808,000. We're not even close, boys. We're not even close. Guess we'll do 11,100. Or a bigger number than that. 11,100. There we go. Not even close. 15,000. Closer. Damn close, actually. A little too much, but we're getting there. Okay. I don't hate it. And we look at the beautiful shaders. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. I just don't know if it counts it. Like, what if it's secretly like the worst thing ever? I just don't know. But if it isn't the worst thing ever, well, currently these windows are pretty close to the worst thing ever. It's probably because they can just see crap beyond them, and that just causes issues. There's not much you can do about that, I guess. Don't have windows, smile. Or just run the game perpetually in this. I mean, look at that beautiful FPS. Clearly the way you should run your game. Oh, Unreal Engine. They're definitely a thing. Why the graphics aren't scalable? Why you can't just, you know, drag it like that? There's settings you can enable. I've definitely seen ones like that, but they tend to just cause this particles to scale in weird ways. It doesn't look very good. This is probably better. I do see random spikes, but I don't know. Like, it's not horrible. It does ripple when you jump in and out, and that's kind of cool. I don't get out much, so it needs to move way more than it's doing, but I just followed the guy's tutorial thingy, so, you know. Overall, though, I mean, maybe it helped the FPS. It didn't hurt it, I don't think. I have to put a notification in this room so that it knows which room it's in to display to play music, because otherwise it doesn't know. But overall, actually, I'm gonna jump over to this and go over the top of it in order for additional fun. Better view of it. Yeah, the low distance set's so low. I don't know how I feel about that, because then you can just see the other areas. You can see through walls that you shouldn't be able to. And the spikes are a problem. Yeah, there's some pretty savage spikes. So I don't know about that. That seems real savage suddenly, and then it's fine, so... Yeah, you see that? It just drops down to like 13 or 14. It's just horrible. When you're not running around, it seems okay. Like, you don't even see a lag spike for the most part. Just like 30 plus FPS the whole time. But then you jump over here and see that huge drop suddenly. But I don't know if it's the water. Well, look at that huge drop again. We're losing like 15 FPS on that. That's just huge. It's just, wow. But I have no idea if that's the water. They got down to 12 there. Now it's back up to full. So that's a thing. Could be. That's something to note. If you notice the reflections in the water, it looks like it's reflecting the clouds and not the ceiling. Or something. So that's weird. Because that's clearly not the ceiling that you were seeing in the water. In fact, well, actually, yeah, you can see the moon right there. Yeah, so it's reflecting the sky. It's weird. Unlike the other water, which was reflecting, you know, what was going on, I think. I think I still have some of it sitting around here. Should. Whereas this water, does it reflect the sky? Hard to say. I don't think it does. I think it just has reflections. Let's see. Huh. Is that reflecting the sky? It's reflecting buildings and stuff too, that's true. Did the other one reflect crap like that? I don't know, I'd have to drop it in this order to test it. No, this is still reflecting the sky too, look. You can see the moon there too. Right? Because that light comes from exactly nowhere. In a second, I'll test it again. So it might be all water that does it, in which case it's not like a downside at all. I'm just getting my sanity fully back before I do that. We're close enough back. Yeah, you can still see clouds. Because that doesn't reflect anything particularly up there either. Yeah, it looks like it's still reflecting the sky. Again, that That's a solid surface. This should not have anything weird like that in it at all. You can see the building, so that still works, but it's like the roof doesn't really have any say over it. It's like it just checks for a generic overhead light and says that's fine. And like I say, you can see the moon right there. Well, the cartoon water thing is the blueprint, but that's not actually what I'm using. I'm using M Water Base, and that's from the Dreamscape series, which I can literally just dump M Water Base on top of a plane if I wanted. The main reason for using this one is it gives you additional options. But I could just, you know, take a plane. Not that plane. That plane. Dump it out here. Make it like 100 or something. Dump in water base on it. And look, see, boom, I have water. But if you go to the shader complexity, it's terrible, I think. Shader complexity. Yeah. It's just that material is just the worst. Which means it's pretty good to not use it. I mean, the Dreamscape stuff looks really good. It's got a fun look to it, but... See, look at how great the FPS is out here. Just run along outside in the streets and I'll have like perfect FPS, right? Probably. Yeah, let's run along out here. Look how good the FPS is. Woohoo, I'm free of the bad FPS. Yay. Yay. Man, I have the load distance set so low, nothing's loading. That's okay. That's why I have such a great FPS. Perfect. There's not even streetlights out here, or if there is, I can't see them. Poppet's really tiny, by the way. This is a street. This is the, you know, sidewalk here. That's a thing. There's a lot pressed into this small area, so that does kind of weak things a bit, but it's definitely way worse in here. We'll have to see, though. I mean, I don't think it hurt things. Maybe it did. I don't know. Maybe that's the hidden grotto. We'll do some testing. I'm just going to get this number here so I don't got to find it. The room flooded. The end. Everyone died. We'll call that the new Florida level. Oh, thanks for very prismatic dev. How's it going? I guess I just shout out people. Yeah. Oh, Pretty good. We're just testing new water because, well, trying to optimize the game to be better? Question mark? Better. Yes, yes. The term we're looking for is better. Yes. Have you seen the game before? Because, I mean, I'll give the tour if you haven't seen the game. I'll just give the tour anyway, honestly. Let me quickly adjust this water a bit so it's relatively where it's supposed to be. You know, like it's like a bathtub that's only slightly overflowing instead of, you know, really overflowing. I don't know. Yeah, water giveth and taketh away the frame rate. Oh my god, the frame rate is terrible. If this is what we were discovering here, actually, I will get this successfully inside of the building, right? This is a new type of water I was playing with where it's particle water. I don't know how good that is, but we'll find out. You know, it's one of those things where you just gotta experiment with it. And yeah, it needs a lot of experimentation, like a lot. So what we're looking at here is like the shader complexity, right? You go over this and you go, oh look, you can see the optimizations, the shader complexity. And this new water is apparently red over there, but I'm confused a bit on this right here. It's supposed to be green. Like here, it's green in this room. Sure. But then the other water I was using, this stuff here, as you can see, is the literal worst possible option. It's just the worst it can be. It doesn't even get any worse. You look at this water, it looks like this. It looks fine, you know, it looks pretty good. It looks the same. Then you go over here and you look at this water that was also like that, and it looks pretty similar, right? Then this water, when you look at the shader thing, is like, ah, look. Not bad. Yeah, so I'm like going, oh, okay, well, I think I'll use this one. It's like a little bit better on the engine. Just a little. So I was replacing all those. And this is water that actually is like the Niagara-based water, so you can jump into it and things, and it splashes a bit. It doesn't splash very much, though, so I remain a little unimpressed on that, but let me drop a nav mesh and I will show off things to people. An actual nav mesh that covers something. Catch you later, bird. Didn't want to stay around for the tour, but why, bird? Why? Why, bird? You could stay. You could watch the tour. Nah, I get it. One can only have so many tours, I guess. That's a lie. You can never have enough tours. Imagine having enough tours. Yeah, whatever. He just doesn't want another one. So, anyway. So for the new people, the game's called Poppet Quest, and it's set in a steampunk city. So here's my little steampunky city. We're by the ocean. Ooh, ocean, yay! But none of that really matters because, you know, you play as Poppet, and she's a... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the FPS in the game is much better than the FPS in the engine. You play as a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. Her name's Poppet, and she's wakes up in the Whimsy Wonders toy store, and she has to try to escape. However, at night, all the toys come to life because of a curse over the building. And the curse powers the toys, so it also powers Poppet. So she can't just leave, because if she just leaves, she'll just fall over lifeless because there's nothing power her anymore. So in order to figure out how to get out of there, she has to find some method to either be powered without the curse or find a body or something. And that's where she finds herself, currently trying to escape this building. The damage is down, right? We're good? We're good. Alright. Do what I can to improve my FPS a little bit. Alright. What's that here? So, the main mechanic of the game, I mean, this is her dodge. I'm just using it to burn their curse power. When she's in the dark, she gains curse power, which powers all of her things. Treat it like magic. Oh, well. Thanks for the raid again, and enjoy your noodles, Prismatic Adept. Yeah, when she's in the darkness, she gains curse, but she loses her sanity. She starts to go insane. You can see the effect of her going insane. It's very apparent. You can't miss it. Yes. Or maybe you can. I don't know how you do it, but sure. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain any curse powers. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So you have to go back and forth between the two, or you will not last long. So she uses tarot cards as powers. This is the Empress. We'll start with this one. I usually start with the Fool, but the Empress is also fun. Apparently her hat's not equipped. I don't know why. I was changing the equip system today. Anyway. Wait, you broken? Okay. I was like, oh my god. Don't be broken. Yeah, it plays out like Bomberman. These mushrooms blow up anyone nearby. You or them, so be careful about that. And these ones heal anyone nearby. You or them. I'm showing this first because I took a bunch of hits doing that. Alright. I'll blow them up. Didn't even hurt anybody. Did these break? Okay. I literally worked the entire combat, the entire equipment system today, so I haven't tested it that thoroughly since I did. So we're about to find out if it works or it doesn't work. So these are fun, but most of the time it's most effective as a heal. This is the Fool, the fan favorite. The giant squeaky toy. Come back and fight. After reading that, now I want 3 AM noodles. Partially because they sound good, but also because it's 8:15 AM here, so I'll take 5 hours back so I can work on more stuff. Why not, right? Oh, her hat's not equipping. That's weird. She usually has a hat. The Empress can also grow and shrink plants. Which it's, you know, main mechanic for traversal. This is also the bouncy couch. This is important because it bounces. Sometimes the enemies ride the bouncy couch. Those are the coolest enemies. There's no other reason for the bouncy couch. I mean, it's just fun. It's a bouncy couch. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. You're gonna jump at me, aren't you? Of course you are. You missed. You didn't miss. You suck. This is the Magician. It manipulates windows, drawers. The low distance is set kind of low, so for optimization, I'm working on it. The Magician can also throw small objects, turn on lights. It's basically telekinesis for all intents and purposes. Collecting my sanity back. Sad she doesn't have her mushroom hat. Something to fix after the tour. If you have the right key, you can actually open doors. Well, whichever door has, you know, that key, obviously. And most definitely grabbing this to make the fight faster. Ah, knocked his legs off. I did. Now they put these enemies here, I have to kill them because the boss is... Well, the first boss is hiding over in that room. Ooh, a shiny. Also, I'm gonna grow the pumpkin because it's got a smile on it. It's like a jumping puzzle here if you have double jump for later. My health back. They only work if they count to 10. If you don't, if you go before that, they don't do anything. And after a while, they'll shrink back down. So they just arm themselves at 10. Mm-hmm. Little music's a little slow to load there. Perfect. There's a lot of optimization to go. Yeah. Oh, too close to me too. You can also pick up and throw small blocks with the magician. Damage is a little finicky on it at the moment, so it doesn't quite work the way it's supposed to very often, but it's on the fix-it list. It used to do infinite damage, so like I found a glitch where you could spin the thing and it counted as always being active, so it just did infinite damage and just killed the bosses. You're like, oh, that's pretty good. Best ability ever. I picked up the full super move where it grows huge. It just does more damage. This is like the very first boss. He's fairly wimpy. He does a lot of damage. He's got multiple phases. He starts summoning helpers and spitting things in his second phase. Oh, wait, why am I healing him? Oh no. I just want to make the fight harder. It's okay. I need to set his life bar to update because it updates every time you hit him, but now his health bar is like really, really full. Making the fight take longer. It's okay. Picked up the super move. Speeds this up so much. Should probably turn the slide on. Probably my sanity was hitting 0. Well, not 0, but close. These are fun. I just like blowing in the background. It takes a picture of whatever she's doing. I mean, I can see you can save them later and name them, but you know, photo bombing is half the fun. Just gonna hide back here. I didn't need this many heals. It's okay. I gotta get better with my healing on this. This particular heal is very nerfed by the fact that it's easy to heal the boss. In his last phase, he jumps around like a crazy person and summons legions to help him instead. Might close the door. Nice. I gotta put enemies in this room, but it's a fun room. I was actually updating this room to be much bigger and cooler. A chapel. Where you get the Hierophant. It's so ominous. So the Hierophant, there's possessed objects in the game. They're just kind of floating around doing their thing. If you try to jump on one, you can see it's not going to let you do it. It's just like, nope, whatever. But the Hierophant's active. They act like platforms. Still kind of balancing on how long it lasts, but you know. Oh, you can't make that. Apparently the load distance is set kind of low. Shit, that should be not there, but that's okay. This is my friend I added in. My Annabelle reference. The same warning that's on the box in the Warren Museum. Very important. She's just happy to see you. Don't worry about it. She'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? If not friend, why friend shaped? Get some of the curse back here. I just recently moved these, so we're seeing if it actually the puzzle's doable or not. It is. Okay. I wasn't 100% certain. Where are the thingies? Do these not work now? Well, there's supposed to be smoke things in here. Anyway, friendly landmine. Very important. Do not question the friendly landmine. There's supposed to be visible particles in here, but for some reason, she just appears out of nowhere. So that's broken. There's supposed to be particles around her. Bummer. So a magician could open manipulate drawers. It's not a box, it's a drawer. Supposedly it can if she puts her hat on. I made it so you can actually put the stuff away too. Mostly just so you could see her face when she's standing in the light. You know, for photo ops. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll be fine. It's just a little insanity between friends. Not very good light here, is it? Is this Poppet? Doing her weird thing with her hair, which seems to wrap around her neck. I think her hair is slowly trying to strangle her. You know, not actually canon, but could be the case. I'm gonna go this way. I'm so sad that those are broken. I changed them earlier today, so they'll get fixed at some point, probably. The enemies down there are great. There's chicken noise. So you can pass through pipes. This is mostly just a traversal section. Other ones, there's actual stuff you can fight in the pipes. There might be stuff you can fight in these pipes later, too. I just haven't put everything in yet. Better sanity back of it. Yeah, if people have insanity messages to add, you know, nothing vulgar or anything, but, you know, you want something added into there, it's only going to be for, like, the demo and, you know, the testing stuff. The final game will have actual game-related stuff in there. But I do add things that chat suggests. Yes. Drop down here intentionally. Therefore, decking doesn't have a huge amount of purpose in the game, but she can do it. Every once in a while, there's areas you can kind of sneak around through. I have to add in a few more, though, just randomly. Because it's kind of fun to kind of sneak along through them, even if it's just ducking. But somehow it makes you feel even tinier, which says a lot. Because, you know, Poppet's already pretty tiny. This is basically the key room for all intents and purposes. It's a completely option room that has a bunch of keys that are not necessary. They're just here for shortcuts. The second biome is a combination of like Wonderland and Neverland. That's what I was working on earlier, replacing the water. We'll see how well the new water does, right? Why can't I hit it? I have questions. I thought these things looked like undead chickens, so I made them fire like bloody chickens, but they're very early along. Let's put it that way. They're not the pinnacle of what I have designed so far by any stretch. But it is fun to bonk them, so, you know. What are you up to, buddy? You go back that way. I'll go this way, you go that way. It's perfect. Where you get the Empress, but I already have it. This is also where you get to eat the baby turtle, because, you know, for everyone who's seen The Lion King and that part where, you know, it holds up Simba, it's a circle of life like that. Well, there's the meme version where he just throws Simba instead, just eats him. And, you know, Twitch chat demanded that, so now you can just eat the baby turtle. I haven't done the water effects for it, but still, it knows what it did. You should actually wave her wand in hindsight. She just waves her hand, but in theory, you know, it would make more sense if she used the wand instead. It'd look cooler probably too. Water kills Poppet. She's a, you know, a sack doll, and she does not do so hot in it. So there is a tarot card to protect against it later, but I do not have it right now. We're testing to see if the new water is laggy since it's particle water. It might be the case. Those things need some serious sound attenuation. It's okay. Alright then. So there's a bit of a load issue on that one. Now. It's okay, I blocked with my face, I'll be fine. In hindsight, I could have probably skipped that whole Empress thing. I didn't need it, but I just like showing out the various things. I'm also trying to get over the store because one of the keys I picked up from the storage room was the key to the library. You can get into the library without it. You don't actually need it. It's just you want to go this way to the library, or there's another large door you can go through to get there as well. I haven't put the enemies in this room yet. That's okay. Better head away. So, well, the toy maker killed off a lot of women and put their souls into dolls. One of their souls ended up in paintings. She just floats around between all the paintings, and you can open up paintings in order for her to, you know, let you travel into the painting world, which is like a liminal space that just connects everything. It acts as the fast travel, and you can also rescue toys by throwing them into it, in which case they open up little buildings. Which I'm still building, but you know. Oh, shopkeeper, my Amazon reference. Oh, sorry, reference, can't talk in. Couple bottles of alcohol in like a 10-hour stream so far, yeah. This is Tinka, she's the ghost, lives in the paintings. She's my Discord's favorite. She just kind of floats around, does her thing. There is a dialogue system. I haven't put much dialogue in yet, and none of the official dialogue is in, but there is a dialogue system. You buy things like it's Zelda. This has been my testing thing here. If you see something floating, you can just talk to it and then off to buy it. There's not going to be like a huge shop or anything in the game because, well, it's a Metroidvania, not like a regular RPG, so you don't have like stat-based equipment or anything. Yeah, once you've been through a painting, it opens up and you can actually travel to them. Admittedly, the I don't have the game mode set on to make it so you travel to the right ones, but that does work. I just have it changed so I can load into wherever I want for testing. It's all random to one of the places. Maybe it's somewhere cool. Or maybe it is a room I've already been in. Okay, well, I'll just shortcut to a different room. Let me change out my earbuds, though. They're saying battery low at me, and it's kind of annoying to hear it say battery low every 5 seconds. Second. I'd say the game's maybe like at 22% down or something like that. There's so much content, but there's just a lot of bugs. Today I was bug hunting like crazy. Actually, we'll get to that. Did I not change this? I'm curious if I changed this or not. This is... Oh, it's not even located in here. 1 second. I can fix this. Ah, whatever. I'll fix it in a second. I don't care about that room. I was actually working on a... There's a bit of a horror element in this game as well. Because there's a 14-year-old ghost girl that chases after you. Like, she's playing with you. You're like her new toy. Sometimes she reaches out of the darkness to try to grab you. Other times she chases you through the darkness. And, I haven't decided how much any enemies are going to be around there. Like, there's still things to collect. It still plays out, you know, with platforming and things like that, but you'll get rooms that are more like this, where it's... You have safe areas. Per the rules of her game, if you jump into a safe area, you are fine. But she'll chase after you, too. This is Charlotte. She's friendly, you can tell. Maybe a little too friendly. You stay over there. Over here, maybe? Hello? Oh. I'm still working on the timing for when she shows up. Who can say, but she'll just show up whenever she feels like it, and, you know, you need to be close to one of these boxes. Adjust this volume in my ear real fast. These new earbuds are about twice as loud. And, oh, there she is. She killed me. I haven't put a jump scare in for her yet, but... Don't get touched. You'll be unhappy. I guess I could play the full way through the thing there. I was kind of being dumb. I'll drop myself off where I was. So it's 10 hours into the stream. And a couple of bottles of alcohol. My play skill is 100% the best it could ever be. Actually, I'm surprised I haven't fallen a whole bunch of times. Oh, nope, nope, nope. We're good. You stay over there. Safe here. Suspicious. Wait, there's two of her? What? I have so many questions, and none of them are good. There shouldn't be two of her. She's called in reinforcements. I didn't know the AI was calling in reinforcements. I'm terrified that the AI is calling in reinforcements. I did just add new code to these. You just have infinite summons? Is that how it works now? We just resummon forever? That's scary. Alright, well, she's unbeatable now. Excellent. I was afraid the room would be too easy, and now it's impossible. Okay, well, they're not supposed to do that, but we love bugs. Technically, you can run around her, if you're quick enough. We're gonna play that game. And just hope we don't hit her. I didn't think that would work. Yeah, I don't know why there's multiple showing up, but I did just change the code. Should you beat this room, you know, without it being impossible. There's a second portion of the room where you play a puzzle above it. This section should not be broken, but I changed so much today that I'll be bug testing the changes today for a while, probably another day. It doesn't take me that long to fix things, so. Oh yeah, the fool can break stuff. such as these. I mean, it broke other stuff earlier, if you're close enough anyway. Here's the other way she can get you. She'll reach out of the darkness, try to grab you. Just don't get hit. It's basically just a pit for all intents and purposes. Why, hello there. There's other areas you can jump to as well. In case you want to explore a bit. You know, just for funsies. Uh-oh. Hello. She just wanted to say hi. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I just want that key. I haven't put any collectibles in this room yet, so I was just working on it earlier, but then I decided to take a break and work on the chapel instead. Actually, what started with that was I just didn't like how some of the things were laid out there. Aw, I fell. Terrible. That's okay. I just wanted to show off that area anyway. Let us continue. Does it hit the full room yet? I might actually have to move this over a little bit, yeah. That mesh is not quite good enough for this room. It's okay. We'll just extend it out so it covers like everything. Oh, all gone. So I was working on the first major boss fight. And it's getting there. Like everything so far, it seems to be buggy, and that's what I'm working on. So the main mechanic for this fight is she summons a voodoo doll of you. And if the voodoo doll of you takes damage, well, you take the damage instead. So I didn't even show off all the other tarot cards, huh? I guess I forgot about those. Fair enough. I'll use them now. Why not? Don't need it for there. Well, I'll use that one anyway. This is the star. It trades sanity for health. Or health for sanity. Later on. I set her health really low just so I could test some things out. And gave myself double damage, so it should be less bad. If you dodge the right time, you don't take damage from that. Where are you going? The main bug she has is sometimes she picks a target that isn't real. And by sometimes, I mean she just did. And now she's going to sit in the corner for like half this fight because she's just does that. That's okay. I just want to show the third phase, because that's the most interesting part about her anyway. Until I fix that bug, she just won't fight me otherwise. But in her third phase, it kind of forces her to at least try. As you can see, I was testing this fight, and that's why there's a bunch of information appearing on the side. I forgot I was testing that. It's kind of been a bit. Fair enough. So in like their third phase, she summons 5 helper minions. These flying characters here. And she gets an invincible force field, and as long as those are alive, she has the force field. Plus she starts spinning the battlefield, making it hard to get places. She also has other summons too. She does a lot of summoning. That's kind of her main thing. She's like the mother of all the voodoo dolls. I really need to fix her though. She's just like, I'm just going to hang out over here and I'm never going to attack you, making this fight way easier than it's supposed to be. Oh well. At least you get an idea of the mechanics. Are you just standing here? What you doing, pal? But they're not dying anymore. Like the normal way. I actually killed all our helpers and didn't even notice. Oops. I really killed... I don't recall killing the last helper. I thought I pulled away just before that happens. This way I could power myself back up. Whoa. You jump the direction it spins, good stuff happens. I think it actually just stopped spinning at just that point, and that's why I went flying. It's funny. I keep forgetting how bad this is on this particular boss. I always forget I even have a dodge. Oh, shield fell. Ugh. Almost got her. Glad I brought the super with it. Doesn't even always kill him though, I don't even know. Still good though. It's basically like, I think 50% more damage or something. So he still has a helper somewhere. Right there. There we go. From that point, you're supposed to actually take the little voodoo doll with you and also free a toy. But the demo will largely end probably with you killing the boss, so maybe with like a bit of story afterwards. Sadly, not the way to actually rescue the toy yet. Well, you can open the door for him. That's true, if you have the key. Well, the only other truly interesting thing, I guess there's other rooms I can go through. Show off some of the other... Actually, I haven't even shown off... I'll show off the two of the tarots, and then I'll show some of the other areas. These are concept tarots for later. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. A little inaccurate, apparently. Makes a fun pop, though. Goes around the chariot, which is apparently a blimp that flies around and shoots things. So far, the blimp's kind of in the way of the shots, though, which is, yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to replace it with something else that's a flying type of thing with like these clockwork wings that I saw that were pretty cool, but at some point you'll at least have to fight enemy blimps, so at least it's an idea for how enemies could possibly be in later areas of the game. Doesn't destroy things, unfortunately, yet. Maybe someday. Oh, it's a little glitchy. Perfect. So those are a couple of the other ones there. As far as I was working on the second biome area, having stuff like these here. Let's slow this down. I build these multi-tiered areas with like pipe mazes and then areas to wander around on because it's designed for humans, basically for, you know, humans to show up and bring their kids and their kids can play around with things. Got lower areas down here to wander around, but I also have areas under the water too that I'm working on because, you know, why not, right? So I'll grab the Emperor. Water normally kills Poppet, but if you have the Emperor, you can go underwater. It's much farther in the game. I haven't quite gotten to this yet. You're supposed to come back after you've acquired this significantly later. Wow. Probably like half an hour later would be my guess. So you'll end up fighting all sorts of weird, probably clockwork fish or something down here. I can also use the Sun Tarot here. Sun Tarot just creates a mini sun. And, you know, it just acts as a light wherever you're going. So you can go farther into the darkness. Still falls under more of a concept tarot than anything else, but yeah. That's ones. It's not the worst. And oh yeah, this ever since 5.5 came out, there's been a problem with splines. I was hoping 5.51 would fix it. It did not fix it. That's my spoiler for you. It did not fix it. That's okay though. I just ignore the error and wait until they fix what they did to splines. So this is also one of the later areas where you in like the Neverland Wonderland type area. The little pirate models, because you know, a wonderful person in my chat bought me a humble bundle with all these cool things. And the most fun thing about this place is actually that, you know, you look over here and see stuff that's like, you know, small perspective, and you look over here, there's like stuff that's like, you know, all large. So it's just like makes you feel small. It's like tiny, normal, everything's fine, then oh, nobody. Same effect you'd see in like Ant-Man or something like that when they were fighting on that train, and it's like super exciting, and then it zooms out and they are fighting on a toy train. That's pretty much it. Pretty much it indeed. I love how far this bonks things sometimes. It's physics based, so if you're in the air when you get hit by it, it goes flying even farther. Yeah, the new water looks really good. I picked up strength, which is currently double jump. So I like to hide secrets everywhere. Of course, I stood around too long and have to the Sun Tarot to cheat. There's like geyser launchers and things. And the Hermit's just waiting, but the Hermit doesn't currently do anything. It was originally going to be some kind of a teleport. I have a very new idea for it that I'm going to have to try to test out and see if it works. That involves, you know, creating like pathways behind you as you run away that, you know, you can damage things with, or basically like little trails. Kind of like playing Snake. So that's kind of the plan with it. We'll see how it goes. Might play out really badly. I don't know if Poppet needs another ability that involves her getting away from the enemy. It's already problematic sometimes. She can just kind of run away. I think the last map I was building was like a tomato village. It was all connected by pipes. You could wander through pipes in these weird tomato buildings. Get to places. Another underground area. Or sorry, underwater area. It's going to be like every one of these places is going to have things underneath it to do, but this is all part of the second biome, and the demo is going to be the first biome, and then like one room out of the second biome. That's the plan, but it's going to be 5 stories. Actually, no, 6 stories worth of stuff. No, 7 actually, and a half. There's the 5 main floors here. This is like a top area that's not going to be a full floor. A basement with like, there'll probably be some kind of a creepy dollhouse place. Secret sub-basement where terrible things happen. We have a giant chessboard here where like the chess and checkers are going to fight amongst each other for dominance of the great board, which they view as their god. It's just how it works. I plan to make a city over here in one of them. As additional areas. I just put some things in it to remind me to put a city over here, but it'll be like a 3-story city. Like a model city. It'll look a lot like out here, except for miniaturized. Probably the last thing they'd probably look at. I mean, I guess I didn't do literally every room, but you know, you probably get the gist by this point. And if not, well, you can keep showing people if they want. So I was building a lab, a Tesla coils, vats of goo. Very exciting. What am I standing on? I have questions. What is happening? This is a new one. What in the world? Okay. Well, I did update to 5.51 today, so, you know, there's been all kinds of surprising bugs. Got pumps. Ooh. I got bored and started making things. By bored, I mean, I just was not really bored so much as just having fun. Steampunk clock. Important. I was building control panels, but then I stopped. And I never got back to it. Why there's a giant red button that looks like crap right in the middle of it. One day a giant red button will be good. Apparently I can't jump now for some reason. Yeah, I need to set the load distance higher. 9600 is about where it should be. I'm noticing some pretty big lag spikes, which is kind of awkward. Awkward indeed. Yeah, that's a lot of the gist of it. Lots and lots of things there. I think there's like 3 or 4 rooms I didn't do. That's probably about right. There's just 4 rooms I didn't do. 5 rooms? This room's still broken though. That bugs me. I was so excited. It's probably a code problem for tomorrow because I stream basically every night during the week. But I usually don't make it beyond 11 hours, and that's only 27 minutes for now. So 11-hour stream after an 8-hour work day, that's like my 19-hour day. Yeah, I don't get beyond that. I try. I really do, but that's a long day. Yes. Yes, indeed. So I guess I could show off a few more other things, you know. A few other rooms, just kind of cover my bases and get them all. Sure. We'll close this door. This is actually the first room in the game. But, sometimes I do it, sometimes I skip it. I put excessive amounts of breakable things in here, just so you could start the game off right. Why does it grow large? That's hilarious. Thanks for the follow, Bossy Hater Dev. Thank you, thank you. All the follows. So, yeah. We had to start the game out right. It is dangerous to go alone. You should take this. Hey, how's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. Not what you're just in time for, but you're just in time for it. You're just in time for these to randomly grow huge when I hit them. I'm both happy about this and sad at the same time. You go, and it grows big. Didn't used to do this. That's okay. Do. Aha! He knows what he did. Might just only run clown statues in this particular area. This board grows huge too. Wait a minute. What did I change to change that? That board has been like that for, I think, like 3 months and been fine. So many questions. I don't recall working on that today. Yeah. Sure, man. No, that's rude. We'll be back to this room. You can't reach the top of this room without coming in from a different room, so... A lot of rooms are built multi-tiered. Move component 2? Does move component 2 have a specific thing where it randomly speed? Does it random speed? I just thought it picked a normal speed. I'll have to look at it in a second here. Oh, she's got a bug too. She's floating out of her painting. She's free. She's been freed from her painting. Time-based. Well, then it would, you know, move the distance you want. You could just give it a specific time. Just make the time longer, and it would move at a different distance. I think there's some way to, I mean, there's interp too. You can interp to it at a... That doesn't change the speed, though. Hear the song here. I'll have to look at it. I mean... Usually every time I do, it's always time-based to get everywhere. Or I just tell it to move to a location, and if you... Well, if you're moving an actor to a location, then you can move it at a distance of just whatever its walk speed is, but... Constant speed no matter the time? That's strange. Why would you want it to always move the same speed? Because then, like, that might be incredibly fast or just grossly slow at that point. I'm trying to knock them across the street. I'm a terrible person. Ah, street damage. I don't know if that node actually does that, the move component too. As far as time. There might be a way though. I just wanted to run in the tour, I'll take a look at it real fast. Or at least when I get through at the very least this room. You're supposed to loop back around. It just represents the double tiered puzzles. Not puzzles, but the double tiered platform rooms. Technically, if you're going the game the right way, you actually get a key from the painting that lets you travel through the door down there, so you don't have to do this jumping thing again. But since I didn't do that, we are in fact doing it the hard way. Really? Oh. You guys stay out there. So if that door open. I think there's only like two. No, I'm sure there's 3 rooms I haven't been through. As far as that move thingy too, I guess I can leave for a second and listen to the music while I do that. Let's see if we can figure this out for you here. I have used move component before on something for the platforms, if memory serves. The no spline one, yeah. Well, it's just entirely time-based. So I was using components here in order to make a moving platform. You know, but the spline way was better. Have you considered having an array? Or like, yeah, and then, or like just having it do n times, or like, you know, it's just like, was it do n? Is what it is. So, let me do this really fast. I'll just start back in the room because you can do like a do n. I can find do n on here. Do I have do n here? Can I get that? There we go. Yeah, flow control do n. And you can give it a number, and then you can just have it loop for the number. Like you can just set this as a variable, and this is the number of floors that you do. And then you just have it move component to and just do a normal time for each floor. You basically just split it up. So you just say every floor takes, say, 10 seconds. And it's just like, okay, well, it goes do n, moves up 1 floor, okay. Is there still another n? Okay, moves up another floor, 10 more seconds, and then another floor, 10 more seconds, so on down the line. You do it that way, and then it would basically effectively adjust the time it takes, so it would be a constant time between each floor, and it would change it based upon the number of floors you've been through. That's probably what I would do. And then you just like move component 2 on that. See if I have an example of a do end setup. I know I have it somewhere. I mean, they basically just go until you have them reset every time if they haven't hit a check or something. I don't remember what I did to do end. It happens somewhere in the blueprints here. Maybe on Poppet? Maybe on Poppet. I use do end for. Hmm. I was looking for an example of do end to show you. It just does it n times. There's nothing special about it from what I can tell. It's just literally do it n times. Yeah. So just change the thing there, and then just remember at the end of your thing to go back to the reset, so this way it can do it again, because they work a lot like a do once, except for they're a do in. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, onward. I'll probably tour the remaining rooms, and then after that, I'll probably end up raiding someone or something, because that's fair. Normally I'd probably show you like that, but after a couple things of alcohol and almost 11 hours of streaming, my brain doesn't quite understand anything I'm doing anymore. Plus the 8-hour day before that, which puts me close to 19 hours. My brain does not work right now. Yeah, if you look up how to do a do in, I mean, it's literally just a do once, but it's n times instead of that. So just make certain that when they give you a variable for the elevator there, just set that as a do in. Like, plug that into the do in for how many times it's supposed to do it. Always happy to help. Just earlier in the stream is usually better for me to help people. So that should work. And then you just use the timeline. I'm gonna jump down there because I intended to do that. Use a timeline to do how long it is, and just have them alert between the two areas. Honestly, thinking about it, I could probably come up with this code if I need to. My platforming skills are gone. No. Not even that hard of a room. Except for today, apparently it's impossible. I can grab the key out of here. And the key's this way, if memory serves. There's like 2 keys. You will want both. Probably. Why, hello there. Pull your hat out. Was it disconnecting now too? It's awkward. $9:25 a.m. here. Jeez. Still sad your mushroom hat is broken. That's a tomorrow me problem, not a today me problem. Tomorrow me has all the solutions. Today me is like, nah, man. We're good. So earlier I was saying you could save toys by carrying them, like, you know, and tossing them in the painting world. That glow is way too big for. I'll have to reduce it. At least it's in the right location this time. I moved it. I don't know why I put her hat away. Mistakes were made. We just go whoop and yeet her right on into there. And that's all it takes. I don't have any kind of victory fanfare for it yet. Someday. And then definitely been like 90% of the rooms. Like 2 rooms that I haven't even finished yet, that I haven't gone all the way through. Just to cover all my bases. Oh. Yeah, I showed up at my office today and like someone had just put a whole army of trash bags just out there, just all over the place. I was like, thanks. Just sitting outside, just like, cool, nice. Why'd they do this? I don't know. The landlord's all like messaging me. He's like, oh yeah, I'll get all this out of there for you. I'm like, I didn't even bother to ask him. I just assumed things will eventually happen whenever. It's like this flower. It should be over here, but it's not. So it's just gonna sit there forever. Oh, thanks. How's the adventure like Mist? I've never done a Mist in a million years. Oh my god. That takes me back. I do like oh gosh, I'm blanking on the names. The adventure games like those. Like I like puzzle stuff. I usually play them on mobile because, well, any kind of, well, point and click adventure, there you go. My brain wasn't working. Any kind of point and click adventure works so well on a touchscreen. Unlike action games, which work completely badly on a touchscreen. Like, I don't know why anybody plays on those. They're just not even fun. But the point and click adventures, however, they're good stuff on there. And these are all the rooms that I need to really finish. Oh. Make this jump. I could have if I had the Hierophant active at the time. I did not. It's time with feeling. Remember, sure this jump's a little wonky anyway, but my brain did not piece together that I needed the Hierophant there. It's just like, eh. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a music puzzle too with the steampunk keyboard. I'll jump on it in a second. It has working keys and everything and notes and stuff. It's another character you rescue. She acts as a blacksmith for the tarot cards, allowing you to basically improve them. So what's your game like? Tell me about your game. Here, it's puzzle adventure game like Myst. I like games. Yes. I mean, I make them, so I must like them. It's the theory anyway. Could be a vicious lie brought on by the man to keep us all down, though. Can I not save you? Guess I didn't click the thing on her to make her savable. That's fair. Anyway, that was to get the key to this room. Oh yeah. So there was this doll in pieces that I downloaded, and I decided I would take the boss there like that and dress the boss up like it was like a little like female doll, because I assumed the ghost girl would do this sort of thing. Dress up dolls. So it's like a wimpier version of the main one. I didn't set any music for these rooms. I probably should have. I forgot I put it over here though. It's not tough. They're supposed to be like a regular enemy with like a couple extra, little bits on it. Make it a little more exciting. It's still not like the coolest enemy ever or anything. I'm making the mechanics you can hide in these from the ghost girl. That's why it says hidden. You can actually close them and just be inside them. I want indicators that the player knows that they're hidden, but maybe just not seeing them counts as a hidden. I don't know. Sure. The new hiding mechanics are a little... I mean, they're exactly that. They're new from like a few days ago. Thankfully, there's a light just up there, which is close enough. Yeah, I mostly just need to add in enemies, destroyable things, tweak a bunch of bugs, and then put story bits in. There won't be that much story because it's a Metroidvania, but a lot of the rooms really are set up and ready to go. So I'm not as far off as you might think of the demo. The demo is just going to be about an hour long, so I might even shorten the demo because it's a pretty long demo. Who knows? What are you saying? Mist man not visually missed. Far in the future, apocalypse, polluted, dark, humanity is imprisoned in some kind of labor camps. Agents are mysterious. Awoken, released to do something. Let's see. In short, it's fair. Seems like could be fun. So is it one of the ones where you are like first person, or is it one of the ones where you walk around as like a third person character? I guess if you say it's like Myst, then that'd be like first person, I assume, so. And not like the Monkey Islands type of ones. Using game also from that era, as an example. Yeah, it's supposed to be a key up here, so that'd be like one of the puzzles here, and then armed with those keys, you can actually backpedal all the way to the playroom, and that's how you get in. First and third, huh? Always fun. I have books are editable. We'll get to those though. Nice, nice. I got handed a point and click adventure toolkit. Thought about building something with that, but then I started building this. Working keyboard is working. All the right notes and everything. I don't know how to play the keyboard at all. I have no idea. I have nothing. I have no musical talent. But it's fun to run around on top of it, so every once in a while I just run around on top of it. I think that sums up just about every single room in the game at the moment. That's of any real amount done. Oh. We're pretty close. Like I guess it's possible I missed something. I don't think I missed any rooms. The whole tour takes quite a while. Took well, it says I got rated about an hour ago, so the full tour takes about an hour at this point. That's a long tour. And I think that's about 90% of what I wanted to do at the moment. I say I kind of got it's kind of the end of my day at this point. I was finishing up building this room. I was gonna have a second Hierophant puzzle in here probably, or something. Maybe not even a Hierophant puzzle. Maybe do like a combination puzzle. So you got to come back later in order to get the key up here, which I'm assuming will be for the magician room over here. Maybe not too much later. The problem is this is like the last tarot card you get in the demo. You only get 4 of them. I don't really want 2 puzzles in the same room at the same time. I want you to have to come back. I'm probably gonna have to lock it away behind some sort of additional thing here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna raid someone and head off to sleep. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. You know, I'll be back pretty much every day this week for the most part, just working on my stuff. It's just what I do at this point. It's what I do. Yeah, I'll see if I can find someone that I know to raid. Spread the love around as usual. I usually just look for someone with like 1 viewer and give them a chance to impress people. Or 2 if I think their things are really nice. Something. That's true. UE streamers are rare. And it's I kind of prefer to raid UE streamers because I'm more interested in UE things than I am not UE things, but I don't like looking at walls of code. No, don't get me wrong. I typically do raid people who are doing a wall of code because there's way more Unity streamers than there are, UE streamers. So it's pretty normal for me to raid these kinds of people. Oh, I'll definitely say bye to YouTube at this point because I was also streaming on YouTube at the same time. But if I'm going to raid someone, I can't raid with YouTube. So I'll catch you later, YouTube. It'll be available tomorrow, same time, in place. We'll send them